Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, trick, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side manage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built full of smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out nigga like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, all right. How's it going, everybody? Glad to see y'all in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me take care of the business first. That was, of course, our dear brother, Brother Eric. Shout out to 16 to Life, better known as 16 to Life. Shout out to 16 to Life, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Brother Eric's channel, 16 to Life, what are you doing, man? Get your butt over there and go subscribe to the brother right now. I mean, the brother's got a lot of good information he's giving out, and you know, he's there. You know what I mean? And he has a lot of funny stories about prison because he did 24 years in the California penal system. but he's got a lot of other funny stories too as well, man. He's got some not so funny stories, but Brother Eric is a solid dude, man. Go over there and check him out. If you like music, man, he's got a lot of good music over there as well. Brother's very talented, man. Maybe you might have a job you can put him on, man. You know what I mean? Maybe you got some business you can do with him. But shout out to Brother Eric, man. Good dude, man. Good dude. Shout out to Brother Eric. All right, let's see what we got. What we got going on? Hey, what's going on, everybody? Glad to have you on the building. Let's see who's in the building. We got Brother Dale Long, man. Checked in a little while ago, man. But shout out to Brother Dale Long, man. Shout out to you, man. Glad to have you in the building, man. Hope things are going well for you, Brother Dale, at this point in the game, man. Shout out to you, brother. Who else we got in the building, man? We got Brother Von Bryant in the building. Shout out to Von Bryant in the building, man. Shout out to Von. That's a good brother too, man. Good brother too. Who else we got in the building, man? We got Nagus. I don't know. I'm gonna just call you NA. NA said black man is just lazy and emasculating. Okay. This looks very, very troll-like, but I'm going. You know what, y'all? I'm going to try and be as fair and optimistic as possible. But Brother NA looks like a very much a troll. But I'm going to go read some of his stuff anyway. Let's see. Brother NA says black men are just lazy and emasculating. Okay, we got that. Most of them engage in discreet LGBTQ, like Andrew Gilliam. Even Eritrean Ethiopian diaspora. Gotcha. Okay. And the next thing is that they love white feminine males. Gotcha. All right. Let me do this to you, man. Bye-bye. What they used to say on Saturday Night Live. Bye-bye. All right, let's see who else in the building, man. My brother Dale Long, he's still hanging around, man. Shout out to Brother Dale, man. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Hope everything is going good for you. All right, y'all. Let me talk about one thing before we get to the major topic. Okay, the major topic is what's going to be the major topic today. The major topic is do women in the black community have greater power than the men? If so, I'm going to ask people to come up and prove it. I don't want to necessarily talk to people that agree with me. I want to talk to people that don't agree with what I'm saying, right? You feel like the black women have greater power. I do not feel that way. But if you feel like that black women have greater power in the black community, which was told to me on a platform today at the Mothership. I was on the Mothership this morning, and I was told that the black woman is more powerful than the black man. That's what I was told. I don't know. I need somebody to explain that. My brother, the brother that was trying to explain it to me, he didn't really have enough time. We really didn't have enough time to get into it. But you know what I'm saying? He tried to school me, but you know, he just didn't have enough time. It was just too many people trying to come at me to explain this to me. But here we are today, man. We on my platform. We can talk about it. Daryl Long says, for sure, black women for sure have more power because they are politically involved more. Well, we'll see, Daryl. We'll see. Maybe you can come up and explain to me. But right now, I'm trying to figure out, man, what was being talked about. I'm gonna show you guys a little bit of that interaction today. Shout out to Sister Annie, by the way. Shout out to Sister Annie. That's another good sister, man. We just me and Sister Annie, man. Me and Sister Annie, Brother Anderson. We just some good tourist people, man. But woo, if you push it the wrong way, ouch. We gonna light you up, man. We gonna light you up, man. And shout out to my sister, man. You know, man. Shout out to her sister. By the way, before we do that, man, I thank you, Vaughn, because you reminded me about this. But before we do that, man, let me show y'all a little bit of something. Let me show y'all a little bit about what we was doing, man, because some people think and say, oh, well, you know, you guys ain't doing nothing over there, right? I want y'all to see, we was asking people for money for the backpacks, right? So let's look at a little bit of what we was doing, man. Cause see, people think we asking people for money and we playing games, right? They think, oh man, you playing games, Clarence. You got this money, you ain't doing nothing with this money. You playing games. Oh, I am? Oh, okay. Y'all over there just talking. Y'all ain't doing that. Oh, okay, we are. Oh, okay. Let me show you a little bit about us the day we gave out the backpacks. And we out here setting up the tent. Well, Shamika setting up the tent and I'm gonna help her in a minute. But I just want y'all to see that we got to start from scratch. It doesn't happen. So check us out in a few minutes. We're gonna have everything set up. All right, peace. All right, so y'all see we got the tent up. Now we're gonna put the tables up or whatever else we're gonna do. Check back with y'all in just a few. All right, y'all, I'm here at the pre-setup for the backpacks, man. We're kind of just getting everything together. We got about another half hour before it's supposed to start. So we just set up everything. It's up to the tent table. And like I said, Mika went to go get some other stuff. She want to give away a bunch of other stuff. She already given away, besides the backpacks, she's giving away hand sanitizers and M90 masks and Kleenex and wipes and other stuff. So she went to go see if a friend of hers up the street can give away. So has some other stuff that can help her give away. And that's it, man. We just, like I said, we start in about half an hour or so. And then, it is what it is. But this is the first annual Let's Talk About a Black Life annual book bag and backpack giveaway. See, like I said, we got everything here. And we pretty much got the backpacks that's already packed. We got some that's not packed yet. So we can just have some of the stuff on the table so the people walking by can see what we offering, and then they can come over and get a backpack and some of the other stuff we got here to give away. So here's what it is. We'll be out here until we give it all away, or until the end of the day, closing the building. So anyway, y'all, that's it, and I'll check y'all in a little while. Peace. Guys, come get some back stuff. Hi. Okay. One big guy. Okay, I get your calculator. Anything else? All the stuff already. Well, calculate that. You don't have to get that stuff because we give you a backpack and do stuff already. Okay, for the little lady, princess. All right, another big fella. Your calculator. Anything else on this side of the gas? This stuff is for backpacks. I see you, big fella. Don't worry. I got you. There you go.
There's one more person in the car. There's one more person in the car.
There's one more kid. One more in the car. Hey man, I was out of it, man. I'm coming back to myself now, man. But man, I was out of it that day, man. I was like, man, my sister, man, the beautiful Shamika, called me and said, "Hey, brother, we're gonna be." Actually, she called me the day before. I'm laying in the bed, man, can't even breathe. She's like, "Hey, guess what, brother? We got to get those backpacks away, tomorrow." She said, "Are you gonna come in and help me stuff them backpacks?" I said, "What?" I said, "Yeah." She's like, "Yeah, man, we got people coming tomorrow to get these backpacks." I said, "Okay." I said, "Okay." I was like, "Yeah, I was like, but I'm a little under the weather." She's like, "Well, they coming." I said, "Well, I better get down there just to make sure the stuff goes the way I need it to go, man, because I want the backpacks to go and be given away in the right way, man." So, but yeah, man, we had a good time, man. We gave out a lot of backpacks, and it was at some points where it slowed down. We never had that like a big rush where you had a super long line, but we just had enough people coming, coming through. And then it slowed down for a little while, and then I went out, printed up some flyers, and went past them out. Then the crowd came back again, so we had a second little wave. But it was cool, man. It was cool. We put a lot of smiles on a lot of parents' faces, a lot of kids' faces, man. A lot of stuff that they normally wouldn't see. You think that people got money? They don't got money, man. You don't never know what's going on with these people, man. You think, oh man, I don't need no backpacks. We good. Shit, them people came in and got them backpacks. So I thank all of y'all for whoever donated to the cause, man. Whoever donated to the cause, man. I mean, it just went good. But we'll come back and visit this, man. We'll come back and visit the backpack giveaway, man. But yeah, man, I just wanted to get y'all a look at that because this is what y'all work for, man. These backpacks, and then we still got to give away the computer. So I've been sick, so I haven't really been on that. So I'm coming back to myself, and we're gonna get the computer and do the raffle as well because a lot of people registered over there with Shamika for the laptop. So we're gonna raffle that off. But yeah, man, just want to show y'all what it looked like out there, man. It's pretty much handing out backpacks, giving them out in LA. You know what I mean? Out here in the hood, right? Yeah. What's your YouTube page doing? What's the page you go to doing? They clowning us, but hey man, we putting smiles on people's faces, man. We sending kids to school with stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to everybody that participated in this, man. I appreciate y'all so much, man. Donating money, time, energy, effort. Von Brian, his sister Annie, all of y'all, man. Everybody. If you go to this video in my catalog, you'll see all the people that donated. There's a list. You click on the description page, shows you everybody who donated to this cause. Everybody who donated. So it ain't no thing, man. It ain't no thing at all. We did it. We did it, y'all. Okay, y'all. I gotta before I get into the main topic, I want to touch on one thing real quick, man. Patrice sent me this link, and but I'm going to use another one. I'm going to use the news, their link, and so I don't know if you guys heard about this kid Tyree Nichols. He was killed up in holy smokes, up in Memphis, up in Memphis, Tennessee. Five black cops just beat this dude like a pinata, man, and just really did it. So what I want to do is take a look at this and see is there anything we can learn from this. Brother Vaughn says, thank you for your sacrifice, Brother Clarence. You did what so many would have not have done. You were determined, and we appreciate you for giving of yourself in this manner. God bless you, sir. Man, I feel the same way about each and every one of y'all. Each and every one of y'all. If y'all hadn't done what y'all hadn't given, first of all, if everybody hadn't given all the money that they dug down deep in their pockets and gave money that they didn't have to get away and gave it away, right? We know none of us had that money just sitting around, right? But we did it, right? If I didn't have you guys putting out the effort, right? Von Bryant, Clarence, I got a good idea. What, Clarence? What? Clarence. What, Von? Clarence, I got a great idea, Clarence. Let's ask all these people that we don't even know for some money. What? Von, what are you talking about? As a matter of fact, Clarence, let's do it on Saturday. Let's stay all day Saturday and do it. Vaughn, what are you talking? These people don't know us, Vaughn. They're not gonna give us no money. Yes, they will, Clarence. Come on, let's do it. He was right? He was right. Then I ordered the wrong backpacks, right? I'm trying to tell Vaughn, well, maybe we can work it out this way, that way. Vaughn's like, well, I don't know, maybe, right? Sister Annie like, no, Clarence, stop. What? Stop. Them backpacks are going back. We gonna get the right colors that we gotta have. Go send them back. See, but all of you guys was involved in the process, man, and that's what made it work. Because if Sister Annie hadn't done that, I would have had people out there, and they possibly could. This is Los Angeles, man. It's a new gang territory, a couple of streets over, right? All kind of A-Tray 60s, Hoovers, 20s, insane bounty hunters, right? They everywhere. Grape streets. You go any distance, you're gonna walk into a gang territory, right? Right. Nutty Block down there in Compton. I mean, everywhere. It's just all kind of different gang sets, right? Shout out to our brothers. Hopefully they figure out who their real enemy is at some point. But shout out to the brothers that's in the street organizations, right? But sometimes they got a renegade person in the street organization that's trying to make a name for themselves, and they run up on a little kid, man. Sometimes the OGs won't do nothing stupid like that, but I'm saying sometimes they have a renegade person in the group that'll do that. And by Sister Annie forcing our hand to get the right backpacks, I ain't got to worry about whether somebody got attacked just by the color of their backpack. We ain't got to worry about that situation, right? Just what I'm saying. See, if you think you're so smart, man, you're not smarter than more people, not smarter than the group, right? Von Bryant's the one. I was willing to spend an extra $600 that we got back in the kitty now because Von Bryant, I brought Von Bryant and I brought Sister Indian and I had Sister Jill on standby. But together, us putting our heads together, Vaughn was able to come up with a way to get the backpacks that we need and the school supplies and save all that money, right? That's what I'm saying. We got to learn how to work together. We got to learn how to work together and build something and do something. See, we all work together. We gave the money together. We struggled together. We promoted it together. And then we bought the backpacks together. And then we had to give them out together, right? Y'all's energy filled up in me and I was able to give them out, right? Still got a couple left. I got to give them out, but I'll be giving them out to children that's walking through the building, right? Because I got a little clinic in here, right? But we did it. We did it, man. So shout out to everybody, man. Appreciate y'all. Okay, I don't want to I don't want this thing to get away from me. So what I'm gonna do now, we're gonna talk about this Tyree Nichols situation, man, where these black police officers, man, just beat this boy so bad that he actually passed away, unfortunately. Let me see. Let's see. Let me do this. I want to talk about him real quick, and then we're gonna talk about him real quick, and then let's see. I did what I did, right? Okay, save it. All right, there we go. All right, so here is, if you don't know, if you haven't heard anything about this Tyree Nichols situation, I'm about to play it right now. Let's see.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich as we are bringing you this most recent breaking news out of Tennessee, the Tyree Nichols case that we have had our eyes on here. We now know that the 5 officers have been charged with his murder. I want to pull up this tweet again to show you exactly when this news came in. You can see the officers there. Let's talk a little bit further about what we know about this investigation so far. So all 5 of those former officers who were fired following the death of Tyree Nichols have been booked into the Shelby County Jail. Those officers, Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin III, Desmond Mills Jr., and Justin Smith were all fired from the Memphis Police Department back on January 20th following an internal employment investigation into their confrontation with Nichols. Court records show that those officers each face 2 counts of official misconduct, 1 count of official oppression, 1 count of second-degree murder, 1 count of aggravated assault, and 2 counts of aggravated kidnapping. The Shelby County District Attorney is expected to hold a news conference this afternoon at 2 o'clock Central Time. Of course, we'll be bringing you that update here on Live Now from Fox. They'll be giving us an update into this investigation. So this is the most recent news that we.
All right, y'all. All right. If you haven't already heard, first of all, shout out to OG Patrice. Shout out to OG Patrice in the building. If you haven't already heard, man, young brother got pulled over, traffic stop. Next thing you know, he turns up dead. Oh, these white officers, they killing these black men. No, it's the blue. It's the man in blue that's killing them. It don't matter what color the officer is. It's the man in blue. It's the blue mentality that's killing them, right? I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine what this would look like if it was 5 black officers that had killed a white motorist just pulling over his car? Next thing you know, he's dead. Where will we be at right now? Where will we be at right now? I don't know. I think that firing them is good, but we're gonna hear from the chief of police. And wait till you see the chief of police. Wait till you see the chief of police.
We are following that traffic stop happened back on January 7th. Now, we haven't got any body camera video of exactly what happened during that struggle just yet. We are expecting that to not be released until tomorrow, but we do expect some sort of update from officials in Tennessee today. So what we want to do right now is play out the latest remarks from the police chief, who issued a statement last night telling people ahead of today's
Shout out to Bolo
announcement
TV.
to not act out violently following the new details that are going to come to light. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
In light of the horrific circumstances surrounding the death of Tyre Nichols, it is absolutely incumbent upon me, your chief, to address the status of what the Memphis Police Department is doing, has done, and will continue to do in furtherance of finding truth in this tragic loss, ensuring we communicate with honesty and transparency, and that there is absolute accountability for those responsible for Tyre's death. As you know, 5 Memphis police officers were terminated last week. These officers were found to be directly responsible for the physical abuse of Mr. Nichols. Concurrent within that investigation, other MPD officers are still under investigation for department policy violations. Some infractions are less egregious than others. As this investigation and other external investigations continue, I promise full and complete cooperation from the Memphis Police Department with the Department of Justice, the FBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and the Shelby County District Attorney's Office to determine the entire scope of facts that contributed to Tyre Nichols' death. Aside from being your chief of police, I am a citizen of this community we share. I am a mother. I am a caring human being who wants the best for all of us. This is not just a professional failing. This is a failing of basic humanity toward another individual.
All right, y'all. All right. We can see that, how can I put this? The chief of police, the chief of police makes a difference. Who the chief of police is makes a difference, right? Because sometimes it takes like 2 or 3 months, maybe even a year for some of these officers to get charged, right? Or even be dealt with, right? They put them on administrative leave, and they wait for the thing to die down, and then they just sneak them back in, right? A lot of times that happens. But I got to commend this lady, you know what I mean? Sister, she said, nope, we not having that. And you guys going to have to answer for this situation. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But far as we'll have some more information as it comes out. But as far as I know, the young fella went out there and he went on a traffic stop. I mean, the police pulled him over. I don't know if there was a struggle or not. It makes sense that it would have been one, and therefore they felt like, hey, to beat the snot out of him was the right call, right? Why? Because you're just a Negro anyway. What difference does it make, right? what difference does it make? We can beat the snot out of you, but we come back to this as well. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this as well, because I have a bigger question for y'all. I have a bigger question. And the bigger question is, who has the better foothold in the Black community? The Black woman or the Black man? And who should be in charge in the Black community? Who should be? Now there's a lot of theories out there, and one of the theories out there is, well, Clarence, women have all the power in the Black community, right? Thank you, Vaughn. Sometimes I forget, man, because I get to talking. And matter of fact, what? Let me lay this out real quick, Vaughn, before I drop the link. Women have all the power in the community, right? In the Black community. There's no other community that has women being able to get a check for just having a baby, right? That's what we hear all the time, right? And I'm gonna show you how that thinking process works with grown men. Because I was on the Mothership this morning. Shout out to the Mothership. I was on there this morning, and the reason why I even got up there is because, I saw this sister talking, and one of the things I noticed about whenever this sister starts talking, people instantly turn her off. They turn their ears off, and they get caught up in the vibe instead of the words that she's saying, right? And so that's what happened. I saw them getting all caught up, and I was like, wait a minute, you ain't even listening to the sister, man, because she making perfect sense. But that wasn't happening. So I said, let me get on here. Maybe I can, like an idiot, I thought, maybe I can straighten, maybe I could clarify what she was talking about. And they ain't listening to her, obviously, because of her gender. They just throwing her away. Shout out to Risa Neal, by the way. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Resident sniper. So I thought, man, I said, maybe I can straighten this out. So what I'm going to do, y'all, is I'm going to go through what I was talking about earlier when I was on the Mothership. I'm going to go through what I was talking about and try to see if I can clarify some of the things. Now, if there's somebody out there in the world that disagrees with me, I would like you to come up. Please come on up and share with us what I'm saying that you feel is incorrect, right? There ain't really no right and wrong, but there's just a efficient and more efficient way of dealing with things, right? Okay, so this is me about to come on the Mothership.
Own children, if I'm watching them, stuff just don't go down. It doesn't go down simply because I'm there. Things that I can't even imagine why they would do it to their mother, right? So fathers can absolutely be as great of caregivers as moms can. Let me bring up, how you doing, brother Clarence? How you?
Hey, I'm good, man. I'm good. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. You got anything on the topic? We can hear you.
Yeah, because I was listening to y'all and a shout out to everybody in the chat and the panel, but I just had a different opinion on how we can correct this single mother and single father situation. And
Yes, sir. We all ears.
okay, so my opinion is that it's the men that I kind of agree with Robbie when she was saying that it's the men that need to kind of step in there and take charge of the situation, because we won't have the single mother problem won't happen if the men will stop having sex with all these different women. That problem will go away. So, in my opinion, that'll be the first step in trying to solve this problem. Okay, step number one. I think that made sense, right? I mean, I was trying to get them to understand that you, as a man, can stop this single mother problem by simply being more careful with where you put your penis, right? That was my whole issue. You know what I mean? Everything else has to happen after you do what you do, and then the contraceptive comes in, right? But there's no need for a contraceptive if we're much more vigilant in who we're going to lay down with, right? That was my point, right? Okay, let's see where it goes from here. Because to go to the women and say, well, you got to stop sleeping with all these different men. Yeah, they should qualify the men better. I agree with that, but that's not really going to solve the problem, in my opinion. It's the men, right? I don't know if you guys have any pushback on that or anything like that, but that's the way I see it.
Our CEO got pushback. I can see it coming out on it.
Okay.
I had just a little bit to say, just real life experience when dealing with it on the ground, especially with the culture and the laws and things that are going on right now. It's like, it's hard to have the discussion because we don't really have the facts of what's going down on the ground. But how would you know it? Brothers are really pushing back and trying to come back into the household and establish authority and control. But we have women who are standing in between us and the children, demanding their own little rights with their little opinions, with their hurt feelings. They're not really putting the kids first. They're more concerned about what they didn't get, what they didn't receive, what somebody's not or is doing to them and stuff. And it's like, when you say, okay, men need to come back to the household and they need to establish that authority and everything. But if we come knock on the door I'm back. I'm here to put things in order. And I got a woman talking about, oh, you ain't been here for the last this, and you ain't doing this, and how much money you making, and all of that mess and stuff. And we not addressing that. They making it real difficult. You know what I'm saying? And
Okay. Now, which one? I don't think any of us said that, you know, trying to come back into your children's lives after you have been, you know, trying to come back into your children's lives after you haven't been there for a while, that's going to be easy. That's not going to be easy for no one. Nobody's going to trust you at that point. You're going to have to build that trust. You know, you ain't going to be just walk in there. You know what I mean? And be like, yeah, I was supposed to be the CEO, but you know, you can't go be able to just walk in there. You can't. You walk in right now, they say, oh, we need we looking for a CEO for Ford. You can't just walk in there. You're gonna still have to start out, you know, rotating tires first and work your way up, right? Same thing in relationships, man. You can't just start out with somebody loving you 100%. They got to build up to that. But there's a lot of times. This is what I'm talking about men. A lot of times men want everything easy, man. They want it easy. I want rose petals on my way up to. There ain't gonna be no rose petals in that family court, man. They got to swing at somebody, right? Shout out to Brother Sim. Brother Sim said he didn't say lives, he said homes, right? I don't know, Sim. Sim said, if you want to be in his kid's life, you need to go to court. But that was my point, Sim. See, the way they try to make it look, Sim, is that, oh well, it's just a constant battle. So it is. Maybe it is a constant battle, depending on the women you picked. Depending on the woman you picked, it's gonna be a battle, right? You pick a woman that's gonna keep your kids from you, and then you say, that's wrong that she kept my kids from me. This is wrong. So what? And then you know it's wrong, right? That's like you go out there, buy a brand new $150,000 Mercedes Benz, take it down here on Main Street, and Main and First down here in downtown LA, where everything and everything is going on. You leave the car door open, the keys in the car, a full tank of gas, your laptop and your desktop in there, and your phone. You leave it there for a day and come back, it's gone. And then you say, oh, it's wrong that they took it. Shit, you know already that if you leave it if you enter in this situation, you know what's gonna happen. Likewise, man, you lay down with the wrong kind of woman, you know that what's gonna happen. Well, you don't know what's gonna happen. Let me tell you, put it like this. The chances are high that something that you don't want to happen is going to happen. Right? Shout out to Chef Chapino, man. Shout out to Chef Chapino. Glad to see you in the building, man. Shout out to you, man. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you, man. I've been thinking about you and E Black, man. I need to check. I ran by and checked on you one day, just threw you a like and got up out of there. But I need to check on my brother E Black, man. Got to check on him, man. But yeah, man. Shout out to you, Chef Chapino, man. That's another good brother. If you haven't already subscribed to Chef Chapino, man, get your butt over there. What are you doing? Get over there to subscribe to Chef Chapino right away, brother. Right away. But yeah, man. This is the thing, man. I want us to, as men, we gotta think a little differently about the situation, man, because it's not always gonna be an easy road, right? It's not an easy road. Fatherhood is not an easy road, right? It's tough sometimes. Sometimes, man, you got to do things, man, you don't want to do, right? Sometimes you got to spend money you don't want to spend, right? All right, brother. I already dropped the link, man. But anyway, yeah, man. Yeah, man. So anyway, we was talking about it. There's my brother right there. Truth. Shout out to you. Shout out to Red Lipstick Vibes, by the way. Glad to see you in the building, sis. Good to see you. Yeah. So we was talking about it, and all I was trying to get across is that the men, and Truth, if you want to come up here and we can finish the discussion, just hang tight, brother. Yeah, it was a good conversation, man. Just hang tight, because I'll have you up here, because I definitely want to talk to somebody that doesn't agree with me. I don't know who does or doesn't, but I know you weren't agreeing with me, and you didn't really get a chance to say everything you had to say and break down what you were trying to break down. So Just hang tight for a minute, True. All right. So anyway, so that's the point I was trying to get across, was that it's in the men's control. Shout out to Big Rick Slips. Say it what you mean. Shout out to the brothers in the Bay. Yeah, so that's what I was going to go. So let's watch a little bit more of it, and then we could see. You guys kind of tell me, what you think, and then I'll start bringing you guys up. I mean, we'll watch a little bit more of it, and then, matter of fact, if you want to hit the link, go ahead and hit the link. Sit in the back right there. Wait for me, and then I'll bring you up.
And that's the only kind of little pushback on that. Is like, what does men coming back to the home look like when you have somebody stepping up and almost like a guard, like trying to prevent men from coming back because they don't want to lose their control. They don't want to lose their authority. They don't want to lose their positions. They don't want to lose the way that they're living life, in which they can get up in the morning and do whatever they want to, however they want to, without a man judging them or telling them, I don't like how that looks and I don't like the way that that's going on and stuff. So it's kind of difficult to kind of address that.
Okay. Thing about that. Now, see, now what I was trying to do, and he laid out a good point for a small minority, right, of women, right? But if you look at, all right, Truth, got you. If you look at what he was saying, he was promoting the case as if that is the majority of women. That's the majority of the situations. That's not the majority of the situations. And even if it is, even if, let's say it was a majority, you think a woman is going to let you just walk into her life? You think a woman just going to let you walk into her life and be like, oh, well, yeah, you can come into my life now. You wasn't here with the birth. You wasn't here for the last 2 years, but hey, you can just come in here and whatever, right? Women are not going to do that, man. Women have a survival instinct. They're not going. They're trying to survive. That's why do you think they try to pick the best male? Look at animals, the lower animals. They try to engage with the best males. Why? To give their children, their offspring, the best chance of survival. They're always looking for a male that can increase the chances of survival. That's innate in a female, whether she's human or not. That's innate. And if you show yourself where you ain't gonna be able to, she gonna be. If you show yourself to be the kind of man that she can survive without, then she's gonna just let you walk in the house. Oh, okay, here, I got all this stuff that I got from the government or I got from wherever, right? I got all this stuff, or whether she did it on her own or got it from the government. I got everything is just the way I need it to be. But I'm gonna let you come in here and wreck it all. That's where it's going. You're gonna have to prove yourself. You have to prove yourself, man. We got to stop being like, man, oh, we gonna, you know what I'm saying? I'm a man. So when I'm a man, I just walk into your house and sit down on the carpet and we do whatever we do. No, not necessarily. Brother Daryl, what's going on with you, man? Long time no see, brother.
What's going on? What's going on, family? Yeah, I know. It's been a while. I've been pretty busy. How you been?
I've been all right, brother. Been all right, man. Hope you and your family doing well, man. Doing well.
You know, I I've been pretty good, man. I was listening to the conversation, getting ready for my nightly activities.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say this and jump back down, then you can put me back up in a second. But I will say this, man. So me and my daughters, I had them both over here. Leia lives with me. Her older sister Aaliyah stays in Detroit. So when she came over here, we was watching Mulan,
Okay.
right? And in one of the stories, there's a song called "I'll Make a Man Out of You."
Okay.
Now everybody know the history of Mulan is a real story. It's not like a folk tale. It's a story that they teach their children in their native land. And I think it's crazy that like today men act like women have never led, women don't do nothing, right? Men say stupid stuff like, well, we built society. I'm like, black man, no, you didn't. You built the White House, meaning you put the wooden planks in there, but you were not the authority that operated the White House. You built the schools, meaning that you put the bricks together, but the name, you didn't come up with the name, you didn't come up with the concept, you don't come up with the curriculums in the school. What do you actually do? Right? And Brother Clarence, there was a black woman by the name of Keisha Hamilton who sits on the Detroit Board of Education. She is under fire right now for defending young black students who they were under fire. Young black students said that what they were learning was evil, right? They were learning about colonialism, basically, right? About the founding fathers.
Mhm.
And one of the arguments was, well, you a woman, you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. And she just, how, sir, are you going to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about when you, sir, are not even in a position to lead? I am. I am a director on the Board of Education. What is your role, sir? Just a man with a thing tucked between your legs? And too many men today, they call themselves leaders, they call themselves community activists, whatever word you want to go, but they don't do this. They won't show you their resume. They won't show you what they're actually doing. And until men do that, I have to side with the ladies. I have to, because what I see, and I point them out all the time, I see so many women that are participating in the curriculum that our children are learning. And I'm saying, okay, why are you doing this, black woman? Oh, yeah, we're doing this so our sons won't grow up to be drug dealers. Right? Because again, something else I heard, Brother Clarence, and I'm really going to drop down real quick. Well, I'm going to go to the back after this, but something else I hear all the time is single mothers are the ones who produce the drug dealers and killers. I'm saying, damn. In my city, we had the biggest drug dealers in the country. According to the FBI, there hasn't been a bigger drug dealing organization than BMF in the United States of America since the United States of America started. And guess who they was raised by? A married couple, Brother Clarence. A married couple. Their father never was not in the house. Their father worked 60 hours a week at GM. And guess what? It still wasn't enough, Brother Clarence. There was still stuff happening in Detroit politically that affected him from a monetary standpoint. You get what I'm saying? Taxes, people burning down houses, all kind of stuff, right? Those things affected them, and his inability to act on those other things led his two young sons to not only some would say destroying the community, but look, I mean, come on. Look at how the young boys today look up to those guys. That all started with one married man not doing his job.
Well, I don't want to say he didn't do his job. Maybe his children didn't perceive it the right way. Because as a father, you can do all good, man. You can do good. You can treat them right. You can buy them stuff. You can do whatever. You can support them, and they can still, in a wicked world like this, they can still flip. They can still flip, man. You know what I mean? So
I agree.
I don't want to put it
Unfortunately.
on a father. I don't want to put nothing on a father because we wasn't there. But I will say that it's very unlikely in most of the times that two fathers in the household, that's that type of situation turns about. I'm glad that they had their fathers in their lives, but a lot of our young men don't. A lot of our young men don't. But hey, man, I'm gonna bring you down, Daryl, because you said you got some stuff to do. So I'm bringing you down. You just let me know in the back chat when you're ready to come back up.
Thank you,
I
sir.
want to still I want to still finish up with what we were watching. Shout out to Abel's Journey. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. All right, so we still gonna finish out with when this is me on the Mothership. Shout out to the Mothership. This is me out there on the Lapeef Network, and so we're gonna see where it kind of went faulty for me to kind of respond to that. First of all, why are we selecting women that are going to be in the mentality that I don't need you in the first place? Why are we selecting women like that? If you select a woman like
they look good.
if you select a woman like that, right, it's because she looks good, right? So we are allowing the beauty appearance to overtake. If you really cared about the children that you want to have coming into this world, the character of the woman would be very much more important than her beauty appearance, right? So, but then we select women like this, and then we get mad when they see our incompetence, and they say, "I'm not allow you to come in and further misalign my life with your incompetence. So when they stand up to
where
that
the
incompetence, you get
incompetence
mad at
come
them.
from?
I didn't hear you.
The claim of incompetence, where did the incompetence come from? Because there's a lot of brothers coming home or more competent than the sisters. She just wants.
All right, so he asked a good question. See, now we got to be right. So he asked a good question. Shout out to JP. Glad to have you in the building, sis. So he asked a good question. He said, "What do you mean, Brother Clarence? What do you mean incompetent? Incompetence? What do you mean by incompetence?" And shout out to Abel's Journey. Abel's Journey says, the beneficial purpose of the man is constant, regardless of negative downward trend. This is what I'm trying to say, Abel. This is what I'm trying to tell these men. You think God wait for a prayer to go up before he makes the sun come up again in 23 hours and 56 minutes? No. Whether you pray or not, that sun is coming up. Whether you pray or not, the ocean is going to be there. Whether you pray or not, the fish is going to be there. Whether you pray or not, you're going to have oxygen out here. God don't sit back and say, well, I'm their father, but, they didn't pray today, so I'm not going to do my child support for Earth, right? I'm not going to do my human support because, you know what I'm saying, they didn't do what they were supposed to do. They running me. God is always on his post, always on his post. Whether or not we are in alignment with his desires or not, God is always on his post. And we're supposed to be God's representative on this earth. How do we get off our post and then justify it by saying the person that came after us, they're in charge of us? How do we do that? How do we do that? But we got men, grown men in the black community that will sit here and say the women are in charge. The women are in charge by default. That's because nobody will overthrow them with love and kindness. Nobody will overthrow them with love and kindness and competency. No more competent person. Who's supposed to be there? You, man, you supposed to be there. You're supposed to be the one leading your community, right? I can't lead my community because, the women, man, the government gives the women all this money because if they have a baby, the women are going to give them all this money. You're right. There's some double standards. There's some double standards out here. But we got to learn how to work around them, right? If you want a sinking boat, guess who gets to get in the boat first? Women and children. You knew that when you got on the boat. You knew that when you got on the boat. Shout out to Steny. You knew when you got on the boat, first thing they're going to say is women and children first. But now you're going to act like you're brand new, right? And so this is what men do when men, they want to avoid their responsibility. They'll blame it on the women. They'll say, well, it's not. See, we don't have no community. We don't have a community, right? We don't have no community. So that's okay. We can't do it, right? It's responsibility avoidance, in my opinion. It's my opinion. Like I said, I'm telling everybody, man, if you disagree with me, that's who I'd rather talk to. It's people that disagree with me, right? Because, like I said, I just want to discuss it in a fashion. But anyway, the brother asked me, what is incompetence, right? What does the incompetence come in? If a woman see you coming and running at her, and you looking at her and just her body, and that's what's making you do all of the stuff you doing, she gonna say, damn, if it's just about my body, then what happened when you see somebody better body than mine? You ain't gonna take the time to get to know me and have a couple other hooks in your mouth for me. Then shoot, anybody with a better banging body than mine is gonna be able to hook you. Plus, you look like a trick. I didn't want to go deep into that, but that's the incompetence I'm talking about. When you won't vet these women well enough to be able to decide, hey, you know what? This is not the kind of woman that I need to be laying down with, because if we have a baby, if conception should occur, she ain't, I don't know what she gonna do, or I got the feeling that she might not do what I want her to do. Right? Instead of investigating all of that, no. But we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it, y'all. That's the incompetence, right? If I pick, if I go into Foot Locker, I go into the Foot Locker, I got a big track meet, right? I buy some golf shoes. The golf shoes look nice. They got spikes in them. They look real nice. I get out on the race and I get dusted. Whose fault is it that I picked the golf shoes? Is it their fault or is it my fault? Whose fault is it that you pick a woman that's not going to give you, is going to take you to child support court? Whose fault is that? That's my fault. If I pick a woman that's going to do me like that, that's my fault. Now I got to live with I got to live with whatever responsibilities came from us coming together, children, property, assets, whatever. I have to live with whatever responsibilities came from that union. You can't. Where you gonna put a child? I'm gonna push it back. You can't push it back. Well, Abel said, regardless of how much influence or sway females have, may express, God never authorized them to lead. No, he didn't. The only people that's okay with that is black men. Black men are the only ones that say, the females are running the community, and there's nothing we can do about it because we're powerless. We're powerless. We have like a small amount of power. They have all this power. We have this amount of power. They don't even realize. They don't even know. But see, that's why I keep telling you. That's why I always use the Good Samaritan. You just like the man that was in the land who fell among thieves. Black man, you fell among thieves. You fell among a thief. And the thief took your raiment. He took your raiment. He took everything from you. Your name, your religion. He took everything from you. You got amnesia. You don't even remember who you are. You don't remember. You think you some old jive ass nigga that your women run in your community, that women can run your community. You think that's who you are. That's not who you are. You are the beloved of God. You are the beloved of God, but you don't know that. You don't know that. And you're trying to find all these different ways to be a better Negro than the next Negro. I'm a better Negro because I'm a Muslim. I'm a better Negro because I'm a Christian. I'm a better Negro because I'm a Jew. I'm a better Negro because I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm a better Negro because I believe in the lettuce God. I believe in this God. I believe in that God. That's why I don't even talk about religion over here. I try not to even bring it up over here because we got so many different religions out there. It's just another separator for us. Our people are dying in the street. You guys saw the story I just did earlier. Now we will do it in the name of them. We will kill each other in their names. In their names. What are we doing? But we don't even see what we're doing, right? Because you know what the end result is? You know what the end goal is? Man, I got to get these girls, man. I got to get these girls. I got to get these honeys. I got to hit these honeys, man. See, that's what it is. That's what I got to do, man. I got to hit these honeys. Clarence, you don't understand. So you've been married all that time. You don't know. You've been out the game. You don't know, man. We got to get these honeys, man. These honeys is out here, man. I'm telling you. I ain't going to let one of them fly by, man. I'm going to knock them all down. Okay, you do that. But if you're trying to knock all these honeys down, guess what? You ain't going to have time to reason with them and find out the kind of character they got. You at the club every weekend? How you going to find out how somebody is if you're at the club every weekend? I ain't trying to tell you how to live your life. I'm just putting the real out there. You ain't going to find no wife in no club. Not a good one. Only way you're gonna find a good wife in the club is if when you met her at the club, that's the last day she went in there. If she don't decide the day she meets you in there that she ain't never going back in there, come on, dog. Come on. Shout out to Brother New Growth, by the way. Come on. So that's the what did I call it? Incompetence. See, men don't think that women can see that. Women look right at you and looking at her up and down, saying, "Yeah, mama, I want to get with you. You want to get with me already? You don't even know what I'm about." I could have been licking some other dudes behind last night, and you just want to jump in bed with me just like that? So they say to themselves, "Okay, check this out. If you're willing to jump in the bed with me and you don't even know me, you probably going, if I get with you, you probably going to jump in the bed with whoever else you want to jump in the bed with. Why should I tie my boat to your, why should I tie my wagon to you?" Right? True said, if you choose a female at the club, you deserve what you receive. Well, brother, if you choose a female that you don't vet properly and check out her character, you deserve what you get. You deserve what you receive. You deserve what you receive. If you jump in the bed with anybody, I don't care if you meet them at church, you jump in the bed with anybody without checking out their character. That's on you. That's on you. All right, Dale, give me a minute, man. I'm trying to set up the argument here. Yeah. Same thing with the women. You jump in the bed with some dude, you don't check out the kind of character. You don't check the kind of character the guy got. What good is it? I mean, good men show themselves, just like bad men show themselves. Except for bad men have a way of concealing some things from you. They'll try to conceal things from you. A good man will just say, "There it is. This is what it is." Oh, that's wrong. No, well, no, the man just telling you this is how it is. This is what it is. When you want to know up front how he feels about everything, same thing with a woman. You want to know up front, right? Oh, by the way, I'm into the polyamorous lifestyle. I don't believe in having one man for the rest of my life. Shouldn't you know that up front? Shouldn't you know that up front? Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Truth, but we was talking about men at the time. At the time, we was talking about men, right? That's who was, well, at least when I got on the platform, that's who was being discussed. So I stuck with that premise. But of course, yes, of course, both people are responsible. Both people. But we're gonna get into my point, which was that the men have the utmost control over who gets born and who don't get born. Men have the utmost control over that. That was my point. Anybody that wants to come up and disprove that, let's hear it. All right, Sim. Do you see Vaughn said I was cooking Sim? Dang. All right, let's hear the clip. All right, let's hear the clip, man.
Wants to keep the situation.
No, the incompetent come from at first the including a person in the sexual selection process that you don't have no idea what they're going to do if you brought a child into this world. That shows incompetence. Our truth, when I got on the platform, we were talking about men. We were talking about men. I need to say that straight. Now, maybe you brought women into it, or maybe they were trying to bring women into it. But when I got on the platform, they were talking about men. By the way, Truth is gonna start cooking too. Truth gonna start cooking too. Does it not? I mean, does it not?
I'll accept that. Yeah. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
So therefore, you already shown her that you're incompetent because she looks at herself and says, "Hey, if you're going to select me based on just my beauty appearance, you're not even taking the time to check me out. Okay, we might be able to, have a good time, but I can see already that you and then all of a sudden a conception occurs. Now, of course, the female's going to say, okay, let me give you a chance. Let me give you a chance to show that you have some competency. And then if you don't show that competency, then obviously they're going to say, I don't have time to risk the children. I don't have the time to risk my own personal security by allowing you to, do whatever you're trying to do. Right.
But I'm calling the same thing back and forth, like you said, have the children. Now she's determining if the brother is competent. Wouldn't competency have determined if the brother was competent before bringing an innocent life into this world?
Well, did you see what he did there? That was very skillful what he did. That was very skillful. Now, I asked him about the incompetence of the man, and instead of addressing what I said to him, he switched it to, well, it's incompetent. Now he started talking about the incompetence of a female. Did you see that? Did you see that? I read the Child of Truth. Truth. All I'm saying is, at the point where I actually entered into the conversation was about men. That's what we were solely focused on the men. That's the point. Now, what they were doing before that, I don't know what they were doing before that. But at the point where I entered the conversation, that's what was being discussed. That's all I'm saying. Okay. So what he did was he switched it. That was a very subtle move. He switched it. So I'm talking about the incompetence that the women experience from men that don't vet them properly. And instead of addressing that situation, he switched it. Right? He switched it to, well, let's talk about women now. Wait a minute, brother, you haven't addressed that situation yet, right? Right? You haven't even addressed this situation. That's what I felt, Patrice. It was deflecting, right? But it was a good move. I got to give it to him. That was a good move. It was pretty much only, he couldn't address what I was saying directly, so that was the best move on the table for him. See, women are like us in a certain point where they feel like, hey, we can have a good time, but ultimately they will feel like, well, let me say it this way. I believe most women feel like this. If a child comes, this guy is a good enough guy, he'll take care of it. They don't find that out until afterwards. Right?
Isn't that incompetency? Because if you've done any reasonable amount of time vetting a person, spending time with a person, getting to know a person, you're going to have some idea if this is a responsible person or not. Like, you're not going to be already pregnant or already have a child, then trying to determine if a man is competent or not. That should have been a priority.
It happens every day.
To lay down and have sex with.
It happens every day.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in here with this one.
What you guys said that women are
yeah, it's a
thinking. You guys
it's
said
a
that
twofold
women have
problem.
Inferior thinking.
It's a twofold problem, Brother Clarence, because no man is going to sit here, especially a man that wants the best for the community, that takes care of his kids. It's a twofold problem. And the interesting thing is that I think from what I'm hearing, Mr. Clarence, you're a traditional brother, right? Like you think about it more traditional. So am I. And the one thing we do as traditional men is that we realize that any catastrophic failure of society has always been the fault of the men.
There you go.
But this particular society, somehow, I believe 50% of the blame is on the women. Let me explain why.
Okay.
Fathers used to be in the way. Like when we talk about what needs to be done in order to bring the community back, or at least get it back on track, removing the father from the home was the original sin. Keeping him out of the home on purpose is what furthered that sin. The government gives women that power to do so. Nobody was ever supposed to choose anything else over the man and keep that power. That's the sin that's going on in the Black community right now. And I constantly say that women in the Black community, unfortunately, are procreating with the lowest ranking member of the group on purpose.
Why?
They do it on purpose because they want to. The things that they find sexy. No, that's what I'm saying. They have taken on masculine features to say, I'm going to choose the man based on superficial characteristics and not substantive characteristics.
Why?
Literally, no
Okay. You see, I'm constantly asking him why. Okay, he's making all of these assertions, right? So I'm trying to figure out. Let's get to the root of what the issue is. Why are these women doing this?
Did he ever answer why? I mean, I have my own
Never,
assertion.
never, never,
Never?
never.
But you
They never
asked like
did,
50
right?
times. And Trigger Mike, my brother, I love Trigger Mike.
Oh yeah, he's a good dude, man. He's a good dude, but they never answered my question.
Okay.
That was my
I'm
point.
assuming you asserted in and let him know the answer then.
No, I didn't, but brother. They was coming for me, man. I was, I was like a slave at a white lady's funeral, man. Go get this, go get. I was running all over the place, right?
I heard they call you Simp OG now.
probably, right? But my point was, and that's why I decided to finish the conversation here, because my point was that there's reasons why women are in these roles. There's reasons why. And then the reason cannot be that the government is giving them money. That cannot be the reason for everything, right? I mean, that's my assertion. My assertion is that black men don't really fully understand their position. Because if you understood what your position was, you go for it. You go for that ring. But it's safer. It's safer to push your woman out to the front and say, she the one. It's her fault. Oh, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I don't have a God behind me powerful enough to make me step in front of my woman and take back what's mine. There ain't no God that's powerful enough to do that for me. Well, maybe for some of y'all it ain't. Maybe
Can
your
I
God ain't
interject,
that powerful
Brother Clarence?
to do that for you. Yes, sir.
So this is the way I see it as a young man growing up in Detroit, right? There's a few things, and men are responsible for all of them. So you spoke about vetting. I took notes, literally. That was your point. Ultimately, why? You want to know why. And as you said, nobody answered it.
No.
Brother Clarence, is it true that 71%, this is what it says here at the CDC in the census, it says 71% of all black children are raised in single mother households. Is that true? Where you live at too in California? Do it look like that?
I would say that sounds pretty reasonable.
Same way here. So they aren't raised in a household with a man who
Shout
is
out to Brother
teaching them
John.
to vet, right? That's one thing. Then when they turn 18 years old, this is what I hear the brothers saying. Y'all didn't want me when I was down, so when I come up, why would I choose you then? Have you heard that before, Brother Clarence?
Of course, absolutely.
Right. So wouldn't it make sense that, to Trigger Mike's point, they're not having babies with the top of society because the men hold that same exact attitude that we both just said that we both heard before, right? Because these high value men, of these men with resources, they don't even want most of these women. They want to have sex with them. They want to parade them. They want to have them on camera agreeing with them, right?
Correct.
But they don't want to start families with them and give them their last name.
Correct.
Right? They'll do everything else except give them the last name.
A lot of times, yes.
So instead of them holding those men accountable, instead of them saying, let's get more men in the households. That way, the fathers can teach these young daughters how to vet. Right? I'm fortunate enough that I have great relationships with Christiana and Aaliyah's mom, to the point where I can vet whoever come into my daughter's life, and not just them, my brother and both of their grandfathers, my father and her father, are all still alive. Right? I think the problem is men expect women to grow up without any fathers in the community, without any black men in any elected official spot. So these men aren't even controlling the community. There's no men, Brother Clarence. According to statistics, most teachers are black women, Brother Clarence. Do it look like that in your neighborhood as well?
Agreed. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So even when the people who are teaching them, they're not even teaching them from a male standpoint, because there's no black man in the schools teaching. Where exactly can these women learn how to vet, right? Before YouTube, what Kevin Samuels, all these rest of these guys, Andrew Tate, all these magnificent, manosphere lords. Where were they learning how to vet. And on top of that, if all you men, once you come up and make money, you're not going to deal with them, what pool of men do the majority of women have to select from then, Brother Clarence?
I mean, it's an obvious mathematical formula, right?
It is.
That's right. So, but see, this was the thing. This is they were making it, Daryl, like that's their choice. That's what they want to do. Not like it's like you know what a kill zone is?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so for the audience, let me explain what a kill zone is. A kill zone is when in a military operation, you set your enemy up in a certain configuration where they can only go a certain way, and at the end of that certain way, that's where they get they get dropped off, right? That's called a kill zone, right? You know what's going to happen to them. They don't know what's going to happen, but they go anyway because they're forced to go that way, right? But you know what's going to happen at the end, right? This is what is happening. This is what's happening with our situation, right? Our sisters are so, like you said, there's no male figures, even our young men, right? Like you said, and see, it is so many different reasons why, right? Why aren't a lot of more men into lower grade school? Why aren't they in lower grade schools? Number one, safety, right? They don't want to be accused of doing anything with a little kid. They don't even want to put that situation in front of them. Number one. Number two, if I got to take care of a household, I can't do that on a teacher's salary. I got to go for more. I got to go for more money. That's usually why most men, because I guarantee you, if teachers start making $100,000 a year, you'd see black men running and jumping to be grade school teachers, right? But they're not.
Immediately.
Right, exactly, right? So, but they're not doing it. Why? Because they got to take care of a household. That's one of the main reasons that's stopping black men from going into teaching at the lower grades, is because of the pay. If they thought they could take care of a family, buy a house, have 2 cars, and a white picket fence, they would do it. But see, a lot of times a woman, she's gonna marry a man, and he's probably gonna be the major breadwinner. So her income is gonna be supplemental. Whereas the man do it, his job, his income is gonna be primary income. That's not gonna work for him. Now, that being said, who's teaching? Who's showing the young ladies and the young men how to deal with the opposite sex? Especially if you got all of these, like you said, 70% of us, you have one parent household, right? So we got a big gap in understanding. We got a big gap in understanding. So and it's playing out in real time in front of us, because women, they think they vetting a man. Oh, he got a job in a car. Well, that vetting's over. We're ready to go with it, right? He got a car and a job, right? He's a good dude because he got a car and a job. Vetting over with. And men, we doing the same thing on the other side, right? She got a big booty. Vetting over with, right? And she talked to me when I bought her that drink. Vetting over with. And we got a real problem because it's not happening. But let's finish up with them, man. Let's see where we at, brother. Yeah. Let's see where we at.
No woman on earth goes to a dude with no job or a shaky job situation, with no car, with no ability to take care of the children they may have together, and say, I want you to hit me raw. No woman on earth does that except Western women.
I think you're mistaken, brother. But
no woman on earth does that except Western women.
I disagree with you totally. If you go to Haiti, if you go to Brazil, if you go to Venezuela, if you go to a lot of these countries, you go to Africa, you'll find many women sleeping with men with no job, no prospects, no nothing. That's why they have the condition they have over there now. Okay, and I'm saying that all of that is related to the men.
I could say you're right. The difference is, I could say you're right to a sense, but the only difference is these people are cast out of their society for doing that.
Okay. Now, I just told him he was wrong, right? Shout out to Trigger Mike, man, because he said I told him he was wrong, and so he quasi acknowledged that he was wrong, and then said, then he put a new condition into the original question, the original dilemma, right? He put a new condition into the original dilemma, right? So I'm like, wait a minute, no, you said that the women don't do this. Nobody does this except Western women. I just gave you many examples of women that do this, right? Right? I didn't even get to Italy, France, and all these. I didn't even get to the Europe, right? But I'm just trying to show y'all. That was a good move by Trick Mike, by the way, because
So, Brother Clarence,
yes.
Now I have a little bit of pushback for you.
Okay.
About the teacher's salary. I did a little bit of research while you was talking.
Okay.
And I did research from I always assumed you were for Compton, right? So I looked at Los Angeles in total, and I looked up Lansing, Michigan. The average teacher's salary here in Lansing is anywhere between $50,000 to $81,000.
Okay.
In Los Angeles, anywhere from $37,000 to $177,000.
But that's
in California is awful, right? Because we know that's poverty. But here in Michigan and in most states that's not California, 50 to 100K is a lot of money. But even more important,
50K. Now that sounds right for teachers in LA. 177,000. That's more like, that sounds
principals,
more like
superintendents. Yeah, that's what I was thinking like too when I read that. I was like, they can't be paying teachers in California that much.
No, they're definitely not.
But even more importantly, do you know the average salary of the black man in America?
I heard it was like between $40,000 and $50,000 a year.
That's correct, Brother Clarence. Yeah. So the same teacher's salary that they would shame women for is the same average salary of men, not just black men, men in total, right? And this is the same salary. Let's use the word equilibrium, right?
Okay.
This is the same equilibrium that they tell women, this is where your submission should start at. It shouldn't start at six figures. It shouldn't start at high value. It shouldn't start at high education. It shouldn't start at better dressed. It shouldn't start at you having a better a home. You actually having a home in your name and paying for it by yourself, right? No. You should be able to make
Hood, by the way,
the base, which is $50,000, and get the baddest woman. And I have two things that I always say, Brother Clarence, and this is kind of driving me crazy because they say they want submission, and I tell them, cool, I'm with you on that. But there's a million submissive Leslie Jones out here, and they have no boyfriends. Niggas walk right past them because what y'all really want is women who look like Brittany Renner to submit to men that make $50,000, and it's never going to happen. It didn't happen during the time of kings and queens. It's not going to happen now. Right? And you said something profound on the show. You said that men would walk into their life and tear their shit apart. I've seen it happen. I've seen women who were doing better before they met a man. And when that man came in and out her life, she took losses that man himself couldn't financially compensate her for. So I think one of the main problems too, Brother Clarence, like I always in these spaces always talk about the systems that control our neighborhoods, right? I know for a fact in Compton they call it the Compton Unified School District.
Mm-hmm.
On that board sits a black man named Denzel Perry, who is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha.
Okay.
But instead of black men promoting men like him and the systems that he is trying to put in place out there where you live at in Compton, they're promoting fucking Andrew Tate, Brother Clarence. Andrew Tate, who a Romanian, Brother Clarence.
Right.
A Romanian.
Right. Well, see, it's the thing, Gerald. It's easier for me to talk about you, and I don't have to see. If there's leaves all over my front yard, it's easier for me to talk about the leaves in your yard than to pick that rake up and rake the leaves up my yard. But I got a question for you, brother. Just a quick break on a question, I got to ask you, because this was the whole point. When I came up there, the whole point was who has the most control over having a baby being born, the woman or the man? I was told that women have much more control than the men do. I'm just trying to figure out what is your some, not all, Patrice. I got you. Who, in your opinion, has the bigger? Who has the most? Who? But let me put it like this: who has the most to lose if they get involved in that situation? Who has the most financially to at risk for being involved in a conception?
So the men will argue. So let me answer both questions, because that's kind of like a two-part question, right? Who is responsible? The men. If
Yeah,
you don't have
hold on one
sex
second,
with
Daryl.
her,
Daryl, hold on one second.
yeah,
Abel, if you feel that way, that's opposite of me. Please come on up here. Hit the link. Come on up here. Let me put the link up here. Okay, Daryl. All
definitely
right.
would love, and yeah, definitely pin that too. I would definitely love to hear Abel elaborate on that topic. I mean, on that comment. But the men control it. The woman can't have sex. The woman can't get pregnant unless I have sex with her without a condom or any other type of contraceptive device or whatever. And the woman literally cannot get pregnant unless I have sex with her. So I mean, that we're both responsible in a way, but the man is literally more responsible, because without my seed, it's wraps for her. If I put on a condom, it's wraps for her. If I get a snip and then I have sex with her raw, she can't get pregnant. But the truth is this, because men talk about child support, but then they neglect the fact to mention that it says on the website, most child support payments aren't even paid. Can we have a real conversation? And the percentage on Brother
Let's
Clarence
have
is
a
over
real conversation,
50%.
Daryl. Let's have a real conversation. If
So
you're not paying
women are
if,
financially on the hook.
if you're not paying your child support, who's paying it?
Me
Where
and
does
you,
this
Brother
money come
Clarence.
from? Huh?
Me and you, we pay it.
Exactly. Us, the
Tax-paying
government, the
citizens.
taxpayer, we paying it, right?
Tax-paying citizens. Correct.
We're paying for it. We're paying for your child. If you're not taking care of your children, I know,
That was
like a lot of
Anton's whole argument on Dr. Phil about why people with a certain socioeconomic classes shouldn't have children. That was his whole argument.
I agree. I agree to this degree. You shouldn't have children unless you've prepared mentally and spiritually and financially to do it. I don't think you should not
Absolutely.
have it just because you're in this financial class. That I don't agree with that. But what I agree with is you should have some things in place before you make a commitment. You initiate a responsibility that's going to take a lifetime to deal with, and then you walk out on your responsibility. Let me ask you a question, brother. Did you breathe oxygen the last minute?
Absolutely.
What about the minute before that?
Yeah, absolutely. And the minute
You
before that
think God
too.
is sitting on his throne saying, damn it, Daryl didn't pray to me last 2 minutes. You know what? No oxygen for him.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Absolutely not. He not.
Because why? Because he's got a responsibility. He created this responsibility, and he's got a responsibility to us. Whether we are on point with what we're supposed to do or not. Now, that's who we're supposed to be, his representatives here on the planet. We're supposed to be his representatives, right? We're supposed to move
Absolutely.
as much like him. We're supposed to do things as much like him. We're supposed to be merciful as him. But some of our brothers and sisters, we forgot how to be merciful. The traitor took us away, and the traitor taught us how to be cruel and vicious to each other. That's the only way we could survive, was to be cruel and vicious to each other. The black man had to act like he didn't love nobody. Not because he didn't love nobody, because he know anybody that the master thinks that he's attached to, the master would use that person to persecute him. He might even murk that person just to show the black man that he ain't even in control of himself. So he had to act like he don't have no care for nobody. He had to walk around like he don't care. And some of us are still doing it now. But we ain't in that position no more. Now we're in a position where we can do something about our situation, right? Our sisters are out here in the street. I used to work right down there, downtown LA, right out there in 5th and Main. Well, I'll say a little bit with Beaudry. I used to work off of Beaudry. But you know what Fifth and Main is, Daryl? Let me explain to you what it is.
No, yeah, I don't.
They got a place out here called Skid Row out here in Los Angeles. That is,
I do
I
know where
mean,
Skid Row is. Yeah.
that is the epicenter of Skid Row. When I was working down there, I used to ride my bike through there every day just to get some exercise, right? It's the epicenter. And every month or so, every month or 2 months, what they got to do on Skid Row? What they got to do over there on 5th and Main? Because there ain't nothing but tents out there. There's nothing but tents out there on the sidewalks. Nothing but homeless people for at least a mile in a circle, in a radius, right? So what they got to do is they got to kick all the homeless people off the streets. And they bring these big trucks in with hoses, and they just hose the whole street down, the buildings, they hose everything down. Because it's just an encampment of, and people, it's feces, it's urine, it's everything is out there, old food, everything. And they just got to go block by block cleaning that stuff up. Now, why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up to say, that's what we can have because they say, oh, well, we want to take away the services. This is what you got with services. See, but you don't have to walk by this. You don't have to go by this every day. So you don't see it. We don't see it. Most of us don't see it. So that's my thing is these guys are like, a lot of these guys are talking from these talking points. They don't have no actual boots on the ground seeing how people are actually living with these services. They have what they call the Wine Guard Center. Right there on the corner of 5th and Main, they got the wine. Well, it might be San Pedro. The Wine Guard Center. You can look that up on the internet. The Wine Guard Center. You know what? These people got to wait in line every day to get a room in the Wine Guard Center. Every day. But that's how people living, man. That's how these people are living. And you know who the most of them is? Single moms with children. And they won't even let them get a room if they got a man with them. They won't even let them get a room in there. Anyway, man, I'm going in, Daryl. Sorry, I'm going in.
I was just listening to you, man.
Abel's Journey says childbirth. Men don't get a chance to enforce an abortion. You are absolutely correct. But how could you? You are the one that allows the decision of an abortion to even occur because you gave up your sperm. Can we get that? Can we get there? You know what a contraception is? Contraception is a deletion of the conception. But you don't need contraception if you don't get the sperm. There's no reason to delete the contraception because there's no conception. All right, that let me put it up here. That's why I say that females control whether a child is born. They do control whether a child it comes out of the womb. You control whether a child is born because you put the seed there. They do control whether a child comes out of the womb, absolutely. But that's the after point. That's the after point, right?
Yeah, that's definitely after the fact.
Of the situation.
That's
right,
after the fact.
What you say, Daryl?
No, so that's after the fact. That's after you
every conception
bust your nut inside of her, and
there you go.
Now you're responsible. Literally after that moment, you're responsible after that very second. Anything she do is because you did that after that.
Hey, Daryl, can we just Daryl? Let's me and you go on a tour, man. Let's go on a world tour, and I'm gonna just sit back and let you say that, man.
It's really just that simple, bro.
It's just that simple, man.
You could have pulled out anything. Damn.
I said, Abel says, I'm not talking about conception. I thought that was known. Am I mistaken? No, conception is contraception. Conception, I mean, you got contraceptions, excuse me. What the word contras mean, you got to kill it, right? This is after the conception. There is no conception if you do not give them the sperm. That's my whole point. That has been my whole point. Mr. Long has definitely helped me espouse that point. Maybe I got some other people that's going to help me espouse that point too. Abel says, I agree. I'm responsible for initiating the pregnancy. There it is. Check and mate. Thank you, Abel. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. All right, let's go around the room, man. Let's go around the room. Who do we got here, man? We got Brother Von Bryant. Shout out to Brother Von Bryant. Glad to have you in the building, sir.
Greetings.
And then I got Brother John from the Dominican root. Did y'all go over there and see that? Did y'all go over there and see that video that I showed you about John? John said, Dominican people so stingy.
I missed that one. I missed that.
Shout out to all y'all, brother. Hey, hello to all y'all, man. Hello.
Hey, man, I put it on the community page. If y'all want to go see that video, man, go to see that video. That is so funny, man. That is so funny. Shout out to all of y'all, man. I'm gonna bring y'all into conversation. Okay, Vaughn, what do you think, man? You know, what's going on, man?
Wow, you know, I was really trying to wait because you know I wanted you to cook a little bit, and you know I seen Brother Daryl get up here, and greetings, my brother. It's been a while since we've spoke, but
good to hear your voice, my brother.
You know, this whole concept of, you know, if she just didn't open her legs, then she wouldn't have gotten pregnant. Come on, brothers, let's cut that out. You know, it's impossible for her to be pregnant without your seed. You see what I'm saying? So who is most responsible, see, for that conception? Let's be honest now. Who's more responsible for the conception of a child? Now, if you didn't go into her, listen, we're not talking about an immaculate conception. See what I'm saying? We ain't talking about that. See, right. So if you did not go into her, how are we put in this predicament? So yeah, you know, I would just say, listen, you know, we have to take accountability for how we spread and plant our seed, you know, instead of complaining about, well, you know, close your legs to all these men that you know, having sex with. Okay, now there is a responsibility on the woman's part as well. Now, come on, hello.
Yeah.
She's not exempt, you know, from the conversation, because she has a responsibility herself, you know, to put an aspirin and hold it together with her knees.
Vaughn, hold on one second.
Her legs closed.
Vaughn, hold on one second. Shout out to Danique Anthony, man. Thank you for the cash. I appreciate you, brother. As always, man, my Racer X, glad to have you, man. Thank you. All right, sorry, Vaughn. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying, you know, and you know, I was kind of reluctant because I didn't know where the conversation was going. You know, Brother Clarence, you know, you went out in the field. We didn't know you was going out in the field, bro.
I didn't know
you know, and now you come back with all of this, you know. So I'm trying to figure out, well, who let the dogs out? I didn't know nothing about it. I missed that episode, you know, and so that's why I was reluctant to kind of speak on it, because I wasn't there to see the stream and I didn't see exactly what took place and what everybody's opinions were. So I tried to wait in a place in the conversation to where, you know, I could address an issue that is being presented. And so definitely I do want to address the fact that we as men need to be responsible.
There you go.
And be held accountable for our actions. You know, and when we get into these little parties and conversations of blaming the women all the time, see, all the time, that's just not appropriate. Now, there are some things that are the women's fault.
Exactly.
That we do need to discuss.
Exactly.
And listen, that goes without saying. But by all means, come on, brothers. Let's be real. If you don't plant the seed, ain't nothing gonna grow.
There you go. There you go.
That's true.
Appreciate you, Vaughn. Thank you, man. Let me bring Brother John in, and then New Growth. Brother John, what's going on with you, man?
Man, I was coming in earlier, man. I just finished class. I'm teaching these girls how to I would do girls and guys, but I only have 10 girls in my English program here in the Dominican Republic. So that's why I was late. I'm sorry, brother.
I don't, no problem, brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to all y'all on the panel, brother. God bless y'all, man. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
So what do you think, man? What do you think is we'll put it like this: who has the major power of the in the conception? Is you know, because of these babies being born out of wedlock? Who can stop it the quickest? Is it the women with the contraceptive, or is it the men by just not turning over their sperm?
Who can stop it? The person that can stop it is the woman, but the women the women are so much need of so many different things. I'm used here, like in the Dominican Republic, women have sex every day for money, you know, 16, 17, 18 years old. And that's why I'm trying to work with these girls. One of one of the girls, her best friend just got pregnant. She's 14. And she got pregnant by a 24-year-old man.
Man.
So and he's walking up and down the street, and she's 14, and she's in my English class, and it's so it, you know, it just depends, man. It just depends on what situation you in. A brother said that earlier. He said, you know, it does depend on the situation.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that a woman could get pregnant without a man laying down with her?
Of course not.
Okay, that's the point I'm trying to make. But I appreciate you, John. Let me move over to New Growth. New Growth.
Peace. Happy New Year, y'all.
Hey, Happy New Year, brother.
Happy New Year to you, brother.
All right, brother. Who do you feel? And we're gonna start because, and I'm glad you guys are pushing back so that we can have a full conversation. So, who do you feel is more able to cut down the single parent rate in the Black community, the men or the women?
Now that's a question, like who's more able to do that?
Who is more able to get it done the quickest?
Right. In America, in the society, yes, it's women.
Okay. Women how so? How so?
Because the system is almost rigged against the men, and we know this, right? We know, especially Black men, we know this. Like,
so if we know it, why are we having sex with women? Okay.
Go ahead, say it again.
Okay. If we know that this system is rigged, we know it. You just said we know that this system is rigged.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we putting ourselves in situations where we're gonna come out, you know, on the tail end of the situation?
Because a lot of times we haven't. I mean, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be real. This is gonna be honest. A lot of us, older generation, like X and up, we ain't do our job, right? We had a lot of men in our generation who taught us a certain way. We dropped the ball. So we got a lot of millennials out here and Z's who don't have a clue of what you're talking about.
Agreed.
A clue what you're talking about. So who are we to blame them if we supposed to be men, if we elders, right? I'm moving to 45. So if we elders, look in the mirror. It's us who dropped the ball. You can't blame these young boys who wasn't taught nothing. Like I said,
okay, can I? Well, I want you to finish, but I just want to add something to what you're saying.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish because I just want to put it out there. I do want to add something to speak to exactly what you're talking about.
Right, because like I always say, like I grew up in the crack era, right? 80s baby. So, like I said, a lot of it was gone. Like Daryl was talking, 70% single mother households. And see, but we have this illusion that these women are these angels, right? And these women are these poor, defenseless, helpless beings. See, that's what we have to stop thinking. Women are human beings. So they're going to have evil ways too. They're going to have deceptive ways too. Just like a man can, it's just perceived different, right? So a lot of these women out here was cracked out. A lot of these women was out here, they're going to take, and let's be honest, most of these women ain't taking care of these babies anyway. They getting the checks. The grandmama taking care of the baby. Not a lot of ourselves, right? So in this society, yes, women have more of an advantage to control that, right? But you're right, brother Clarence, that we have to ultimately take that on, but we can't do it by putting band-aids on a open wound. We have to go after the person that's enabling our women to become our. See, we don't have our women. Go ahead, brother.
No. I'm sorry. No, I don't.
I was rambling.
No, I definitely don't want to cut you off, brother. So go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Okay, well, Vaughn, if you're gonna give him an opening, let me say this real quick to him, and then you can jump in that opening, Vaughn. Okay, I disagree with you because from my vantage point, nothing can happen until the man turns over the sperm. Nothing can happen there. So we can blame this person, that person, but you are the person, like you said, you know this situation is like this, and you walking into it like that. I'm not blaming you, but I'm telling you, me telling you, you have to take responsibility for a responsibility you made. Is not me blaming you. It's me sharing with you that, hey, next time, think about what you're doing before you do this, right? So that we can stop a generation from doing the same thing, repeating this process, and then blaming it on the woman, saying, well, you have 37 different ways of contraceptions, so therefore it's your fault that this baby came here, when she wouldn't have to use no contraception if you just said, you know what, you ain't my girl. You ain't my girl. I sat here, I went on 3 dates with you. I see, the type of person you are. You might be a good lady, but you're not the one for me. I'm not willing to throw my whole life into your hands by ejaculating into you. So farewell, right? But we won't do that, right?
Well, my
I think,
concern is this. This is my concern, is that when we take things that has happened to us in the past, and not to take away from any of the trauma that any of us have gone through, because God knows I've been through some trauma in my life. But when do we get to a point to say, well, hey, I can't blame my behavior on this trauma that I have been through. I cannot use that as an excuse. In other words, say that I grew up around bank robbers, and that's all I was taught, is to rob a bank. You see what I'm saying? And so now, hey, I have this proclivity now to rob a bank. But when do I wake up as an individual and say that this is incorrect behavior, and I should try to figure out a different way to live my life? Or should I continue to condone the behavior just because it's the way that I was brought up? Yes, we all have suffered some trauma, but as we become men, Brother Hink just did a stream on man up. See what I'm saying? When we become men, we put away those childish things. See what I'm saying? And then we act accordingly. Now, if it's an issue, if you're having a problem with moving with the flow because of past traumas, and that is many of our dilemmas, then I would suggest that counseling is appropriate, and there's different types of measures that we could take. But listen, by all means, I can't say because I grew up in a crack house that it's appropriate me as a man to continue to live that particular type of lifestyle, because that's all I knew. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So I'm just saying, a lot of times, and I'm going to leave it here. I feel a lot of times what we do is we say, hey, this is what we were taught. So this is why we're doing what we're doing, because this is what we were taught. Like I said, there's a lot of people that are taught some improper things. And when they come into the awareness of their maturity, they say, wow, you know what I was taught was incorrect. See what I'm saying? There was a time when I was a young boy and I was touched inappropriately by another male. You see what I'm saying? There comes a place in your life where you grow up and you say, hey, this was an improper behavior. So when do we do that? Or do we just constantly blame our history on how we move forward?
We're doing accountability, Brother Vaughn. That's all I'm saying. It's like, I'm not saying that you are allowed to stay the way you are, right? I'm sorry, brother. I'm gonna let you go.
No, you good. You good. Go ahead.
I'm not saying it's an excuse to me. I'm telling you the reason, right? And if we haven't given these boys the accountability, you can't get a boy at 18 when his hormones are raging and tell him, hey, this is how you're supposed to cover up. We got to get them boys at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is all what we talk about, Brother Clarence, right? Getting them young. So if you don't get them young and we sitting up here, I live in Atlanta, the murder rate is going through the sky. And they looking at these kids out here, 16, 17 years old in gangs and stuff now, and they calling them animals. But where was we at when they was babies on the corner and nobody gave a damn about them? Stop with this game plan. It's accountability. I'm not saying, Vaughn, that they should stay in that way, but like your savior came to show people the way. Who is showing them the way, Vaughn? We just criticizing them when they do it wrong. I'm sorry, you muted, Brother Clarence. Go ahead.
Well, at least let me speak for myself. Let me speak for, I think, Vaughn. I don't think we're criticizing them. We're just saying that there's a standard that we should be as men. Here's the standard. And if you're not up to that standard, then you're not up to that standard. And this is where you should be at. That's all we're saying. We're not saying you're a bad person because you did this or you did that. We all have done bad things. So there's none of us are able to tell the next person you're a bad person. But what we can do is say, brother,
I think
if you
everybody.
if you
and let me
want to
say this before I didn't mean to cut you off, brother.
No, go ahead.
Everybody on this panel has said being accountable, and we have dropped the ball. Y'all said it in different type of ways. It's so messed up to the point where what happened to us raising a village, and it takes a village to come together. That's the Black community has lost that. And people, only thing I do is I coach T-ball. I can coach baseball. I can coach high school. I can coach middle school. I coached T-ball Black kids when I was in the United States. For 20 years, I coached T-ball. And the reason I did that was not to show them how to play baseball, to give them some damn structure, to let them know they have to listen, stop all that crying. Mama, stay your ass up there. Let him cry. He got busted in the head with the ball. Let him just take it. Daddy, sit your ass down somewhere. Yeah, your son ain't playing because you didn't bring his ass to practice. It take a village. You have to start teaching them at an early age. And we have dropped that ball as Blacks. It's just a shame. So that's what I want to say.
Okay, y'all. Let me ask all of y'all a question. If we got this situation raging out of control right now, and shout out to Jill's Chocolate Boutique, by the way. Shout out to Jill's Chocolate Boutique. If we got this situation raging out of control, what do we do? I mean, are we going to just say, well, we're not going to say nothing because we don't want to hurt these guys' feelings? Nothing was said to you when you was learning. There was no organized way of you guys learning this information. So therefore, we're going to let you continue on your path of destruction of the Black community, right? Funded by the U.S. government. Meanwhile, we're going to start here. Well, I think we should start at a higher age and work our way down as far as the sexual situation going on. Now there's some things we can talk to them structurally at a younger age. Structurally, yes. But sexually, we should work our way from the top down, right? Because at some ages, we can't even enter into this conversation. So let's start from the top down.
I'll say this. I'll go ahead and say my little piece first. The system in the United States has fucked us up as Blacks. It's out of there. It's out of there. We don't have no control. The church and then the pastors, they having sex with boys and stuff like that, and girls and all that stuff, and it's messed up. That's why I have worked hard my whole life to try to uplift the Black community, but it all falls back on the church, the system, the United States, CPS, calling the 1-800 line and all that shit. I don't have to worry about that over here. Everybody busts each other across the head. They don't listen. They mama slap them in the head. You don't have to worry about none of that. That's why I love it here. I get a switch. I whip their ass. I don't have to worry about somebody saying, you hit my son too hard. He got 2 whelps on his leg. He's supposed to have 2 whelps on his leg because I hit his ass. And, so that's how it worked. So and then the parents are like, that's right. He should have got an ass whip him. I'm so glad. And then the other parents are like, good job. It ain't like that no more. They want, well, what did he do? And what did she do? And why did you put your hands on him? Why you ain't call me first? Why you ain't do this? Nobody want to hear that shit. Now your child is out of control because they always have something to fall back on.
Right.
That's it. I'm sorry. I'm off my soapbox.
Nah, let me acknowledge Abel. Abel, man, you on the right track. You on the right track. You know what I'm saying? You should fully vet any potential person you about to sleep with, sexually select. You should put not just a spouse, anyone. Hopefully it is a spouse, but anyone. Because in today's world, like Negro said, you know the landscape already. If you conceive a child with a woman, you have lost, when you sign that birth certificate, you have lost control over anything that goes on with that child. That birth certificate gives the state the right to come in and under the guise of the welfare of that child, break your whole family up. So you know this going in. But like I said, how can we do this? How can we get this?
Well, you know what? Going back to what you said earlier, y'all was talking about this earlier before I came in. Right now, I can look out my window right now. It's 4 girls. They 13, 14, 15 years old, and it's 19 boys hanging around them right now. They ready to have sex with them. They ready to penetrate them right now.
Agreed.
They 14, 15, 16 years old. That's in the United States also. And I don't know what the parents said. The girls, they touching on each other. They ready to go into the back, and they ready to go in the woods and have sex. That's just boy. Men are they hormones are just raging. They ready to have sex.
But that's something that we got to deal with, right? I mean, why are our young men, if everybody on the planet has television, everybody on the planet has the internet, yet for some reason, 7 out of 10, 70% of children born in the Black community are born in single family homes. We all have these, television and internet and all of these different things that's promoting all of this constantly sex to us. We're gonna have to find a way around that to take especially our boys, but both the boys and the girls, and cool them off. Right. When you got the internet that's showing them around the clock Cardi B, around the clock Nicki Minaj, around the clock Megan Thee Stallion, right? Where I'm not trying to be offensive to any of these women. I respect them as business women, but the caricatures that they play, basically city girls. They're basically prostitutes. I'm just putting it out there.
So let me ask you.
They smart prostitutes though, because they decide to marry other multimillionaires. Look at Jay-Z and Beyonce. Jay-Z look like Eddie the Monster. He's ugly as hell. But they decided to be together. So they are smart prostitutes.
What are the chances? What are the chances of most of the women that look at Beyonce marrying a Jay-Z? What is the likelihood of that situation?
If Jay-Z ain't have no money, she wouldn't even be looking this way.
But I'm saying he do got the money. Let's say the same girls as run around trying to be Beyonce or Nicki Minaj or whatever. What is the chance that they would snag what is the likelihood of them snagging a dude like Jay-Z worth $500 million, $750 million? What is the likelihood of them snagging a guy like that? I would think it's not that high.
Slim to none.
Slim to none, right? So therefore, following after somebody who you can't reproduce their results, why do that? That's because I follow a trader that's trading on the stock market, and he make $1 million. I'm following Warren Buffett, but I don't have the money to invest like Warren Buffett. I can't get into where they running and bringing him investments. The only thing he got to decide is how much money he wants to make off of it. This one will make you 20%. This one will make you 15%. This will make you 30%, whatever. But we're not in that cut. So nobody's going to bring those investments to us. So therefore, we got to be our strategy has to be different. See, that's what I'm saying about women and men.
Nobody's teaching them. We're allowing outside forces to control our community. And that's what we need to be more concerned about as Black men.
But why are we allowing that though, brother? Why are we allowing it?
We suckers. We drop the ball and we want to argue with the women. Then we want to put another Black man. We are too scared to come together and go after and set.
Why?
We have to have standards, right? Because we dropped the ball, Clarence.
No. But why are we scared?
Because we
see the problem. Let me lay it out for you, New Growth. If we see the problem, we see what it is. And we know what the enemy is already lined up on the horizon against us. We know every weapon they're going to use. We know how many weapons, we know how many rounds they got. We know how many, all the different weapons they got. We know just when they're going to use them. We know all of that. And we still walk right out into the middle of the field.
But let me say this. If we are scared, do we admit that as a Black man, as a community, we're scared of our enemy? Right?
I would agree.
Okay, so how in the hell do you expect your woman to respect you?
But your first enemy
I
is
mean,
the
how
enemy
can your woman, how
of the
can your
self.
woman respect you? How can your woman or your women respect you when they know you are not even willing to defend her? Of course, you're gonna go to the enemy.
Wait, hold on. This is what I'm saying. The woman is out to survive. Now, if she's gonna survive off of your back or your enemy's back,
She's made to survive off our back. That's how it was made.
But what I'm saying is, if your back ain't strong enough, she'll go to your enemy.
So even all of the stuff you're saying, like the vetting
Shout out to
and all of this,
Shout
out to Sim. Even the vetting and all of these things that we're talking about, use contraceptive, be very this and that. She doesn't respect us because we are scared to take ownership of our destiny.
Okay, I agree with you with that.
That's the problem.
Okay, but that's not the problem. That's not the problem. The problem is, see, we think it's a big enemy out there that we can't do nothing about. There is not an enemy out there that we can't do nothing about. It's the enemy on the inside that we have the problem with. We ain't overcoming that enemy. We got the self-talk and of self-doubt in our own brains that we can't overcome that. And so we see stuff like we see that our open enemy will put systems in place that will let the woman just hopscotch right over you, right? Okay, so we see that. How are we going to get around that? And the thing I'm saying that we got control because we as the men got control of this whole situation. We got control, but we don't think that we do. We think that somebody else got control of it when we got control of it. How you got control, Clarence? Because we can start teaching these young men to eliminate the women that don't go with the program, eliminate them from the sexual selection process.
But how do we know that these? See, that's my point. These men are in a position to be men. So you're dealing with a cesspool of dysfunction. Do you know that Martin Luther King, after his first date with Coretta, he said, "I'm gonna marry you." Back in the day, they married at 3 weeks. So all this vetting stuff that we talking about, that's another form of fear. We're not prepared as a community. We haven't raised our kids enough to be stable and to know what their purpose is.
Wait, you didn't qualify that. Now let's qualify what you said about Martin Luther King.
Okay.
At that time, there wasn't a media blitz of promiscuity and
I know this.
I
know this, but I'm just saying.
So the mentality of the women at the time was not as the mentality of the time. The wickedness has multiplied itself 10 and 15 to 100 times over just from that short time to today.
How did the wickedness multiply itself?
It multiplied itself because we allowed it. We allowed it. Oh yeah, we allowed it. And I'm tell you how we allowed it. They meaning the government made it okay for you and me to not be in the household with the woman. We made it okay, and it made it fair seeming to the women. And the women didn't understand it because welfare wasn't just offered to black women. It was offered to women across the board, mostly white women. But white women took it. But what happened? Here's the major difference in what happened. The major difference in what happened was the white church told white women, don't run around with your hand out. White women took that as, okay, I'm getting this now, but I got to get a man. See, the white church went out and said that. The black church did not. The black church had many other different issues going on, and they didn't address that when it came out. So white women received the most benefits, welfare benefits. They was able to get off of welfare. Why? Because they said, okay, I got this now, let me find a husband. And that was and that's what they thought black women were going to do. They did not know that black women was going to stay on welfare. And once they saw that it was working for them, they kept them on it. Here's another little benefit. Here's Section 8. Here's this. Here's that. Here's WIC. Here's SNAP. Here's this. Here's that. And they kept them on it. Why? Because it kept us apart from each other, right? They had to get us out the house. You saw the movie Claudine, I played it over here, right? Welfare workers coming over to the house. You got to get the man out of the house, get his tennis shoes out, get his jackets out, get his clothes out, get all that stuff out the house. So, because they're going to come in and look in the bathroom and looking everywhere, trying to see if you got a man in there, right?
That's right.
And they busted her, right? Because she had a brand new toaster. They said, oh, we're going to cut your benefits because you got a toaster. Right?
Listen, brother, you talking about the Claudine movie. Like I watched it after y'all showed it. What happened at the end?
Well, at the end, everybody went to jail.
Well, no, the black man was about to marry her, regardless of the situation.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but I'm saying, look at all the stuff that he had to go through.
Regardless, we gonna go through
he was just like now. He was just like a lot of these guys now. He wasn't gonna marry her. He was just gonna keep on hitting her.
No, he was gonna marry her at the end.
In fact, he had a kid and a woman on the side. He had a kid and a woman.
But didn't he marry her at the end?
At the end, he was going to. Yes.
But that's my point. We had an integrity. We had something in us. At the end of the day, as much as despairing the situation was, we had a commitment to our community. Right now, it's no commitment from either side.
Agreed.
So the brothers that you were arguing with, they were right too. What you're saying is right too.
Wait, no. How were they right? Let me tell you what I said, and then you tell me who's right and who's wrong. I said that nothing can happen without the man giving away the sperm. Everything is subsequent to that. Am I right or are they right? They were saying that the woman has more ability to stop the birth.
But it's vice versa too, right? I mean, why we want to separate it? Like, there's no such thing as a man or woman without each other's man, woman, and child. Like,
no, but I'm saying if we as men right now, if I could get every man on the planet to say, okay, we're not going to have sex with no woman until XYZ condition occurs, right?
Right.
And if that condition don't occur, then the women don't have sex. How is any women? Now the women might go have sex with each other, but there ain't gonna be no conception. There will be no conception. Correct?
Chirac. You right. Huh? You right. But remember the movie Chirac, Spike Lee?
Yeah.
Remember the whole concept was the women said we ain't giving up no sex until you men do. It's the same thing. We're bumping our heads.
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
They can do the same thing too.
They can do the same thing, but they're not built to do the same thing. You built to do the same thing. You are the God of this planet. You can do whatever you want to do. But the thing is, you don't know that you are.
Exactly, but we'll never
know that you are.
You're right.
You think that you subsequent to your woman. Well, if they hold out for sex, then I gotta. How can your woman hold out for sex? How? When she see God come into the house, she thinks she gonna hold out for sex? I ain't never had no woman hold no sex out for me. I can't even relate to this conversation. I don't know what no woman hold out no sex for you.
I'm about to say, man, y'all about to make me roll up another blunt, man. It's crazy.
You are the man. You are the man. You are the God of the planet. You are the God of the planet. What I mean when I say God, I mean you can do whatever you will. Right? White man walks into his community. He's the God of that community. He does what he wills in that community. He even goes over and does what he wills over in this community. That's because we the sleeping giant.
So we're no longer the gods. If he can do what he wants to do, we're no longer
that don't mean you ain't the God. That you just asleep. You just asleep. You got power. If you realize and recognize and woke up and realize you got power, you got power. Just like he got power.
And I, me living here for 3 years in the Dominican Republic, I compared things to the United States. But I'll say this, what I have noticed, and this is deep, y'all really have to understand this. These women don't have no type of government assistance at all over here. Zero.
Okay, John, good. John, how are they living? How are these women live?
Some of them are living good because they have a man and they listen to their man. I ain't trying to say women need to listen to men in the United States. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say
the women do need to listen to the men in the United States. Come on. Well, that's an okay statement.
I'm not trying to say, I'm not trying to say that men should rule over women. That's what I'm trying. That's not what I'm trying. But that's what's happening over here. They have nobody to go to when they have these kids besides that man. They can't go get no food stamps. They can't go get no welfare. They have to sit there and listen. And the man, some of the men, and they dirty because they got so many beautiful women here in the Dominican Republic. They got two, three different women, but that woman gonna stay right there. And I mean that it was like that in the 50s and 60s and 70s also, where the woman stayed with the man no matter what. But that happens here because they don't have any type of any support or backing from the government. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, that's in a lot of countries too.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Brother Clarence,
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
brother,
ahead.
no, you're good. He's muted right now.
Do you see that? Okay, real quick, Jay. Let me knock this out. Do you think that these women are living good? I mean, are they? If you go to those shanty towns, maybe in the DR, maybe in Haiti, maybe in Venezuela, Chile, these places, most of those places will be filled with single moms, right?
Oh yeah, the majority of them are single moms
because they're not getting welfare and they have to live, right? So
right now, let me say this. Now you got a whole bunch of beautiful dime piece women that's intelligent. They married these multi-millionaire Dominican men and these German men and these rich white men that's over here that's 80 years old that's married they got a 24-year-old woman and they pregnant. They taken care of and they ride it out. They ride it out because they know that they money is long. They can go get a Gucci purse. They can go get this. They can go get that. So the beautiful women are here also, and they taken care of, and they have children by these old men and these white men and people like that. So you see both sides, but of course it's way more poor people and way more families and women that are struggling here in the Dominican Republic. It's a whole bunch of them.
Thank you. All right, Jay, I got a question for you.
Yeah, man.
Jay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
She want to say,
okay, good.
Hey,
I got a question for you.
My daughter, my Dominican daughter want to say hey to y'all. Come on.
How you doing?
Hola.
How's it going?
How you doing?
Greetings.
How are you? How are you?
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Much respect for that. Much respect.
Yeah, much respect. Thank you.
Man. All right, man.
Don't nobody ever say hi.
She just being nosy. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Who you
Don't worry,
talking
my
to,
ex was nosy too.
Okay. So all right, let's get down to business, gentlemen, because we got to figure this thing out. Man. All right. So Jay, got a question for you.
What's your question?
Is responsible for the conception, or who has more power in determining whether a life was going to come forward when conception occurs?
The woman.
Huh?
The woman.
Women? Okay. How? Please explain that
It's
to
their
us.
body, their choice, and they can choose whether they give birth to this thing or not. Not me. I don't have a say in the matter. In the United States, I don't have a say. And I want somebody to tell me where I have a say, unless she is my wife.
Can I tell you what you have to say at? Can I tell you what you have to say at?
What do I have to say at?
Prior to the conception. You can walk away. Prior. You can walk away. Instead of laying down with this person, you can walk away. Is that true or is that not true?
Depends.
Okay.
Hold on, brother. No.
Man.
Depends. You're talking about like, okay, say I never laid down with her at all, then yeah, I can walk away. If I already did that and then I will try to walk away, she already knows who I am.
No. Not already did it. No, I'm saying there's two parts. There's the prior to the conception, then there's the conception, right? All the woman's, most of the woman's contraceptives are designed to deal with after conception. They're designed to deal after the conception has occurred. Most of them are designed to deal with that situation, right?
Yes.
How can a conception occur unless you give her some sperm?
Depends if she was on
ain't no man. I wouldn't. I'm gonna speak for me. I wasn't thinking about that coming up. I wasn't thinking about at his age. I was not thinking about that. I was trying to get it in, and even if she was an ugly girl, and if I can get some, I get it. But just don't tell nobody, ugly girl. I'm gonna go ahead and get some.
I agree.
That's me. That's how
I agree, bro. But that's what I'm saying. But see, New Growth already told us we're in a different situation. We know what the situation is. He said we all know it already. Even these guys at a young age, we got to get to them at the young age and let them know, no, you have control. Because where you put your penis is going to determine the way your life goes. You put your penis
or you
in the
just
wrong
remain
person.
celibate. How about that?
Huh?
You think about that?
What's that?
But no, it's a terrible option, but dudes will never admit to it unless they have less D control. You could just be celibate until marriage. You can just do that.
Like Brother Clarence was
I don't see why.
You gotta be taught. You gotta be taught.
Yeah.
But see, I'm not saying you got to be celibate. What I'm saying is,
hey man, hey listen, you want to be safe and not get trapped? Then don't do it.
Wait, that's the safest way. I'm a realist, Jay. I'm a realist.
I'm a realist too. That's why
I know that men are not going to do that. I know men are not going to be celibate. But what I'm saying is that you need to look at every woman you lay down with as a potential mother for your children. Is this woman as a potential wife? Yeah, that too. You should.
Not that too.
But definitely
part of our integrity that we've lost.
Well. But I'm just being real. I'm just being real with it. A new growth. That I understand that a lot of men are not going to do that. But at least the least that you could do is look at this person like, hey, is this woman going to be a good woman to my children? Is she going to promote my program to this child?
Yeah.
If she's not going to promote if she's, already she's rebellious just in our relationship, of course she's going to bring that rebelliousness into a relationship with our child. Correct?
Brother Clarence, that's what I was going to say. That I'll follow with you, brother, because I know what you're going to say next. I think I have an idea what you're going to say.
Go ahead.
My thing is, I wouldn't even let it get it to be in the bed to be up. First of all, I tell people I don't lay down with with nobody I don't like. She can be pretty on the outside, but she be ugly on the inside. And I already know if she has bad habits, very bad habits that are not becoming of her of being a mother, let alone a wife to me. No, I wouldn't even lay down with her. Like people don't know. I don't skip.
It's not a lot of. It's not a lot of people. It's not a lot of people that think like you. It's not a lot of people that think like you. Not a lot of men that think like you. And that's a good thing. That is awesome. And I just want to say that it's a whole bunch of men that don't think like that.
They should. They should.
It's just that, I'll be honest, it's just like for them, it's just the urge to want to smash something. That's all. I think that's their problem. And also how they've been raising up. And now we're getting into the deeper issue. It's a dangerous dichotomy to give them personally. That's how they get screwed over. Because when times we're in now, you will get screwed. And that's why I said, like, what power do they have at this point? I know what Brother Clarence is saying. I would agree with Brother Clarence if he said, like, you just met her, you didn't smash her, and you said, like, I want to have kids with you. I'm like, sweetheart, you're already riding from the start. Why would I even lay down with? First of all, I wouldn't touch you to lay down with you. And I've turned down somebody like that before. It was probably not the best reaction I got, but I didn't give a damn. It was for my safety. I don't care. I didn't give a damn. Like I could easily turn that down for my betterment because I know something toxic and bad was going to come down the road of that. Just off one bad brief interaction, I'm like, all right, I'm out. I'm like, whatever. You're terrible. You're not worth having kids with at all, let alone laying down with. Because trust me, because I'll say this, because some of the guys nowadays, sex is a joke to them. They don't take it very seriously like how I would take it seriously. Like I said, this is life and death to me right now. I'm talking about somebody carrying my kids. Somebody who could possibly weaponize that against me here, which technically, I won't be here.
But this is the
because
issue.
Of that shit.
That's the issue. See,
it can't be trusted. That's what I'm saying. Like little things like that, it can't be trusted, and that's what I'm saying.
But I hear you, Jake. This is the problem, though. This is the problem.
And Callie's bad for that too. To be honest,
I want Doc to get in here too. But this is what I'm saying. That okay.
Salute, bro.
My point is that the men are the ones that actually bring the life forward, right? Nothing can happen unless you impregnate the woman. The women don't impregnate you. You impregnate her. And so, but here's the thing. A lot of these guys want to have recreational sex, unprotected recreational sex, right?
Talk about it.
Okay, so that is the issue because
I've been there now. Listen, I've been there. I've been there.
Why you think they want to do that?
Brother Vaughn?
I've been there now.
Oh yeah. Most of man, all of us.
To be honest, we've all been.
All of us have been there. All of us have been there.
Hey, I assume he picked his woman the first time, right? That's what I assume.
No, brother. if you can see the top of my head, Vaughn's head, maybe even Dr. Hood, I know John. You see so many bumps, you'll be able to tell your future, man. You see so many bumps on all our heads. But we trying to impart this knowledge to y'all.
That's
so,
right.
Okay, so Jay,
I'm taking this seriously. I want to hear what y'all got to say about
it. Okay, here's the issue, and then I'm gonna let Doc rock. So the issue is that a lot of these young men they going out to have this premarital unprotected sex, right? And so the problem is, everything is cool as long as you don't ring the bell. The problem is most of these guys ain't looking to ring the bell. They're looking to just have a good time, but then they ring the bell. But now you picked a partner who you got a co-parent with that you don't really even know this chick. You don't know what her background is. You don't know what is going on with her. You saw her in the club. Her breast was popping out of her little shirt she had on. Her booty was, popping out them jeans, right?
Brother Clarence,
corner street hoe.
You give that analogy as if that's a stereotypical. I know that happens a lot of times, but a lot of times, man, you met a girl at your job. You met a girl at the grocery store. Y'all been dating and boom, boom. She was a nice, love make you do crazy things. Not saying, I know you're going to vet, right? But come on, we men, right? You're going to vet, but at a certain point, you're going to be like, you overlook things. Everybody looks over things.
Of course. But most of the time, new growth.
My wife didn't overlook things and my shortcomings.
But most of the time, new growth, most of these guys are that's having these they making single mothers is because they just was in it to win it. They wasn't trying to, I'm trying to have a relationship with you. Yeah, that happens sometimes. But most cats that are having these babies that are getting taken. I saw another dude last night on child support court. Well, man, this dude was like, you know what? Y'all want too much money from me here. I'm just sign over my rights. I mean, he was just trying to sign his rights over, right? They was like, you can sign your rights over, but you still gonna pay, right?
all of us up there just admitted to, hey, we slipped up and went in there without the Jimmy.
Of course.
Right? So we could have all been potential be these guys. So did you meet her at the club? The girl that you do? Come on, it's life.
No, but we got to put the lessons out there now. We can't. We got the information. We got to give it to them now. We can't hold it. The man said, "What man having a light would hide it under a bushel barrel?" We got the information. Why are we hiding it?
No, let's tell them. My point is, we saying it like these guys in the club just want to smash. A lot of times that's not the case. A lot of times you with a girl. No, a lot of times.
Get out of here, new growth.
Come on, I'm telling you. So the girl that you met and it just.
Oh, you going to the club to look for a study buddy, right?
No, let me get. Yeah, of course at the club, but I'm saying like
that's funny.
Study. I missed that was a slip.
Boo. Anybody in here know the 4 Psalms? Anybody in here want to go over Revelations?
Hey, Vaughn, Big Brother Vaughn.
If you would have said the library, I would have agreed.
I grew up in the church. You know where the most oopsie pregnancies happen? In the church, in the choir, so it ain't everybody in the club. Stop giving that false analogy.
I'm saying it, brother. I'm saying, listen.
Proof to that.
If you fish where there's mud in the water, if you fish in the mud where there's mud in the water, man, some of the fish you're gonna pull up gonna be dirty more than others. If you go someplace and fish where it's clear, right?
But the church is one of the clearest places there is.
Is it?
Supposed to be.
The church is a hospital. It's sick people in there. Ain't nobody in there because they doing good. Everybody in there trying to do good.
First time I've ever heard that.
It's a hospital. It's where sick people go. Right? Hold on. First, y'all, man, it's my fault. I cut off Doc. Let me let the Doc at least put his opening remarks out there. Come on, Doc.
Hey, I'm glad y'all having this conversation. I seem like I changed my mind 3-4 times just listening to y'all.
Oh, wow.
Hey, one thing I know, of course, you got to make the right decisions, but I was always a firm believer. I still kind of walk like this, that, everything happens for a reason. I think if you have a child with the wrong woman, that's bad practice. Yeah, there could be things that could spiral down and maybe it could take a little bit from this and you'll have to add it to that, but it will never ruin you. Like, let's get that out of our head. And a lot of times these kids, whether if you wanted them or not, they sometimes the biggest blessings to some of these men.
There you go.
You know.
Preach.
So I just always try to look at the glass half full. But you know, now back to reality. Now, you know, you definitely got to make the right decisions. I think just like a woman that you feel is not fit to be a mother, I think you shouldn't even spend much time around her, you know, just so you won't set yourself up for failure. Like, you know, quality, like those are the attributes of being a good man, having a self-awareness, awareness about people around you. You know, those are good traits that usually we naturally have, you know. So if you see a woman that's moving a certain way, or she's not doing this, or you feel like she'll buck the system, and you know, it could be little small things that she does that will exclude her, because that's kind of how I rolled. You know, I got children with two different women, the majority with the woman I'm with now, but I knew that both of those women were more than capable of being good mothers. And that's why my guard was down around them. But when I was around other women, just growing up, being a man, I was always, I mean, maybe not 100% of the time, but 80% of the time, I was super cautious around other women, you know. So, you know, I don't know if that'll help somebody, but you know, I'm just here to chop it up with the fellas today. You know, good to see y'all.
Man. Thanks, Doc. Now, because we want to clear this situation up, because I want the young. Okay, then my desire is for the younger brothers, and when I say younger, I mean 40 and down. I want those brothers to be able to take this information and understand that it's not just a lock, right? And I agree with you guys. You're right, Sister Annie. The club is not the only place where poor behavior is. I get it, but what I'm saying is, you're going to a place. This is you fishing out of a place where you know that they got snakes there. I mean, at least at the church, the snakes are, the snakes are trying to turn into doves, right? They at least they trying. That's why they quote unquote there. I would say the majority of them.
Are they really?
I would say the majority of them are.
Are they really?
Well, I mean, now, are they being successful, Vaughn? That's a whole nother conversation, right?
You know,
Same thing with the mosque. Same thing with the mosque.
Exactly. And are they sincere about?
The people are in there trying to turn and trying to live a better life, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, when you go to a place where it's nothing but hitmen there, you know what I'm saying? You might take a couple, right? You might get winged a couple times, right? Because that's where you fishing from, right?
Yeah.
This person might take longer to uncover their real motives, because they're in a place where basically it's a Halloween event, right? This person dressed up to look like this. This person dressed up to look like they're a millionaire. This person dressed up to look like they're a promoter.
And you never know what you're gonna get.
Exactly. All of them broke. Most of them
you're going to get.
Right.
That's the problem right there.
Y'all on some slippery.
That's crazy.
Because let me ask y'all all of this. Like,
here come my brother right here. Now, wait a minute. We on a what now? We on a slippery slope.
Slippery slope with church shoes on.
Now that's slippery.
Because I remember when I was kind of younger.
Shout out to Tony.
Would go out for her birthday with her girlfriend. Like, if I'd have met her in there, would I have missed out on like anything in the club? I know Sister Annie or all the girls. Sometimes they might go out with the girls night and just, these are great women. They just like to hear music and have drinks and have fun with the girls.
Shout out to Volo.
Right? Family reunion. Right? I hear what you're saying, but it's not. I hear what you're saying, majority y'all, but that's not cast a whole spell over people that enjoy the nightlife. Right?
What you mean?
I'm not saying, I'm not, maybe you're not saying that, but
I know exactly what he's saying. Listen, everybody in the club is not just there for, ill purposes. You know what I'm saying? So we can obviously say that. We can obviously say that.
It depends on how they're behaving, also. You know.
Yeah, and we could obviously say that about the club and the church.
Now if they all on the ground at the club and drunk and drinking. You see her getting drinks from random guys and stuff. I mean, come on, that's not the type of woman you want to raise your kids.
No, I agree. I agree. Dr. Hood, I agree with what you're saying.
Verses.
But you can't say that everybody
on
that's in
TV
that
had a corner over here that he was going over Bible verses last week.
Man, you know Clarence ain't been to the club since Cameo was popping.
Well, the next day you get the number at the club, but then the next day that's when you ask those questions. Guys got to get more comfortable with asking questions. You know?
I would say,
okay, Vaughn. Let me ask Vaughn. Vaughn, what are they going to the club for? If they're not going to either potentially set something up for later, what are they going to the club for?
Well, you know what? And I'm gonna
get some tail.
The chicken wings. I came for the chicken wings.
Ain't nobody going there for some food, bro. You get that at the comedy club. The hell.
I know. If they're a certain age, I say if they under 30, then I mean you could get a pass for just casually.
Well, you know,
going
it's
to the club.
obvious that the club is a place to where you go to hook up, and we know that. But that's not the only place that's designed for that. There's other places that may not be designed for that, but these things are taking place. Some people go to church just to hook up. I mean, you know, people have different reasons as to why they go where they go. And so what I'm saying is everybody that's in the club is not there for that purpose. You see what I'm saying? But now the majority, hold on, but now the majority may be.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, you can't say that you can't put that whole thing on every single person.
Okay. What is everybody else there for, Vaughn? Vaughn, what is everybody else there for?
We like
the ones that are not there to hook up. What are they
a lot
there
of people listen. A lot of people want to socialize. A lot of people want to network. People go to the library, brother. People go to the club to network. Listen, people go to clubs to network and do business at the same time. You know, on off hours. I mean, it's a lot of reasons. So I'm just saying, I'm not negating the fact that people are going there to hook up. Don't get me wrong now. I'm not ignorant to that fact because listen, I have trafficked the club plenty of times. See, see what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, if I was to be honest, man, I don't do it now as much as I did when I was younger. But at the same time, I was up in the club. See what I'm saying?
All right, y'all. Let me bring Big Riggs in because I got another question to ask all of y'all. Don't any of y'all go away. I want to ask y'all a question. All right, Big Riggs, what's going on with your brain?
Hey, what's going on with everybody, man?
What's up, bro?
All right, brother. You got to represent for the brothers in the Bay. Big Riggs, who has more control over whether a life comes forth, a woman or a man?
Wait, say that again, because I missed that, Brother Clarence.
Who has more control over a baby coming, you know, being born, a woman or a man?
Okay, so I answered that earlier. So.
Well, it's 50-50 on making the baby, man. But if we're gonna talk about control, it's gonna be the woman.
Okay, why?
Well, she's the one that's gonna bring the baby into the world. So it really comes down to her decision. She's the final say.
Okay, now I agree with you. I agree with you guys on that. She is the final say. She is the final say. I agree with that. But who has a say before she even has a say? Who has to agree to give her the sperm? For that even
but that's going somewhere else. If we just gonna go by the question, that's why I said from the beginning, if to make the kid, it's gonna be 50-50.
Yeah, I hear you, Big Riggs. That's why I set you up like that, so that I can give you this next question. Who has who has the decision to make before that? In other words, before there can even be a conception, who has to agree to that?
Well, the man got to give her the sperm.
Oh, there you go. That's all I wanted to say. Okay, that's all. I just want us to.
Well, I mean, that's kind of, you know, that's a no-brainer though.
Yeah, right.
But in the same sense with that, Brother Clarence, isn't it only
my brother said that's a no-brainer?
When we
that's
can get
right.
pregnant?
When what you say? What you say?
There's only certain times of the month that a woman can get pregnant. Is ovulation?
Yep, the ovulation. Yep,
that sounds right.
He's double on top of the power, right?
Exactly.
Like they like to say, you can shoot the club up a certain amount of days, and ain't no pregnancy gonna be involved. She knows when she's gonna get pregnant. She knows when that time is coming, right? So
what she knows is irrelevant. You know that it's possible anytime. It's possible anytime for you. So
I know we're gonna try to fix this up. We're gonna keep trying to fix it up. But
well, the woman got more control then, if that's the case.
What?
The woman got more control then.
She got more control on the as the final say
over the whole situation.
To create the responsibility that develops into something where she now has all the say for that situation even to occur. The man has to agree to transfer ownership of his sperm. That has to happen first.
See, brother Clarence, you just saved yourself.
Though.
You just saved yourself by that last comment. Because I was gonna come lightweight, knock your head off, and I fuck with you.
But listen,
I was gonna lightweight knock your head off because she can actually go to the doctor and get some donated type sperm, and she has all full control, brother.
Yeah, she can do that.
So but you saved yourself by the way you just worded. Because I was coming for you. I was like, man, bro, Clarence.
We got to go against nature too, though. At some point.
Hey, man, kick him off the hill.
Okay, but fellas, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I know that a lot of times we get preached to that we don't have any control. We don't have any control, and we don't. At the point of conception, our job is finished until the baby actually appears. Our job is finished, right? We're just a support mechanism until the child actually appears. But before that conception occurs, it's our decision whether we're going to lay with this person. That's number one. Number two, it's our decision whether we're going to lay with this person unprotected. That's two. Those are two decisions that we have to make with our conscious mind. What we're going to do, right?
But can I add a third?
Okay.
Well, the third would be. And this is just kind of a wide thing, you know what I'm saying? Like not saying it's for everybody, but just kind of just a wide life type thing. People can vet and have a good situation and have, a good marriage and have the kids and everything. And then just one day somebody may not feel the same anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Agreed.
So I think that always kind of needs to be put out there too. You can do everything that you feel empowered to, be the best you can be in whatever circumstance you're in, you know what I'm saying? And things can be great. And then just one day, one of you can be like, you know what, I'm not with this anymore. And then you can have kids in the whole nine. And I mean, that happens, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's just something that needs to kind of be thrown out there too, man. Like, it's just, nobody's perfect, man.
No. It's not about being perfect, man.
But I'm just saying how we're talking about how you guys kind of brought up the club thing and how people can not all be for the, for the bull, you know what I'm saying? Like they can be there just to kind of have a good time. I ain't trying to smash and all that.
Right.
And that's fair. Like I get that. And that's why I just kind of put that out there that, hey, you can have a great situation for years. Your kids can be 25 now, you know what I'm saying, out the house. And all of a sudden, one of you guys is like, I'm not with this no more. I'm just putting that in there as a third. That's all.
Excellent.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. And I thank you for that, Big Rick. But the point I'm trying to get across to us as men is we gotta take more control over where we put our phallus. We got to take more control over that, as that will help us live better lives. Would you guys agree with that? Is anybody in disagreement with that?
I would
be
definitely
disciplined for sure.
I would definitely
No. I think we're on a consensus agreement on that.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, we would have to all agree on that point right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the point I'm trying to make. If we make better decisions,
it's why I said she doesn't get past step one.
Well, this is my point is that if we make better decisions, now let's put on top of that, the women make better decisions from the men that they choose. Now we got another element to add to
that's the other side of the spectrum. Exactly.
Right?
So we always have to have that conversation as well.
They got to hold the bar themselves
always
also, man.
Have to,
But that's what I'm saying. But I'm talking to a room full of men, not women.
Right.
So I'm gonna be talking about men, right? So that's what they got me on the mothership. Well, well, what about the women? Well, we was talking about men when I walked in the door, right? So that's what I'm talking about, right?
But brother, you can't give a man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother.
Now you can't give a man just rules, right? Without, like, you can't put us in battle or set us up for a game. And what's the biggest part about being a sports athlete? You got to study your opponent. They watch hours and hours of the people that they're competing against. So we have to know about the women's the aspect. That, I mean, what you're saying is true, but at the same time, we got to know a lot about the women. That has to be the question. What about the women? Even if it's just a bunch of men on here talking now, because it seems like we got a game plan.
Okay, brother.
On the field.
Let me ask you this: you want your wife and family to live well, live comfortably, right? I mean, you know, if you can get rich, cool. But if not, you just want them comfortable, right? You want them safe in a safe, comfortable environment, correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, you can tell your wife what you want, but ultimately, who are you going to put that responsibility on to try to bring that the most? Are you going to hold her responsible, her half responsible, or are you mostly responsible in trying to lead her into it?
You talking about the safe environment? You talking about the
safe environment for the house, for everything, for the stuff that you want of good for your family. You're going to want to be the leadership in that role of trying to make that happen, correct?
Of course.
Okay, so that's my point in this as far as creating responsibilities. I'm talking to the men, because men are the ones that's probably going to have to be the financial foot soldier for whatever responsibility we make. The government is not going to come in and say, "Oh, New Growth, you got a baby? Here, let me give you some money every month for that baby. Oh, by the way, let me give you this. Oh, well, let me take that back." They will do it. They will do it, but not as much as they're going to do it for women.
Right.
No, because if men started actually getting the benefits they could actually they were actually eligible for, they would shut it down, because when they want the stuff for women and children.
True. That's not true.
There's a social stigma.
I got all the benefits. I got all the benefits that a woman got. I got all of them.
You got what?
All the benefits that a woman got.
But here in America, there's a social stigma for men that's getting benefits, right?
I'm talking about in America, but the men don't do what they need to do to get all the benefits. I got child support. I got food stamps. I got Section 8. I got everything when I had my neck broken. I got child support. I got everything.
Yeah, that's why I pulled it back and said you can get it.
Men has to go,
but most men won't go do it because of the social stigma. But right. Jay's got to leave, y'all. I want to get Jay to give a final comment in here.
Yeah, guys, sorry about that. I gotta freaking chill out to do tonight. But no. I mostly agree with what everyone's saying. I think we gotta put ourselves in a position of power to be able to, like, walk away from the situations. And I understand that the girl could be drop dead gorgeous, but also you don't want to go with a regret that you may have made. Because I've always said to every guy out there, listen, you made your bed, bro. Now you gotta lie in that shit now. And I hate to have to say it like that, but it's like, if there's, now I won't say that to you if it's so far past the point where you can't do anything, but there's something you can do before it ever begins, man. Like I said, just take that precaution and really just, learn to walk away and say no. Because I know most, okay, in my mind, niggas, pardon my French, because I hate to use this term, niggas won't say no, but black men with some self-respect and dignity and pride in themselves will walk away. I will say that. I think that's the difference between the two. Just put yourself in a position where you have the ability to make that choice in that sense. But hey, man, brothers, you out there, y'all be smart, y'all be strong, y'all need to, because like I said, I love to wake up in the morning to know that brothers can be on top. And like I said, and that's how the way we
hit me up. Make sure you hit me up too, Jay.
Say it again, brother. Say it again, brother. I didn't hear you.
He said hit him up.
Hit me up. Make sure you hit me up too.
No, I definitely will. But yeah, man. Like I said, I love brothers coming together to come up with some interesting ways of how to deal with stuff. And I'm like, that's what it's all about. That's a brotherhood. When you come around, hear everybody's perspectives, not shutting other people down, but also hearing actual valid information that can help y'all one day. And that's why I'm always interested to how we engage in these conversations. Because, like I said, because I trust me, I'm around a bunch of black men every day, so I'm always curious to what intel I could ever get, and also just a little bit of advice that will always help. So that's why I said it's always important to really just listen and just drop your pride and just hear what's going around, man. Because that's how you gain more intelligence and how you get educated. But in that, like I said, you brothers be strong, be smart, and be safe. And man, may the grace of God and whoever you believe in, man, protect you and look out for y'all. All right, y'all take care, man.
Peace. All right, thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed to Jay Takashi, go over to Jay Takashi. Check him out, man. He's having some good discussion, man, doing some good work over there. All right, y'all. I got to get Sister Annie. Sister Annie said, I go to the club to feel the vibrations of music, do the robot under the strobe light. Sister Annie, I don't believe you. I think you out there. I think you out there looking for Bolo TV. Is anybody know Revelations? Anybody? Bolo TV, please come to the dance floor. Man. Bolo TV, come to the dance floor. Sister Annie looking for you. Bring your Bible. All right. Let's see. Who got a question? Who had a question? Abel's Journey had a question. Abel's Journey said, how willing are men to be without a woman while they work on themselves? That's a great question. It's a good question.
Not long. By the way. Not long.
But that's not how long.
I'm joking, but hey, there may be a lot of truth to that. Come on, let's be honest.
That is the problem, Vaughn. That is the problem. I was talking to a friend of mine just today. He was telling me about, man, I've been pursuing this girl for a whole bunch of time, man. And I was grooming her, I was getting her ready. And you know what she told me? She told me I'm gonna be with this other dude. And I said, man, that's just how it goes, man. All's fair in romance and war. That's just how it goes, man.
You know what, Brother Clarence? A lot of us older people who have been on the other side of things before we got married. A lot of us sit up here and we make our little statements and say things and as if we forgot what it was like. You see what I'm saying? Because I was in that club, believe me. You see what I'm saying? And I made some mistakes, brother. You see,
we all have, brother.
And guess what? At some places and time, I was definitely out of control.
All of us.
You see, without any type of wait, hold on. Without any type of guidance. You see what I'm saying? So that's way out of control when you don't have no guidance. See what I'm saying?
Right.
But because of maturity, I learned from mistakes that I've made in the past. And so now I can sit up here and share with those that may be experiencing some of the things that I experienced prior. Maybe I could shed some light, on their situation or give them some good advice, but not never getting to a place where I don't understand, because I know what it is to be burning on the inside because you just can't hold it in. You see what I'm saying? So, everybody's just not up here like, oh, well, just sit down and cross your legs. No, that doesn't happen with the men or the women. We have all burned in the lust of our flesh. Come on, let's be honest about that. Sometimes the flesh is out of control.
Easy, Vaughn. Easy, Vaughn. Easy, Vaughn.
Oh, I said too much. Okay. Okay, well, thank you, brother, for pulling me in. But I was getting ready to go on one. But needless to say, that listen, we are all responsible for our actions and how we govern ourselves. And at some point you can't really blame our past traumas and experiences on how we behave now as grown-ass men.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Now, a lot of us do carry it on into our adulthood. And we are definitely using circumstances as an excuse as to why we go upside people's heads, as to why we smoke crack, as to why we do a whole bunch of shit. You see what I'm saying?
Brother Blunt, the system got these kids like that right now.
And I believe it. I believe that. But what is the deterrent to all of that? And see, this is what the beauty is in these conversations. It's because we're trying to come up with the detour part, the part that deters you from going in that direction. And as grown men on the panel, what do we come up with? Because see, you have a lot of listeners, and they're quite younger than many of us. So
I'm sorry, brother.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I didn't mean I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, not a problem. Not a problem.
I have a suggestion. Start our own damn village and get some black people that want to work together and get everybody on the same page and bring them to the round table when somebody fuck up. Say, hey,
I'm accountable.
Right. I'm accountable. I'm sorry. And don't let them off the hook, and don't let them scream and cry and all that stuff. That's what I say. And don't let the white folks control your shit.
Right. And a lot of the things that we're going through now, like you talking about the sexuality, we all men, we know a lot of that is our way to show masculinity, right? I know why I was chasing girls at a certain age. I want to smash that. I knew why I was doing that, because a lot of areas of life I didn't feel like a man. I wasn't taught certain things, and that's not an excuse. But a lot of things, like the guys with the guns now and stuff like that, they shoot. That masculinity hasn't been cultivated, so we don't understand that. That's why I say you said a lot of these too young. But you had a great show on the other day about pedophiles, right? I let my daughters know now. We talking about these things now. If you can't listen to a man that you get with when you get older, if you feel you got to argue with him, that's not the one, right? See, and that's a lot of things, and men have to know, hey, my responsibility is this at young ages. Like, if this woman doesn't listen to me, I can't be with her, right? Or at certain point in times, I'm going to have to sacrifice. See, everybody thinking 50-50 now. Sometimes your woman going to not be in a position. I'm going to go get 2 jobs like that. But we've lost that history, man. We had ancestors, sharecrop, they had about 12, 13, 14 kids, right? A lot of us feel like we can't have kids because we making $45,000, $50,000. You can't have a kid, right? That's what a lot of these people out here telling us. Don't have no kids. You ain't got enough financial resources. Are you serious? People had 13, 14 kids, right? And these kids grew up to be successful people. So if we don't address the masculinity issue, right? Then when we tell these young black men to stop having sex, tuck it away, keep it to you, just further emasculating them. They're gonna want to have sex. We know that's human. We got to tell them at a young age, when you get with a woman, this is what your job is. It's not just sex is a great thing, but that's when you want to get in a relationship. When you making that commitment, this is for the rest of your life.
Right.
We think it's unrealistic, but it can happen.
I agree. I agree that what and that's why I say I'm a realist. Even though I'm saying, hey, this is the best way you could protect yourself from having a responsibility that you weren't prepared for. But I'm real. I'm being real. I know a lot of especially young men, they're going to be what, like my pops used to say, hot in the pants, right? You want to prove yourself sexually, right? Can I really, what is, you want to see how, like a horse that you put out in the wild, it's going to run and see how fast it can run. You know what I mean? It's going to see how fast it can go. You know what I mean? And that's how we are when we're young. They let us out. We want to see. But what we got to do is understand that we got to do is teach another paradigm. See, the paradigm now is your masculinity is connected to the amount of women you can sleep with. We got to redirect that and say, no, that is not masculinity. That's gluttony. Masculinity is, what can you do with responsibilities that's been handed to you? That's what we got to get. We got to push that as, this is what masculinity looks like. So even when they're coming up young, yeah, they're going to still want to have sex, but they're going to look at it as a responsibility, not as just a pastime. And that's what I think we're at the point now where our young men look at having sex with women. I got a granddaughter now, right? I don't want no man looking at but I know they're gonna look at her like that. She's just somebody I can have sex with, right? And so I want our young men to understand that when you have sex is not independent of responsibility. The Caucasian society have made up lots of different ways to try to remove the responsibility from sexual contact, right? They came up with bestiality. They came up with homosexuality. They came up with incest. They came up with pedophilia. They came up with all these different ways to try to remove the conception from sexual behavior, right? Unfortunately, that thinking has spread throughout the most of the world now, right? And so what we got to do is reconnect with our young people. Us as black men, we have to reconnect and say, no, brother, this is not fresh and fit. This don't mean nothing just because you slept with 30 women. That don't mean nothing. Unless them 30 women are all doing better now and they have clear heads and they're doing well and you got their finances together and you got them, unless they're doing that situation, just because you slept with 30 women or 50 women or whatever, that doesn't make you no more of a man than a brother that only slept with 10. What's the difference?
Truth.
Right? It takes much more energy to take one woman and turn her life into something magical than, just to go run around sleeping with everybody. Give them one magic night and that's it, right? It's tougher to be in there and hang in there and be in there for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. It's going to be my 33rd wedding anniversary this year. 30 years. You think in 30 years my wife ain't chased me out of the house?
And I'm going on 22 in February.
You know what I mean? Hid my keys from me so I couldn't leave. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And at the same time, we had some fun making them children. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be times, it's going to be different things that's happening. But we got to teach the responsibility. Unfortunately, our Caucasian friends have come up with lots of different ways. They came with bestiality, right? Lots of different ways where you can have sex without worrying about conception, right?
What you say now?
I said our Caucasian friends have come up with a lot, especially during the Roman and Greek empires. They came up with a lot of different ways to have sex without having the responsibility of conception, right? They came up with bestiality, homosexuality, incest, pedophilia. They came up with a lot of different things, right? A lot of different ways where you could have sex and not have to worry about conception occurring, right?
Wow.
Unfortunately, most of that stuff comes with violations. Most of that stuff, you have to violate somebody to be involved in that stuff, most of it, right? And so what I'm saying is, they've always been thinking, how can we have this sex without having this responsibility? And now even they got us even thinking the same way, right? How can I have sex without the responsibility? But what we got to do is get our young men to look at a female and say, this is not just somebody I could jump off. This is a responsibility. Now, if I'm going to choose to have sex with her, maybe I need to look at her a little closer, right? Because if I have a child with her, I need to know what she's going to do. Is she going to take me to child support court? Is she going to marry me? Is she going to follow my program?
See, that's the problem to me. If we thinking about child before marriage, right? Like these are the things that none of, I know some of us are religious, but none of our religions go along with that. See, but they have programmed us into thinking child before marriage, right? I'm not saying you're not gonna have sex before marriage, right? But I'm thinking like if I'm like like Vaughn said, we're older men now. So a lot of the 21, 19-year-old not gonna think like that, but we have to start instilling this in them at 9 and 10. If I'm gonna be knocking on, I'm gonna go ahead and marry. I'm gonna take that because but we don't have that confidence as black men to step into that role. Like Kevin Samuels used to always say, rest in peace. These white girls getting married at 21, 19, 22 years old because they have a confidence, they have a blueprint. We have been pumped with so much fear as black men, right? We we don't even look at it and say, stop marrying these girls. Like, if you're going to give that girl, vet her, do this, we're not doing that. We're just saying, keep it tucked away, stay away. Like my brother, Jay, respect to him, but man, we like you said, we the gods of the earth. You said be fruitful and multiply. What we talking about celibacy?
Well, see, you should be.
Our population in America hasn't grown because we're having more deletions and less children than
ever. My point, brother. See, this is the issue that I'm saying is you shouldn't have babies unless you are ready for that responsibility. I'm not gonna tell a 13-year-old, hey, I know you getting hard on, son. So going out there and have at it. No, you can't.
Well, let me be honest about this, and I can only speak as to how, I was able to maintain and although I made some mistakes, but there were many nights after the club, right? Where I had to go home and deal with myself.
Right.
See what I'm saying? So a lot of us ain't talking about that.
Wow, you keeping it real, Vaughn.
See what I'm saying? I had to come home and deal with myself.
Vaughn.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave it right there. Y'all figure that out.
If it ain't the titty bar, it's dealing with yourself. Vaughn, calm down, Vaughn.
Hey, I'm just being real, man. I'm just being real.
That's super real.
I'm just being real. And to be honest with you, a lot of times that kept me out of that situation that you're talking about, Brother Clarence.
I hear you, brother. And
see what I'm saying?
So
now, I ain't got no Bible for that. Now, hold on. I ain't got no Bible or scripture for that.
Yeah, where's that in the Bible? No. So what I'm saying is this. I'm not trying to tell nobody, hey, you can't have sex. I'm saying you should not unless you're prepared to deal with the responsibility that comes with. That's all I'm saying. I don't think you should have premarital sex. I don't think it's wise. But I know that people are going to say, thank you, Abel, because I was just going to ask you about that. I know people are going to do what they want to do. I think the best alternative, the best solution, and let me ask all of y'all, and these are our closing remarks. We're going to start closing off with this, but I'm going to lead it off. I think our best solution, or one of the best solutions, is for us to be an example to these young men and try to give them the information, not judge them, but tell them, brother, what do you want in your life? Do you want certain things? You want to be able to do certain things? Well, you can't handle that plus the responsibility of a child at this point. You're going to have to make a decision. If you want to be a dad, then be a dad. You ain't going to be able to go off and go do a whole bunch of stuff because you're going to have a responsibility, right? So that's what I think we need to constantly reinforce. Because look, let's all think back to Africa. When we was living out there in Africa, right? You're living in a village. You can't just get somebody pregnant and just go about your business. I can't just get New Growth's daughter pregnant and then I could go about my business. New Growth is coming to look for me. Hey, you got to marry my daughter. You got to marry my daughter or you are dead. That's it. There is no, you ain't going to, play around with my daughter. That's it. So the thing is, we got to be more involved as men in our children's lives, boys and girls. We got to be more there because you guys heard, like, let me finish this one. You guys heard, I had that pedophile, I had that pedo on this, I was showing him on the show last time, right? What did he say? What was the first thing he said? He said, I would not approach a child if the father is a threat. He said, the first thing I do is look at the father. If the father's involved and he's there, I wouldn't even approach the child. That lady asked him, what would you do to before you molested the child? The first thing I do is look at the father. Father's around, he ain't got to worry about me. I'm never gonna step to that child. So we as fathers, we gotta be there for our young girls and our boys, right? But we gotta be the example for our boys of discipline. We got an example of the discipline, not to judge them, not to tell them, oh, well, shout out to Scam. Not to judge them and tell them, oh, you a bad person because you out here having sex. We know they're gonna be having sex, man. What we try to do is cut down on the number of irresponsible instances of sex. And if we can cut that number down just in half, let's cut it down in half. We all, There's none of us out here, including Scam Likely, that has not rolled the dice. We all have rolled the dice out here. So we've been lucky sometimes, and sometimes it didn't work out, right? But now we got a whole nother generation, man. They think they're supposed to roll the dice. They don't know they got control of their situation. They can just stop having sex with random women, right? All right, so that's my question to y'all. What is the solution? If they haven't if they haven't already figured out that they got some power, some of y'all say it's the women got the most power, and I agree, they do. Big Riggs raised up a good question. He's right. Doc is right, he too, and you, New Growth, that the woman ultimately at the end of the conversation has the power to either bring the life forward or not. But women are designed to bring life forward. They're not designed to incubate a life and deal with it. They're designed to bring the life forward. So that's most likely what most women are going to do if you ring the bell. How do we turn the situation around? How do we lower the single mom, single dad rate in the Black community, which is out of control? It's like the Voyager satellite going around Saturn. It's just out of here.
Well, I feel like this. We have to be honest on both sides. I see you, Brother Clarence, and I respect, hey, the men, hey, we got to do something. But we got to keep in mind, Brother Clarence, that women were made, God made them for a reason. They have an attraction power. They are a part of us, right? So just to tell a man, hey, you have the power to vent, this woman has a power to manipulate us and to get us in ways we don't even know. You can do all the vetting you want to do, like Big Rig said. They can change. Anything can change. So cannot expect to be perfect. We just have to have a certain sense of control of the situation in our community. See, if our community, like you just gave the village analogy, in that village, it was a certain sense of control in that village. But right here, we're out of control. When I can go into the local mall in the wintertime and I can see a woman camel out there and the butt cheeks jiggling and the man, that is power over. I'm 45, so I learn how to breathe in a little bit and do some push-ups. But you're doing that for an 18-year-old kid out here, and that's all they've been pumped, right? They don't see functional relationships. They don't see past the physical aspect of it. Sexuality is a very powerful thing. When I was young and I went to church, that was where everybody was in there. We're gonna be celibate, but man, I seen so many people having sex in the bathrooms, and I said, "Oh my God, this is worse than." So when we try to hide it, because they never really addressed it in church, they just said, "Be celibate. Wait till you marry." They never addressed the issues of how a woman needs to control herself. That's what I give props to Louis Farrakhan about, because he always talked about how a woman should carry herself and a man should carry themselves. So when we don't do that and we just sitting up here on soapboxes, it's the women, no, it's the men. We're not teaching nobody how to be in control of their thing. The women play a part in this too. Regardless if you say, hey, if we control the sperm, they control the sperm a lot too. I give them about 40% of it. Because you don't. How? You seen a woman, Samson and Delilah, right? Samson and Delilah, Adam and Eve.
No. Let me ask you something, brother.
Okay.
If my wife decides that she wants to have sex and she wants to make a baby, I decide we're not having a baby right now, and I'm not gonna have sex with her. What does she control? What is she in control of?
Are you asking me this question as a grown ass man?
Yeah. Well, you just said that they control.
Not only that, but who has kids?
Right. You don't know how seduction. Seduction is one of the greatest powers in the world. Are you tripping? And when they got
I'm not.
That, wow.
Good point. Good point.
That's stuff that we are born to be sexual and to create and to.
I understand that. That's why hearing what I'm saying. You got a hole in your glove, brother. You're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying that the power of the mastery of the mind, the power of the mastery of the soul, can supersede even seduction, right? You got a man who demonstrated that in the Bible, right? He superseded the seduction that was thrown at him, right? Yeah.
Jesus.
That's just one example, right? Supersede the seduction. Same thing. You got another dude, Noah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Noah, come on in here. Let's get it on. Nope, I got to build this ark. But they saying you crazy. That's okay. I got to. I'd rather have them mad at me than him, right?
But weren't most men? But if we keep it in a percentage, when you say more men fell to the seduction than didn't fall, the normal was the fall.
See, I know, but that is a cultural thing. That is a cultural thing. See, in Africa, like I said, in Africa, you wouldn't be having sex and hooking up with nobody before you had your own hut and your own plot of land and your own cow and your own. Right. You wouldn't be hooking up with nobody because if you get that,
your own hut and cow, because you
wait, no, you have to turn that age. You had to get to that age. You could be betrothed to somebody. You could be betrothed, but you ain't hitting nothing until you got all of the stuff in place.
And that's what motivated the man.
So wait a minute now. Hold on. Wait a minute. So are we saying now that there was no indiscretions at that time and nobody made a mistake during those times?
No,
nobody had a pre-pregnancy during those times.
What I'm saying is they didn't live to tell. They didn't live to tell about it, Vaughn. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, so I like that, Vaughn. I like that, Vaughn.
So the penalty was death. Is that what you're saying?
There you go. You don't take my family name and soil my family name by taking my daughter and having her, making her an unwed mother. You're not gonna do that to my name.
Okay, so maybe some people lost their lives, but then children were born as a result.
But I'm saying it varies.
These are the views of Bro Clarence, you guys. These are the views of Bro Clarence.
The point is very seldom occurred because everybody knows what the penalty is for it. So it very seldom occurs.
And they got very young.
You don't want to disrespect anybody in your tribe because you never know who you're gonna need. You don't want to disrespect this man because you never know who you might need this man one day. You might need this man. It just out of respect, we have much more respect for each other. And I'm saying we could bring that back slowly. I mean, everybody's not going to jump on board right away, but slowly we could bring that back. Our people just don't understand. We don't think we got that kind of power. We just think, assume, it's just a woman. She has the power. I'm just a what do you call that? Victim of seduction. So, I'll never be able to make a good decision because of the seduction, right? Yes, you can. I've been there.
No. But like you look in certain.
But see, some people cannot resist temptation.
Because in the Bible, Vaughn said was unable.
And listen, that has been a problem with men throughout the ages, that we are unable to resist certain temptations. I mean, if we were to be honest about it, see what I'm saying? We see the candy, we know we shouldn't touch it and take it, but yet, hey, we are compelled to do it. But because we cannot withstand. Listen, I'm speaking from a natural aspect.
Right. I hear you.
Many of us are unable to withstand certain temptations, but I do get your point. And I think at some point we have to learn realistically how to deal with these temptations. You see what I'm saying? We have to be able to give answers as to, well, what do you do when you're burning in your flesh and you have nothing else to do? Should I just sit here and explode? Well, what did you do, Dad? Now, a lot of us dads gonna say, well, I didn't do nothing. Well, that's a lie, because we did a whole bunch of stuff behind a closed door.
Well, that's
okay. I'm gonna leave it there. But I mean, I don't know.
Okay, that's up to the individual.
Oh, we did a whole bunch of stuff behind the locked door in the bathroom. But I'm gonna leave that there.
Easy, Vaughn.
Okay,
maybe you're right.
I'm just saying, let's be realistic about the conversation. Because these young people, listen, these young people.
Vaughn been real explicit tonight.
Listen, I know, man. I mean, dang,
I never heard that version of Vaughn before.
No. I say this.
We need to call Ms. Vaughn and tell her, look out. Look out, man. Vaughn.
To a lot of young people. Listen. We have to be realistic as to, this enemy is shrewd, man. And the temptation that comes along with it, a lot of times it's unbearable. So we have to figure out some type of outlet. And just like Brother Abel's put a scripture in the chat, and I know that scripture quite well, because anytime it talked about a certain individual who spilled his seed on the ground and God was displeased. See what I'm saying? Well, God is going to be displeased whether I have a child out of wedlock or whether I do this, that, or the other. See, how am I going to maintain myself? Now, that's real talk.
I hear you. I hear you.
That's real talk.
So the thing is, what we got to do, what we all can agree on, how we get there, and what vehicle we use. That's something up to the parent. But the number one thing is, if we as the dads, if we got
wait
daughters.
a minute, Brother Clarence. You said now it's up to the parent. Listen, I have a teenager.
No. Listen, hear me out,
he, there's a lot of stuff that that he's doing that ain't really up to us because we can't monitor that.
Vaughn, you running down the path. You didn't hear me what I was about to say.
Go ahead.
I said that the vehicle that we use, we telling these young men, hey, if you want a future, to stay away from having sex with women and that you are not prepared to take on as a wife, and prepared to take on that child and be able to and take care of that child, right? Financially, spiritually, emotionally, right? Mm-hmm. And so we saying that, and you saying, Vaughn, hey, okay, that sounds good, but what's the vehicle you're going to use to make that happen? I'm saying that it depends on us as men, how we talk to our sons, what we feel is appropriate to talk to them about, right? But that's the second part. The first part is us telling them, what do you want out of your life? Because if you want your life to be any type of ways that's going to be able to be successful, typically your life will be more successful the farther back you push children until you have a stable environment to bring them into, right? The next thing I was going to say, we as fathers have to be there so that when one of these knuckleheads try to take out our daughter and think they're going to just jump off of one of our daughters or our granddaughters, they can come into the house. Oh, I want you to meet my grandfather. I want you to meet my father. And you sitting there cleaning the shotgun. See, that's old school stuff, man. They got to see us, and they got to see the fact that, man, my baby better come back here just like she left out of here. Because I'm coming for you if you don't. If she come any kind of way other than the way I sent her out the house, your ass is grass. There ain't gonna be no place you can hide from me, right? So that will reduce down on the young men that think, oh, well, she just a jump off. She just a this, she just a that. I'm gonna just go over there and do it. No, you're not.
I agree with you. But the thing you see, and that's the thing I think a lot of us miss as men, these women want it too. These women, I'm not saying it, but your granddaughter might be saying, hey, let's go over here. I want to meet. You know what I'm saying? So it's life things that we have to instill, and we have to get the girls prepared just as much as the boys.
I agree, brother, but we talking about men right now.
But we don't talk. That's what you saying, the solution. We don't talk about that. It goes strictly to that. And when a man brings up the other side, no, you can't do it one side. We are a 360 unit. So it's
brother, but I can't control. I could go to I could have a classroom full of women right now. How many of them you think are gonna listen to me? As opposed to the men that's hardly any of the men gonna listen to me, but I would think it will be more men that's gonna listen to me than women gonna listen to me, right? It's gonna be more men. So that's why I'm addressing the men. I agree with you. Women also need to be taught temperance, vetting, how to decipher the character of the man before they lay down with it. That's true. All of that's true.
Especially now more than ever when the society is allowing them to do things that we know as men is wrong. So they're getting
you don't see, but that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. If we start teaching these young men how to remove them from the sexual selection process, they won't be able to do that. How would they be able to do that if we remove them?
But
they're gonna have to come into submission.
We ignore the women, Brother Clarence.
Exactly. The ones that don't move the way we want them to, the ones that don't move the way we want them to move, yes, we ignore them.
I can't ignore them.
That's the majority of
it, Brother Clarence,
that's the
because
majority.
I have daughters that will be influenced by their
majority. That's the majority of them.
Yeah, that's the majority of them. Brother
I know this.
And so, Brother Clarence, let me tell you, when I was growing up, a man told me the same thing when I went and picked up his pretty daughter. He said, "Hey, listen, my daughter about to come back here the way that she left here. Her hair, a string of her hair better not be removed." Guess what I did?
What's that?
I laid her head on a silk pillow and had sex with her.
Okay.
And I took her right back to the house, and her hair was still like it left when it was still like it was when she left the house. So what's happening is, men do that, but when they get out, just like everybody else said, the man wants your daughter, but your daughter want that man, and your daughter may say, "That's my daddy. He crazy. Don't worry about daddy. You can hit it. It's fine, just as long as you don't mess my hair up."
There you go. Now, why would a girl do that?
Because she want it.
No, there's obviously a divide between the father's desire and her desire and her thinking process. There's a gap there, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm saying that because there's a gap there, right? That shouldn't happen. If the father is telling the daughter, "Hey, I don't want you to get involved in nothing like that," then the daughter should be saying, "This is my father. I can't go against my father.
But Clarence,
you want me to go against my father? I know you ain't no good."
Cardi B and Nicki Minaj and the women's in the free sex,
I hear you, brother.
this and that. So you are a big influence. But if everybody around it and nobody is you telling her, but if the man down the street ain't telling her, if the men, she can't look on YouTube and see men going and saying, "I'm holding you accountable just as much as that man," she gonna say, kids gonna go through rebellion, say, "Daddy don't know what he's talking about."
Who is the biggest influence in the house with girls?
Brother Clarence, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
My internet might be in and out, but I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna have to go in a minute because my internet in and out. Now I want y'all to grasp this. Y'all give me about 4 minutes so y'all can grasp this. And I keep using the Dominican Republic because I live here. They had a expats. Y'all know what expats are, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Those are people that moved here like I did. But they have a wave of expats that moved here 15, 20 years ago. Those black expats, they have children that are 10, 11, 12 years old now. The mama never came out the house. 98% of those children that I speak to, and I speak to the parents, the mama stays home. The mama can't drive at all. The mama is only, she cooks and she cleans. And these men, I know about 12 men that are expats that have children here in the Dominican Republic, and they have a full house, functioning house. The wife cleans, cooks, the kids are in school, they're grounded, nobody's pregnant. They go into school, they learning English and Spanish. Ain't no picking up no boys or no girls or none of that. So I'm saying, wow, that's what we're missing in the United States. And it's like I said, it's 12 or 13 men that they came here way before I came here. I've only been here for 3 years. But I talk to these men, 50, 60, 70 years old. They have 25, 30-year-old wives, and they started a whole nother family. And everything is just like, it's complete. Of course, they have the issues, but the wife just home. She can drive. She can't do nothing but cook and clean. And of course, they go out to dinner and have a good time. I'm not saying she's a slave or nothing like that, but all the children are good and sound. And a lot of them are Christians. A lot of them have God in it also. Okay, go ahead.
Appreciate you, brother. Okay, who was
so give me your do you see the difference from what I see? Do you see that?
No, I agree. I'm saying that's what we need. We need to have, you have to select a woman that's going to run your program, even when you're not there. If you selecting a woman that says, "Well, shit, I got a better program than you, why am I going to run your program? Shit, I'm going to run my program."
They don't make
them like your kids, but I'm going to run my program.
Brother Clarence, They don't make them like your wife no more. Your wife don't exist no more. Von Bryant wife,
right. You got it.
Von Bryant wife don't exist no more.
You got to come
hold it down for you. Oh no.
But what I'm saying, black man, is that
you got to come to a different. You got to come to a different country. You got to come somewhere else to like my brother just said. It ain't like that in the United States no more.
What I'm gonna say is this: it's very difficult to find. I will agree with you on that.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's difficult to find. But
I would definitely say it's like a needle in a haystack, as they say.
Exactly. Come on, Vaughn, you preaching tonight.
You know, and
But-
not to say that you can't find it. Now, hold on.
It's like
wait a minute,
Jesus
Brother
said
Clarence. Not
about
to
the-
say that you can't find it. You can.
There you go.
But it's different.
It's difficult.
Times are different.
And
But
it's just
not-
like what they said.
It's
in The
not
Godfather.
difficult. It's not, and I'm not trying to be all boastful on the Dominican Republic and these other countries. It's not difficult over here. It's not difficult over here.
Okay, I'll give you that. It's probably easier to find somebody that's going to go with your program. Why? Because the women don't have the opportunities over there like they do here. I get that. No problem.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, wherever you go, there's going to be women. Women are women wherever you go. You're going to have to deal with some difficulty somewhere wherever you go.
But if you look at the divorce rates, though, here in our community, just Black people, we're at 73% divorce rate right now.
Okay.
Black couples, Black man, Black woman, 73% divorce. And out of those 73% divorce, 90% of those are filed by Black women because they're hypergamous or they make more than their husbands. Right? Back in the day, a woman can make more than her husband. You would never know it. She still treat that man like a king. Let me give you the difference. It's a shame that a man can go, a Mexican man can go to Home Depot and sit in the parking lot all day and put up 2 or 3 ceiling fans and make $200 and go home, and his wife will make him feel like he made $1 million. But if a Black man come home and say, "Baby, I couldn't find no work today," well, you about to find your ass something to eat. I ain't found you. You don't work, you don't eat. Right? There's a complete difference in cultures now. And like back in the day, our grandmamas, my grandmama was raised. My grandmother is the oldest of 22 children, Brother Clarence.
Okay.
And she said her mama taught her. My grandmother said at 14, she could do now what a 39-year-old woman cannot do at 14.
Okay.
Her mother prepared her to be a wife. Women are not teaching their daughters to be wives anymore. They're teaching their daughters to be independent. Go to school, get your degree, get your own money, get your own car, get your own house. Don't be worried about these niggas because these niggas ain't shit.
Okay, you feel like that's most women, right?
Oh, majority. Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. You got sons?
I do.
Okay, are you going to tell your son to go be a eunuch? Or are you going to say, hey, there's a certain standard of a woman that you should look for? Right?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, that's all we're saying. We're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
We're saying the same thing. Because you're not telling your son, hey, go out there and, don't be with no women.
Right.
I know we're going to be with women. I know that. But what I'm saying is we should look at them as a responsibility first before we decide we jump in. And we got to pass that down. Get it all the way down to middle school age. But then when they start seeing women, they start getting hot in the pants, they recognize, this is somebody's sister. This is somebody's daughter. I don't want Mr. Jones mad at me.
And I got, but you know what, Brother Clarence, I got 4 rules that I put out there, and I got a lot of pushback. Even the women in my family text me. I did a short, and I said, that's 4 things Black men need to do to take back the community.
I saw it.
And the first thing is, don't date single mamas, but unless they can show you consistent years of them going to therapy, because they have to get over that baby daddy syndrome. They have to get over and raising their kid by themselves. The second thing is, she got a bad mouth. She'll cuss you out in front of her mama, her grandmama, and the Target cashier. Leave her alone. The third,
I agree with that one.
Yes, the third thing is, if she come from a single parent home, and that void is still there of her father, and she's acting like her mom or acting in a certain way, you don't fool with these women. And the last thing is, don't have sex with these booger wolves. Don't be out here having sex with women that's fat, overweight. You say they fat, they overweight, you think you don't want them. And then at midnight, when your penis get hard, you over there creeping over there at midnight getting them pregnant.
Well,
I just finished talking about that.
Well, okay. I will say this. I agree with not having sex with women that are substandard character-wise, and if you're not physically attracted to them.
Right.
You just got cold on a cold night. No, you still shouldn't make that late night creep. And then but you gonna tell your sons, right? Okay, let me ask you a question, brother. Since all the black women are just so evil and wicked and just terrible and awful.
No, I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either.
Yes, you do, Vaughn.
Not
You
all
do
of
believe that, Vaughn.
No,
Vaughn,
I don't. Wait a minute now, brother. You know good and well. I don't believe that because I have a good woman. So they all can't be that way.
We're going to talk about black man unfiltered. Black man says that the majority of black women, man, leave them on the curb, man. Leave them leave them in the restaurant, right?
Leave at the restaurant.
Okay. So, what is the qualifications for a woman to be involved with your son? How would she be able to be qualified to be involved with your son?
Well, I teach my son.
Or are you gonna just tell him don't deal with black women?
I know. I teach my son. He who findeth a wife findeth a good thing. And when you find that good thing, you will get favor from the Lord. That's what I teach him the first thing. Then I break it down in modern terms. Son, that means when you meet this woman, she has already molded herself. She's already got it from the elderly, the elders, her grandmother, her mother. She's been molded into this woman, and she was made for you. And she ain't got all these bodies, and she ain't got 5 or 6 kids and 3 baby daddies. When you meet this woman, she's gonna be there for you, and she's going to define everything the vow says. She's gonna be there for you when things are good, when the sun's shining, when it's storming outside. She's gonna be there for you when your bank account say 100,000 and when it say $1.25. She's gonna be there for you when you got the flu and COVID, and she's gonna be there for you when you happy with a smile on your face. She's gonna be there, son. She's gonna be there for you in every aspect of the game. If you lose your house, she'll be in that cardboard box with you because she loves you, not your money, not for what you can provide, but she loves you for you, and God made her for you. That's what I teach my son. I can bring him here now. He repeat the same thing.
Now give me the practical version of that. Where's he gonna meet this woman? Where's he gonna go? Where's she gonna shop?
Well, now hold on. If I could just interject very quickly.
Go ahead. Oh,
the point. Oh, well, now listen, brother. Let me just say this now. Come on, man. But there's a lot of truth to what he's saying, because see, these things have to be taught to our sons.
Exactly. Agreed.
What a good woman looks like. Yeah. Hold on. I know we get on these panels and we bash our black women and we talk about them and we bring up all of their idiosyncrasies and all of their shortcomings. You see what I'm saying? But there's another aspect to the scenario. There's some good aspects that we need to look out for. And so our sons need to know that as well, because that's what I'm teaching my son.
Exactly.
Well, what does this woman look like, Dad? What does she sound like? What kind of woman is she? You're talking about this good woman. What are some of her characteristics? Because see, when they're young, they don't know. And God knows. Listen, I wish I had a father that would have sat me down and told me some of these things.
Yep.
These are things that I've had to learn later on in life, by myself.
And the thing about it is, though, like you said, where you going to find these women? That's what I'm saying, Brother Clarence. We have to address these women, because if these women are raising these women with no standards, it's all an equality. It's going to make it harder for Black Man Unfiltered and Vaughn's to go out there, sons to go out there and find a good woman, because we ignoring them. We saying just let them be and you control your sperm.
No, we not, brother.
But it starts sometime with criticizing the mothers, because the mother, like the brother said in the chat, he said the biggest influence on a woman in the house, a girl in the household, is the mother.
I disagree, but
criticism needs to be held on both ends of the spectrum.
Exactly. That's
let's establish that, though. That's all. Because when we try to put it in one spot, then see what we're doing is we're negating the other spot that has huge errors.
But let's get it clear, because people jumping ahead of what I'm saying. I'm saying that we are talking to the men. Now, the women need to be addressed too. Should we be addressing women? Probably not. Probably they should have a woman that's, when you was little, your grandmama didn't bring you in the kitchen. She brought your sister in the kitchen, right? So, because she was a female addressing a female. Hey, this is how you make macaroni. This is how you do this. This is how you do that, right?
Yeah, but I learned a lot from my grandmother.
I did too.
Oh, yes.
Okay. But my point is,
I teach my daughter something that my wife can't teach, because I'm a man. I know how
I just said that, brother. I just said that the man is the greatest influence in there. I just said that.
But you just said right there that it was it's better to have a woman. No.
I said it's better to have a woman teaching doing the confronting women about the things they need to change, one-on-one or in a group setting. They need. That's something I think.
But Brother Clarence, we can't negate the fact that part of their upbringing is the man teaching the female as well. So
but I know, but
wait, it all just can't wait. Well, hold on, let me just say this, and I'm gonna let you cook, but we can't just all say that all of the teaching for the females need to come from a female, because then that would negate us as fathers. There's a certain aspect. Okay, so then I shouldn't finish my statement.
I have a question for brother. I have a question for Brother Vaughn.
Okay. I'm gonna let you answer the question. I'm gonna address the situation. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
John.
Yeah, Brother Vaughn, do you see anything wrong with all these men coming to a different country and being with these women and marrying these women for 15, 20 years and having a amazing relationship with them and having structure in the house and everything is copacetic? Do you see anything wrong with that?
Now, why would I see anything wrong with wherever you go, and that's your plight? You see what I'm saying? I would not have a problem if you went to the top of Mount Sinai and found that.
No, that's not. That's no,
do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you missing.
And if that's where you want to cohabitate and do whatever you do, then by all means, yes.
It's not where it is. You're missing my point, brother.
Okay, so maybe I missed your point. So go ahead.
And I'm sorry. Yeah. You I'm talking about. No, you good. I want to see if you see anything the way it's structured and men going to different countries like Thailand. They got a lot of brothers going to Thailand and getting married too. Do you see any issues with that? And they settling down and these women are taking care of them and they listening to them and they doing exactly what they say and they cooking and cleaning and having babies and everything is copacetic. That's what I'm talking about.
Y'all in trouble now.
Okay, well, so let me just say this. Yeah. Now, he did ask me a question now, Brother Clarence. This is your show.
No. Go ahead.
If you don't want me to answer, then I'll pull back. I'll pull back. Oh,
go ahead,
okay.
Come on,
so he asked me specifically a question. Do I see anything wrong with that? No, I don't. You see what I'm saying? But then one would question an individual as to why is it that you're making that decision? Now, it's your choice, but just to understand it as to why you wanted to make that type of move, what made you want to take that type of move? See what I'm saying? Well, maybe. Okay,
go ahead.
So go ahead.
I'm saying that because I believe that these men, these black men and white men and all that stuff, they are tired of the women in the United States and they are so happy.
Okay. So So I get where you're coming from, brother. And let me just answer this question as honestly and respectfully as I can. You know, he who finds a wife finds a good thing. Okay. Wherever you find that at, it's a good thing. You see what I'm saying? Not to negate the fact that there's some good women here on this terra firma.
That's all.
And I'm speaking of America and the United States of America. Do you see what I'm saying?
That's right.
Now, but I don't know, because I know Brother Clarence wanted to cut in, and I don't know if you really heard what I said.
Brother Clarence,
but listen, hold on. Let me just finish, black man. You know, listen, I have absolutely no problem. You know, they call them the passport bros and all this, you know, let's get away from American women. Okay, I get that. If that's what you want to do and if that's what works for you, by all means, go ahead and do it. But at the same time, there's some good women over here as well. Now, I would not negate
all I was trying to say.
You see what I'm saying? Now, listen, there's some women in East, South China, wherever it is, that you know, where the community is small, they've got some good women over there. If that's where you want to traffic to find that woman for you, fine. But you have to understand, though, Brother Dominican route. Listen, wherever you go, there's good and bad.
Yes.
So let's not make it to seem like it's the land. Hold on now.
Oh no.
Wait. Hold on. Let me just say this, and I'm going to be done. I swear. Everybody else can talk, and I'll just wait till closing remarks. You see what I'm saying? But my point is, don't make it sound like it's the land of milk and honey. Guess what?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just trying to say something, but I can't finish it. See what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
Because there's good and evil in every place. There's some good women and some bad women in the Dominican Republic. Come on, let's not play around with that.
Oh,
there's some good women and some
yes.
bad women in Africa. Let's
See,
not
chop
play
your
around
daughters.
with that. See
Mucho
what I'm
chop your
saying?
daughters. Ya tú sabes.
So when we try to present it as such, as if this particular thing is the land of milk and honey, and you need to run over here, that's where many of us get tripped up. And we get robbed because, come on, you got a whole bunch of shysters over there in the Dominican Republic. They know how to pick your pockets.
Now, brother Brian,
okay, now I digress.
Now, can I say this real quick, brother Brian? Then I got something to tell brother Clarence, brother Brian. You know what? There's good and bad in China, right? But they make some damn good Toyota Camrys that'll last you 300,000 miles, right? Over here, a Chevrolet Impala. Oh yes, they stopped making the Chevrolet Impala over here. They stopped making the Chevrolet Cobalt. You know why? Because those cars didn't hold up as good as they used to. They started trying to do too much, and people stopped buying them. But them Toyotas, oh, my daddy got a Toyota Tundra. He bought it when I was in high school. I'm 39 years old right now. He still got it and it's kicking. So he found the one that could last, and it was a foreigner. So my thing is this: so you got good and bad everywhere, but sometimes those places over there, I'm telling you, in those villages, in those places, those women, those older women are raising those women to be why over here. Listen, but I'm gonna say this because brother Von Brian, you made me think about something. Brother Clarence, I know you guys are men of the Lord, so I'm gonna tell y'all something. Biblically, this is what it says in Titus chapter 2, verse 3. It says, older women, elderly women, teach the younger women to be reverent in the way they live, not to be slanderers or addicted to wine, but teach what is good. Then they can urge the younger women to love their husbands and children, to be self-controlled and pure, to be busy at home, to be kind, and to be subject to only their husbands, so that no one will knock them out of alignment of the word of God. That's the Bible. And so women,
and listen, I believe that. I wholeheartedly believe in that scripture.
Now watch this, brother Brian. So if you go down your time, brother Clarence and brother Brian, if you go down your timeline, what you see? Girls at the food stamp office fighting, girls drunk on girls trips, drunk falling off the boat. You see girls drunk in the street, pissing in the street, having sex.
And you also have the men who are pissing.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, we can call them out all day long, but the men are absolutely pissy.
Exactly.
Come on, they're pissy to the point to where they beat the women, right? Because of their pissiness.
Now watch this. Now watch this, brother.
Am I right or wrong?
You're right. Now watch this.
Oh, okay. So let's address it.
I look at men in that way. But watch this. When I look at a woman, I look at her as a nurturer, someone that loves and nurtures, like my grandmother. Oh, like nurturing and loving, and she pray for you, pray with you, pray about you. She was a cooker. She knew how to clean. She give you wise words. Everybody respects her. That's what I told my wife. I said, when my grandmother died, they're gonna have to get the Civic Center to have her funeral because she's touched so many lives and so many people. What young woman you know in her 20s and 30s right now that has had an effect on 3 people? All they encourage each other.
I was waiting. I was just going to text this man. Thank you for showing up.
All they doing now is that. Let me tell you, the other day I saw this. I'm gonna digress. The other day I saw a video. Mr. He Said played it, and me and Sir Hale almost fell out of our seats. The young lady said, "I'm teaching my daughter when she gets older to keep her body right until she finds a man that's making really, really good money." And when she does, I would tell her to love him, nurture him, take care of him. But around year 3, I need you to start gaining weight. I need you to start becoming unattractive. I need you to start telling him what he ain't doing. I need you to start pushing him away. And then when he leaves you or you leave him, you can leave with half. This is a woman sitting on a TV show telling people that she teach her daughters to destroy men.
And she's dead wrong for teaching her daughter to destroy men. I mean, wouldn't we all on the panel agree with the wrongness of that scenario?
Yes.
right?
Okay,
But
so
we
wait
could
a minute.
also pull up the history of stories of, some of what the men have done as well.
Right,
Oh, the men ain't doing nothing. Vaughn, the men ain't doing nothing.
Oh no. The men are doing things. Hold on. But the Bible, hold on. If we look at it from a biblical standpoint, guys, the Bible says that a woman is more precious than rubies. He don't go into the delicacies of a man like that. He talks about how beautiful and delicate women are. He talks about how they're nurturers and anchors of their family and how they pull the family together. So the reason that we say so much about the women, because that's what's needed. Even these little boys right now, I'm coaching football. The mamas on the sideline calling these sons bitch ass nigga. Get your punk ass off the floor. Get off the ground, punk ass boy. You ain't hurt. Get your stupid ass up. Right? Women should be nurturers. They should be out there talking like men.
Exactly. And men shouldn't be out here like women. The men shouldn't be out here like women. But we are in this situation. We in a situation. Who's this?
Let me. This is Bolo, man. Let me say this.
Okay, go ahead.
What's going on, Bolo?
What's going on, my G?
And we got to get to Patrice after Bolo.
Let me say this, man.
Crazy.
And I'm not gonna be that.
I love you, Bolo.
I love you more, brother.
Hey, I got your message this morning, man. Thank you for that word, brother.
No doubt.
No, don't try to put no cut on it now. Let Bolo get you. Come on, Bolo. Come on, get him.
We read the scriptures, and yes, everything that BMU is saying is absolutely correct. We have chapters of the virtuous woman. We have chapters on women being off. There are no chapters for men being off. Why is that? Because the whole book is about men being off.
Oh, just gonna tell him that.
Wait. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Hold on. So let's not talk about chapters of shorties.
I agree. I'm just saying, wow, somebody said that.
But we have a whole book. The reason why death entered into the world is because of Adam. Let's talk on that. Let's talk about him not getting his wife in order. I don't got a problem with a man going to Atlantis to go find himself a shorty.
Ooh, I bet they bad in Atlanta.
Go to find yourself a shorty. Make sure she finds a husband. Because a lot of these dudes, not all, a lot of these dudes haven't done the work on themselves. The Bible say a man findeth a wife. That's a good thing. What the hell should she find? Shouldn't she have a husband? That's
not in the book, Bolo. That's not in the book.
It's not in the book. It's not in the book. She don't specify him. He's supposed to find her.
That is in the book. Here's the thing that cats don't focus on. When you read Ephesians chapter 5, it gives 3 verses on how a woman should love a man. It gives 17 verses on how a man should love a woman. That's the problem. Brothers ain't doing the math. Now, again, there are some dudes that have worked on themselves and have done the math on themselves and say, listen, I want to go wherever I want to go to find me a woman. Do you? You have every right to go wherever you want to find yourself a wife. But don't go someplace to find yourself a wife because you are inadequate here in America, and you go over there because your bread lasts longer. You're the same idiot here that you are over there, and she's going to see it sooner or later. You're only with her because you know what? You can't be here and figure it out.
But Bolo, all those men are not terrible men, though. They're not.
I didn't say they were. Yesterday I was listening to a conversation of the cruise season, and they were talking to a dude that's supposed to be viral right now, and he's supposed to be a passport bro.
Yeah,
this dude didn't know his ass from it. He didn't know his ass from his elbows at all. He didn't know nothing. The young kid. But these are the dudes that are speaking up for the men and giving the men that are real bad names. You have these kids that don't know nothing, have no experience speaking up for the men that's supposed to be up here. Because here's the difference between these dudes that talk and men that don't. Men that are men don't need to broadcast what they are. They are what they are. When they walk in the room, everyone knows what they are. These little kids keep screaming, I'm a man. And all it does is just say how much of a child you really are. And this is what the women are listening to. Are women off? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It was because of her that Adam fell. Right? But at the end of the day, Adam made a choice. The Lord wouldn't have came if Adam would have checked his wife.
That is.
If Adam would have said, woman, you better out of your goddamn mind. He didn't do that. What did he do?
Well,
he ate of the fruit and then blamed God for the woman.
Bolo, that
So
was
the
a
point of the matter
really quick, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. And you see that all the time in these different countries. And it's
yeah, I was going to speak on that too because I've been in DR in other
real
countries.
quick, brother Vaughn.
Let me just say this, brother, Coach John. Let me just finish this and I'm gonna bounce. The point of the matter is we're not taking accountability and responsibility away from these women. You have men that are asking these women to submit when the scripture says that a wife submits to her husband. A wife don't, a girlfriend ain't supposed to submit to her boyfriend. It don't happen. We are finding out how to be husbands and wives when we enter into the sanctum of marriage. It's not supposed to be that way. I'm supposed to be a husband before I meet her. She's supposed to be a wife before she meets me, and together we build in service to the Father. Cats better start understanding when you become a husband, you don't become a king. You become a servant. That's what you are. You're a servant to your family.
But Bolo, it ain't sexy no more, Bolo. Bolo, it's not sexy no more to raise your son like I raised my son. You know how much kickback I got for telling my son how to raise my son?
That's not black, man. Let me explain.
It actually is.
This is the thing that cats keep forgetting. This is the thing that caps keep forgetting, brother. Your vibe is going to attract your tribe. I have faith enough to know that if I raise my son the way I need to raise him, and he takes these words and he uses it, the wife that he needs to find, the Lord is going to have her find him. Now, is he going to slip in that journey? Absolutely. But if he continues to walk in truth and continues to walk with integrity and character, he will find that woman. But if he veers from that and he starts looking for what he wants opposed to what he needs, then he gets what he gets.
Right. And guess what, Bolo? These young boys.
Wait, black man. Hold it. And you two, Scam, because I want you going right after Patrice. But I got to get Patrice and Scam been waiting.
Hey, Patrice, how you doing, sugar?
Right,
have a blessed night, guys. Love you all.
Hey, hold it.
Yes.
Okay, don't go yet. Can I just exhale and just exhale all this masculinity up here? I'm on this step. Getting rid of, y'all listen, just what's happening, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
Good, baby.
I just want to exhale with all this masculinity up here.
I told you this girl's crazy. Girl, what you want to say? You came up here with all this masculinity. What you want to give us? What you want to tell us?
I just wanted to give a feminine perspective to what y'all saying, and y'all rocking. Everybody got valid points and what they saying and things of that nature. When it comes to, I totally get what brother John is saying about certain men going over there because they are not having the same experience with a lot of women over here in the States because of the way society is, the way a lot of these women are exposed to so much toxicity and that's causing them to be the way that they are. They're not getting some of them, not all, some of them are not getting proper rearing for women. They don't have certain, like Black Man was saying, the grandmothers and the mothers of the days of old, of how I was raised to be that mama. It's very few of us that are out here that are left. And then there are the ones that are out here that are trying to have the conversations, hopefully before some of these young women get too far gone. Hopefully they'll listen to us. But I will, so I get that point. But I will say this, because the most of the conversation I do hear from men that are frustrated with, the women in the States and want to run over there are some of the men that ain't got it all together themselves. And the thing about that is it doesn't matter if you are a problem here, you're going to be a problem there, because everywhere you go, there you are. So it don't matter. And it's a woman too. I mean, a woman can maybe feel like I'm tired of Black men and I'm gonna date a white man, or I'm gonna date a Hispanic man, or I'm gonna date an Asian man, or whatever, because I'm tired of all Black men. But if you're the problem, see, we have to look at the common denominator too, and in the role that we play in things too. So the main thing is to work on you. If you work on you, then what you attract is what you're gonna get. and where you are in life, right? So it starts with us first. Why am I okay? What am I doing wrong to attract this type of man or this type of woman? Or why am I choosing? Like what is it? So it's that self-inventory, that we have to take a look at as well too. And just know, men, I get it. I hear your stance. I get it, because I look and I see some of these young women out here. I got some nieces, listen, that I can't get to them. It's like, okay, whatever. Life gonna teach you, baby. Life
Come
will
on,
teach
OG.
you.
Tell the truth, baby. Tell
Life
the
will
truth.
teach you. And when you look up and you 40 or my age or older, and you wonder why you alone and you this and you that, it's because you got to remember you chose this, that, and the ABC. So everything is about choices.
Yes.
It is about choices.
And even that low down girl that did your son bad. I remember you telling that story.
Oh, absolutely.
Same thing.
I mean, there is a sector of, and I'm seeing it a lot in the 20-some, 30-some, unfortunately, year old. Now, if you 40 and still doing the same shit you was doing 20 years ago, and that's male or female, then shame on you. It's something wrong. Like, you the common denominator in that. But it does start with self, though. And I kind of wanted to say that, but I'll fall back and let y'all rock. But John, I understand your stance. I hear you talk about. I watch your channel. I'm subscribed to you, and I see that you are a man that is so happy over there. You enjoying your life. You enjoying, and I love it, and I love because I want that. I want that for my men. I want them to find happiness in that woman. I want the women to find happiness in that man. Men don't have to keep saying, I'm a good man, I'm a good man. I never dated a man that had to say that all the time. You just are. Your actions is going to show me that. If I'm a good woman, I'm going to show that man that. I'm not going to, I'm a good woman, love me. I'm a good woman. Like I don't have to do that.
I appreciate it. Like brother Brolo was saying, he was saying and brother Vaughn, they were saying like they have a whole bunch of passport bros and all that stuff over here, and talking about how many women they can get and how they can do all this stuff. That I can't stand that. I was speaking of the older men that has started they are so happy, they have a family. That's what I'm talking about. And also, brother Vaughn, I was saying they're so plentiful. That was my point behind the whole thing. So I cannot stand these new. I can't stand these new passport bros, and I paid $20 for some ass and
gentlemen. Two things we got to do before we get back into the whole free fall. One is Patrice, did you have something particular to say to Bolo? Because I think you got to run. You might have a show to do.
No, I didn't want Bolo to leave until I gave him his flowers. That woosah, that Matt. I was pushing back with that little feminine energy, because I appreciate all the brothers being up here with this masculine energy, and I'm the only female, obviously, that have enough courage to get on this panel with all this masculinity. But I love it.
All right, I appreciate you. All right, Bolo, you got any last words for us, man? Because I know you might got to go.
My last words is, I got to bounce. My last words is this, man. It's good to have brothers up here conversing and speaking and being that example of what men need to be. We have this thought process that men are only supposed to run through buildings and crush walls with their hands. We've left the art of conversation, the art of being able to woo a woman through her spirit and her mind. And to the brothers, the youngins that's coming up, listen to these OGs that are talking, man. Listen to the mistakes that they made so that you don't make the mistakes that they made. You know what I'm saying? It's not about looking for that woman on what you want. You know what I'm saying? It's about looking for that woman on what you need her to be, what you need her to add to you, the multiplication, the making sure that she can cover you, making sure she can pray for you, making sure that she is well-deserved, because you have to understand your vibe will attract your tribe. God is not going to give you a good woman and you're not a good man. He's not going to do that. Understand that. And it doesn't make sense, and it won't happen. And it starts with you. Stop trying to get into these relationships at a young age, man. Stop rushing to be old. Take your time. Learn the mistakes from these men and women that are on these panels. Sit down and pick their brains so that when you hit 30, you understand and you got a good grip on who you are as a man. You know your worth and you demand your value and your standards through integrity and character. With that, God bless you all. Good night, guys.
All right, that's Bolo TV. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, get your butt over there right away. Okay, we got to have Scam, and Scam's been waiting so long. I got to let Scam get in here, man. Scam, you got anything to say?
Yeah, just a couple things.
Okay.
One, the passport bro thing. Here's the deal. Everybody on YouTube gets one thing, and that's a microphone and a voice where half of them didn't even deserve. Most of the men talking to passport bro, they don't even have a passport. They ain't been nowhere. Then when they go somewhere, they don't know the language. So they're only in a tourist town. What is tourist town? Hey, let me get some money out of you, you American. So a lot of it is just talk. I speak decent Spanish. I've been to DR, been to Colombia, been to Mexico. I'm thinking about going to Panama in a couple months. I just go to travel. There's some ladies, yes. There's some ladies in the United States. I had a Dominican girlfriend here in the States, Costa Rican. So meaning there are men who qualify to get Spanish women or Hispanic women, Black women, white, whatever. Attraction is universal. Yes, the odds may favor over there, but you got to start with something. I've also seen them super dusty Americans, super simp. International simping is, oh my God. Dudes buying iPhones. And it's different. I go there 8 days, 12 days. I can hear them talking Spanish. I might call in some of them people, hotel work, some of them prostitutes to be somewhere. I have a conversation with them. They showing me Western Union money coming from 10 different dudes in the States. Yeah, it's all kind of stuff. But I can speak some Spanish. I had a friend who's Dominican who lived there 10 years. With the Spanish I can't speak, he can. So it's a lot more than just the junk that they're saying that you just show up and all of a sudden you're somebody that you're not. Yeah. If you say so, just like the channels that are saying, these brothers ain't making no money. Sister, we's go get us a white man. Yeah. Really? 300-pound Wigosaur with 2 black kids, an out-of-control black 12-year-old. Show me this super white man. Show me Patrick Swayze coming to raise that.
I know that's right. You preaching right now.
An out-of-control black boy.
Yep. Ready to fight you.
Or the out-of-control whacking, cracking Wigosauruses.
Yep.
I can't take 2 minutes of them on the panel, and they talking about getting all these men. And they got 3-4 kids.
Mm-hmm.
What person can tolerate 5 of those things in one room?
Mm-hmm.
Now, hold on. The other thing is this: the men. People say, "Why is it always the women? Oh, you're torturing these poor innocent whacking Wigosauruses." I was waiting about 30 minutes on a dust panel to go 1-on-3 just today. Really, it was somebody I was gunning for because they were dusting, and there was a married man trying to speak common sense into them. But no, we's got to raw dog these women, and then it's the woman's fault for making a kid. Man, I was going to fire him up. So yes, we dust off those men. They usually run when they see some of us coming, or they start ducking and dodging and please. Were you a simp?
Okay, so Scam. Who? If you was to say, if you was given an option, 2 options to cut down on single parent rate in the Black community. One option is abortion, and the other option is abstinence for the men. Which one do you think would have a faster effect?
Well, 2 things. One, neither one are realistic. The Black community doesn't exist, and it ain't realistic either.
But Black women are having abortions at an all-time high
rate.
Yes, sir. They are.
As soon as they leave the clinic from an aborted baby from Raw Dog Ronnie, guess who's waiting for them at the bus stop? Glitter Dick Charles. And he's fighting in her Instagram is Long Dong Tony.
Why are these guys? Why do these guys have access to these women? Why?
I don't know, and I ain't trying to figure it out. Keep them away from me.
Wait, but some of
over
us are,
these people over to that wherever this Black community is. Keep me out of that.
But I'm saying,
I ain't trying to figure it out. They're on their own.
You don't have children. You're not as you have not as entrenched.
If you have children, get them out of there.
But okay, what you gonna do? Like I was asking black man, you just gonna tell them to marry somebody white? What are you gonna do? You still gonna have to deal with the black community, whether you agree with it as a community or not. That's probably the biggest pond you're gonna be fishing from. So
hold on, referee timeout. Here's the deal. So there's a white girl. Let's just say she was white and she's willing to rock with your son.
Okay.
Or she was Asian or Hispanic.
Okay.
You're gonna say no. We got to keep it real, blackity black, and send them over there to the source.
I'm not saying that, brother. I'm saying
because of black.
There's only one type of black woman, bro. There's only one type of black woman, a Wigosaurus. That's the only one type of black woman.
No, what I'm saying is if he's running into Wigosauruses and that just in his circle, or if he lives in a mixed neighborhood, and Susie or whatever is willing to rock with him, and she's of a different race, why would you? No, black. Why would you do that?
But I'm not saying that, am I? Have I said that to you? I'm asking you about.
Well, can I just say this?
Women. Right.
About what?
Hold on, Vaughn. I'm
okay,
asking
maybe I missed something.
Just let me know.
I said to you that if, not that black men are going to say, well, we're going to turn down everybody but black women. I'm saying, you're calling all these black women Wigosauruses, right? And
I'm calling Wigosauruses.
But
you said abortion so we're talking about people who are doing what they're not supposed to be doing. We didn't say wives.
Okay.
And children. You said abortion and recklessness.
Out of the black women that are not wives must be selected, correct? If you want a wife that's black, the wives are going to have to be selected from that subset, correct?
Yes.
So therefore, if the wives are going to be selected from that subset, and you're saying, well, just leave me out of the black community, then what you effectively are telling the young men is to exclude black women from their selection process.
No, leave them out of the Wigosaurus community.
Okay.
Black women, okay. There's two different communities.
Okay.
One of them is out of control. Don't go over there. Don't park your car there. If you're there, get a sound. Actually, you don't even want to eat a sandwich there. Get out of there.
Okay.
They even call it a community. I don't know why. But it's out of control. Ain't nothing there for you anyway. Get out of there. Go find some of these people who are black that are decent, that are trying to do something.
Agreed.
Because honestly, the people who are doing what they want to do, what is there to talk about? There's a Wigosaur right here, or there's a dust and crust dude over here. What is there to talk about with those people?
Well, obviously they're not doing what we're not hooking. The good people are not hooking up. If we got, like Black Man said, we got 70% divorce rate in the black community. Obviously, the good people are not hooking up with the good people. So we got an issue that we got to fix, right?
Those are okay. The divorce is out of
those numbers, but half of those numbers, Brother Clarence, reflect women who have, like, if we look at, because one day I want to have a show where we could just sit and break this down together. Most of the women in those groups started out with men that were making more than them, and then they were in school, some of them, and then they get up and they go through their 4 years of school, they graduate, get their degree, and they find jobs, and they're making 6 figures, and their husband's still making 75, and they start to feel the need of, I could live my life alone. I don't have to be subject to a husband anymore. And a lot of those women honestly say, hey, I'm better off living on my own or being with a man that matches me financially. It's not about love no more, gentlemen. It's about money.
That was my.
I disagree with the about money, because they don't have any money and they're not making any.
That was my whole.
3% of women make 3% of black women make $100,000.
That was my.
I lived in Maryland and Atlanta, which are 2 places where they make a lot of money. These women ain't got no men. They don't have any money and they don't have any men. But they're make bad decisions. Their income keeps
if
going
I could
down.
interject, because I tried to prior, and I'm not sure if I can do it right now. Is that okay, Brother Clarence?
Come on, Vaughn.
Okay, so I just want to address this thing about there's no black community. I totally disagree with that. Now, needless to say, the community is dysfunctional, but there's definitely a community of black people. Now, if you were to go to the south side of Chicago, you would have to admit that there's a community of black people. How are they functioning? Maybe dysfunctional. If you were to go in certain areas in LA, there is a community of black people. So when we say that there is no community anymore, That is bullshit to me.
There's no community.
And I keep hearing this phrase. I keep hearing this repeatedly, and I'm trying to figure out what are you saying? Because there are some people that are growing up in a Black community.
Okay, here's the deal. If you look at community, I don't know the definition off the top of my head, but it's talking about people who do common behavior.
If you don't know the definition, I don't know why that you're. Hold on.
Actually, let me pull up the definition.
You really can't speak on a thing that you don't know the definition.
A group of people
I'm
living in
pull it
the
up for
same
you.
place and having a particular circumstances in common.
Right, they don't.
So it's most definitely a community. We living in the same.
Say the definition.
Absolutely
again.
not.
We live in the same place in America. We have same things
Hold
in
on.
common.
Can you say the
God, no.
definition again? Can anyone
let John say it again. Let John say it again.
The definition again.
A group of people living in the same place or having a particular circumstances in common. Circumstances in common.
Right.
So are we really going to sit here on this panel
Yes.
and say that there is no Black community?
Yes. By definition,
I
there's no
disagree
Black
with
community.
that. Okay, so we can agree to disagree now. But there is a Black community, and I digress.
Number two definition is the condition of sharing or having certain attitudes of interest in common.
Yeah, and that proves that we don't have a Black community.
Well,
okay, no, I'll explain it. Religion, they all over the damn place. To the point where they talking about a white Jesus, the white man gave me. Man, I'm hearing stuff. They making up Jesuses. Religion, no. Black skin versus dark skin, colorism, the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. No.
That doesn't mean it's
not
not
the dumbest things I ever heard in my life.
Dysfunctional community, right? It doesn't mean it's not.
I'm not dysfunctional. I ain't there. So if there is one, I'm not there.
We can agree to disagree.
Where I grew up was Black, and it was not like that. No. But if you go 10 minutes up the block, 20, 30, every place you're going to hear different out of control stuff. So if there is a community, nobody can document what it is that we do.
So name a community in America outside of, since we're not a community, are the white people a community?
No, they're not either.
So there's no such thing as a community.
Americanized people don't have communities.
Okay.
White does not. People keep thinking, well, the white people are all God. No, they're not.
Japanese,
Asians, fairly yes. Hispanics, there's two communities. Foreign Hispanics, yes.
Let me guess. That's
Americanized, no.
To Asia,
huh?
You're interested in moving to Asia?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought you was one of the passport bros. I was just asking. Never mind.
Why would you say I was a passport bro?
I'm just saying I thought. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you are. That's why I'm
no. I actually call out most of the passport bro. 90% of what they're pitching is BS.
I can't stand the passport bros.
Because most of them don't even have a passport, and they in the 200 deep in checks.
Well, I'm definitely going to have to disagree with you at this point, brother. And this is the reason why.
That's a good conversation.
Is because we took our time and we raised $3,100? Was it, Brother Clarence?
A little more, yeah.
To give back to the community. Now, if there was no community, brother, are we just giving stuff just all willy-nilly for no reason? Do you see what I'm saying? Come on. When we say that there's no community, hold on. The children in that community was able to get backpacks for school with supplies in it that we raise money for. So if in truth what you're saying is true, then there was no purpose for us to do that.
You're missing the whole point.
I'm not missing the point, brother.
Topic or a small
I'm not missing the point. You're saying that there is no community. You just look over the community, and that's what you're doing. You're looking over the community that exists. These kids that are in the inner city, that are impoverished, that need things, that are living in this poverty, this community of poverty that is Black, that is predominantly Black. You know, I get upset when you brothers get on here and don't acknowledge the fact of what our struggles are and what we're going through, and you make light of it. I have a problem with that.
You missed everything I said.
Okay, so I digress, and I'm going to listen.
Okay.
Again,
I'm not saying are people struggling or rich.
You said there's no community, brother.
But
there is a community. There is a community. I have to agree to disagree with you. There is a community. And as you see, these kids are walking away that live in this community with backpacks. Look at the screen.
That means all of us got backpacks then. And that's
what
community?
Wait. Hold on now. What community are they living in? A white community? Huh? Are they living in a Spanish community?
Honestly, yes.
Are they living in an Irish community?
I think it might be because that's who owns the property, since you asked.
All right, well, I'm gonna let Brother
So, Scam, have we ever had a community as Black people in America?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened?
I wasn't there, and I'm also not going to do the victim. Somebody took it over. This happened in 46.
I'm just saying what happened. Like, because if you can state that we once had it, that means we had to lose it in some way, right?
Yeah.
So how did we lose it?
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid the because I had this conversation 70 times.
Please forgive me for being so passionate about, expressing.
We had it so many times, and it's a useless because we're not going back to 66. It's 2023.
We don't have to discuss it. You just say, I got you.
No, here's the deal. Today, here's the point. Today,
everything
is
because we're not going to resolve this issue today. So and we already 14 minutes over. So this is what I want everybody to do. That's what I want everybody to do. I want everybody to get their last remarks, and then we're gonna get on out of here because and we can finish this conversation at another day where you and Black Man could get there in the beginning, and then we can hash this conversation out. But everybody has their own viewpoint. Everybody thinks about it, and so we just the main thing is we're trying to save the people that haven't made the mistakes we made yet. That's the ultimate idea. I think that all of us. I think we can all agree on that we're trying to save the younger generation from making the mistakes we made. And we're trying to figure out a contraption or a vehicle to be able to do that. I think that we can all agree on, right?
Yes.
Okay, everything else, we're going to have to sit down and have a discussion when we got the time. But brothers, we got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. So I want everybody to get a last remarks, and then we are out of here. We're out of here. So Scam, saying last one up, first one down. Let's get some last remarks, some closing remarks.
All right, I'll try to make them quick and try to make them shout out to Von Bryant.
Shout out to Von Bryant.
We can agree to disagree and still have love.
I got love for you, brother. I'm a little passionate about that because these people that live in these spaces, man, they are in need. And for us to look over and say that they don't exist, I don't know. It just does me a certain way. So, no love lost, brother, at all.
Yeah, Von's a good dude. Von hit you in the stomach and then drive you to the hospital, right?
No, we're good. Final thoughts. Here's the deal. This is my opinion. Work with people who are willing. Yeah, work with the people who are willing to work. Run with the people who are willing to run. You can't drag and force people to be something that they're not if they made a decision that they're just not going to be the person that they're going to be. It's going to actually eat your own self alive. Other thing is the men versus women, everybody beating each other up. No. Now trolling is acceptable. That's different. But really beating up and arguing, no. It's supposed to be conversation and somehow find some kind of productivity to meet common grounds or agree to disagree. But a lot of these people are out of control. And the last thing is I grew up in a Black community. In the neighborhood that I grew up in, fathers, homes, green grass, 2-car garages, and that's what it was. There were standards in that neighborhood. You don't leave trash in the yard, park car, no. And nobody had to come and tell these people to do that. There was no white police and people coming and telling you this is what they wanted to do. It was voluntary. And they also voluntarily, they also made the decision to be the people they are to be able to live in this neighborhood because it wasn't cheap. What happened? People got out of control. When I say there's no community, what I'm saying is overall, the division is out of control. I don't even know what FBA. That is the worst. We're talking about FBA versus immigrants when FBA is based on people coming from Africa. Who in the hell come? That's the stuff that makes me say there's no community. So if somebody says, hey, you're a black man. Okay, well, who are you? And I can just tell them regular things. You white. No, you. I don't know what the standard is or who made it. And they're out of control as a whole. That's all I got.
That is okay. Scam. Where can everybody find you, man?
Can be found in the Dusty Sphere. We got a fire show. Look, let's be honest. Blood pressure up. Y'all need to laugh and show them ugly teeth. At least 3 of them. We got a trollathon set up for next week and the next week.
There's a sphere called Dusty Sphere. Like, where's this?
People got out of control to the point where I had to sneak in and troll them and dust. So you know what? I just created the Dusty Sphere. It's straight trolling. That's
a
what
show where this man goes and trolls his own show. Yeah, people on the show and he goes and trolls his own show.
All righty then.
But it's found on Black Man. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. It's on his network. But people, let's also learn how to agree to disagree. It's still
very
show
funny
love.
though. Very, very, very funny.
Absolutely.
I've watched it.
Don't let me catch you in the black community.
A lot of humor, a lot of humor involved.
All right, man. I'm gonna put you down, Dust.
Right, thanks for having me.
Scam. Thank you, man. All right. Let me wait. I got something I gotta do here. All right, there we go. Cause I'm like, what the heck is that? Okay. All right. Let me pull Scam down. Shout out to Scam. All right. Let's see. I gotta skip over Patrice because Patrice might have me. Okay, let's jump over to Black Man Unfiltered. Black Man.
Yes, sir.
What last words of wisdom besides all black women are dusty and they don't, and their grandmamas ain't taught them nothing? What else can you tell us, Black Man?
I believe that when you're raised a certain way, I believe in the biblical term when it says, "Which you become what you're around," and I believe that a lot of women became what they were around in OG Patrice's day, when in my great grandmother's day and my grandmother's day, where they told girls to pull their skirts down. That's too tight, too much cleavage. Sit your ass down, right? We don't have that anymore. Now we have moms partying with their daughters, getting drunk with their daughters, smoking weed with their daughters, taking girls trips with their daughters, having sex with the same man. It's outrageous. Nobody's being responsible. And I think that the reason that we're so hard on these women, I know the men have a huge responsibility, but the reason that we're harder on the women is because they are nurturers, and we want OG Patrices. We want 1.5 million of them, 2 million of them, right? We want 1 million of Von Bryant's wife. We want 1 million of Brother Clarence's wife, right? We want those women that will train the young women to be young women, to know what to look for, how to be safe, how to keep themselves safe, to be around a man that will cover them and pray for them and lead them in the right direction, and understand that your vagina is not for sale. Right? Because you don't give a man discounts when you know your worth. And when we teach women that, and I try to tell my daughters all the time, I give them the game. Baby, this is what these old Rudy Poo dudes that was raised in horrible situations are going to try to do to you. And my daughter went to college just this past year and came right back and said, Daddy,
congratulations.
He was right. Same thing you said. They said it. I said, I know, baby. So we need to raise our daughters to be better. We need to raise our sons to be leaders. And we need to raise our daughters to know that they're created to be the helpmate. They're created to help their men. And that's all I have, man. And I look forward to discussing this matter further with you tomorrow night, Brother Clarence.
That's right. I forgot about that. I'm going to be over on. I got invited to go over to Black Man Unfiltered if y'all get a chance.
Awesome.
So watch me get,
bring your body bag.
Yeah. They're going to zip me up, brother. They're going to zip me up, lay me out and zip me up, man. So y'all come out and watch the festivities, man.
Is that on YouTube?
Black Man Unfiltered Network, brother. You know what, Dominican Route, you're invited too, man. Just DM me. I'll send you the information, brother. Go to Black Man Unfiltered Network.
I'm never invited
on IG. Vaughn, come on, Vaughn. You know you invited.
I'm never invited. No, I'm just playing.
So I'll hit you up later too,
Vaughn. Beat up by myself. You got to invite Vaughn too.
But Coach John, you can go to Black Man Unfiltered Network on Instagram. DM me, and I'll send you the information, the time, and all that stuff. And you can join us tomorrow. We got a lot of other guys that's going to have intellectual conversation tomorrow.
All right.
What time?
Thank you.
8 o'clock Central.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, brother.
That's Black.
All right. Shout out to Brother Clarence, man. Appreciate you for letting me up here, brother. New Growth, Von Bryant, Big Rig Slaps, OG Patrice. You know I got number love for you. Hey,
Right back,
brother.
Right back at you.
All right. I'm gonna put you down, Black Man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. That's Black Man Unfiltered. All right, man. Go over there and check out Black Man Unfiltered if you haven't already subscribed to him. All right. Who else? We gonna do? Let's go with Coach John, then Big Rigs, then New Growth, and then I might get cussed out for something. So we'll see.
It's always good to see y'all on here.
Always good to see you, brother. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. My internet goes in and out in the Dominican, so sometimes I'm not on here. But Sister OG Patrice, New Growth, Big Rig. I don't know if this is my first time meeting you, but nice to meet you, brother. And of course, Brother Vaughn. Brother Vaughn, what I was saying before was, and I know you wasn't upset or nothing. My whole purpose behind saying that about the Dominican Republic and other countries was that the numbers are so large when it comes down to the pickings of a good woman, and that was going to be after I asked you that question. That was going to be what I said. So that's the difference that I see. They got a bunch of good women in the United States, but to me, from what I see.
There's more of them over there.
It's way more.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. So that was my point behind it. But you gave me a great, you gave me your opinion, and I appreciate it. So, and another thing was that I'm really, I really want to talk about the women more. I would have liked to talk about the women more. We need more women like Sister OG Patrice. And I think Brother Clarence, this is his channel. I love his channel, but I believe he was hounding on men too much, in my opinion. But because women are just as they need to be responsible, and it's just sad. I get upset at the black men, but I really get upset at the black women, not because. Because I don't like them. It's because that I hold them to a higher standard. That's all.
Well, can I ask you a question, brother, Coach John?
Yeah, that's right.
And I didn't want to interrupt your last remarks.
You're okay. I'm
and listen, and well deserved. I understand what you're saying, that we should really address these women. I get it. But when is there time for a panel to where we just address the men? And some of the things that we really need to tighten up as men, because men are approaching men manly, and we're discussing things that we need to change about ourselves. Because we could talk 10 hours about the women, but when is there a space that you believe that there's a time where that the men sit and discuss how we could be better versions of ourselves, better men, better fathers, better stewards over our money? See what I'm saying? Better workers, better employees, all kind of different things, all kind of men issues that we need to get together and speak about. When is that appropriate? Because what I see in a lot of these spaces is just this, and I digress real quickly. What I see in these spaces a lot is that we do focus on the women, and not to say that the focus shouldn't be put on them at times. But I just don't see enough energy that is utilized in these spaces where we can confront men so that we could step up to the plate. See what I'm saying? So that we can be the person that these women are submitting to. Because many of us are not in that spot. You see what I'm saying? So what form should we have on YouTube and in these spaces where we legitimately spend hours talking about how we could be better men?
Well, for 15 years, I tried that, and I'm not saying we don't need to give up, but like Brother New Growth said, 5, 6, 7-year-old kids are the ones we need to be hounding in on, and I'm not saying give up on the teenage boys. I'm not saying give up on the older black men. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is it is so difficult It's so difficult for when you say, hey, bro, hey, man, I need you to put that gun down. Oh, bitch ass nigga, you take my gun, I'm gonna blow your brains out, bitch.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
So I didn't did that. I was in Baton Rouge and I was in New Orleans. I was in Dallas, Texas. I'm the youngest person to ever receive the NAACP Humanitarian Award. I'm the only person. Thank you. But and I'm the only person to receive the Martin Luther King Award in Texas. And I worked hard to try to build our Black communities up. I'm not saying give up on them. It's just the system is messed up to the point where we cannot do what we need to do for our Black men and women. So the Black, you can, and the reason and I'm gonna digress after this. I see that the women will back you because they don't have any men, and the teenage girls will be with you, and the moms will be with you, and y'all can start a program together because they want better for their daughters. But with the men and the boys and the teenage boys, it's so much tougher. So I'm not saying give up on the men. I'm not saying we don't need to do nothing for the teenage men. All I'm saying is I see, like here in the Dominican Republic, it's the same way. These boys are working at 11, 12, 13, 14 years old, and they smoking weed and hookah and all that stuff over here. And that's why I invite men and teenage boys to my program to learn English. I only have 2, and I have 20 teenage girls here. So that it's the same thing in the Dominican Republic, just like it is in the United States. So and so I digress. And I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying give up on our Black men, and I'm not saying that.
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
I'm not pounding our Black women. That's what.
Yeah, I get you. I hear you, my brother.
So I digress. I'm gonna listen in because I love the conversation though. But go ahead.
Hey, respect on that award, man. I didn't know that, man. Congratulations, bro.
Definitely respect on that.
And as a Black man, I want to say thank you for what you did, right?
Thank you,
giving me encouragement to just move a little harder, because like you said, it gets rough, right?
Yeah,
it gets tough. So, man, just to see that, man, we all
y'all don't know half the stuff this dude has done, man. Y'all don't know half of it. One day we're gonna have him on. We're gonna really go into it, man. We went into a little bit on that interview, and he is every now and then he'll drop another thing he's done. But we'll go into it, man. This dude played for the Yankees, man. Which, I mean, did so many different things, man. But we'll get back to him. That's why I like his spirit, man. Even though he disagree with me, that's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna let that slide. I'm gonna let that slide. But if you haven't already, subscribe to the Dominican Republic, to the Dominican route. Go on over to the Dominican route and subscribe to the Dominican route, man. That is it is funny, man. This dude makes a lot of funny videos. Yeah, I really got to see that one. Dominicans are so stingy. Yeah, I really see all of those ones over there.
And I appreciate it, but it's so many people that does just as much as me that does not receive awards. So I want to say that also.
Right. I know about at least maybe 35 or 40 of them, man, that gave a bunch of money away just for some backpacks that people ain't even tripping of, but we still getting clowned like we ain't no community. But okay, I wasn't even gonna argue that point. I'll just show the video. All right, so thank you, Brother John. I'm gonna bring you down, man.
God bless y'all. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
See you later, Brother John.
Yeah, Brother John, that's good people right there, man. Everybody on stage, good people, man. So, okay, we're gonna move on, man. Big Riggs, you got to give us some of that Bay wisdom out here, man. What's going on?
What's going on, man? Well, I appreciate y'all, man. Bro, Clarence, always a good stream. Always a good stream. I love being up here with y'all, man. Y'all,
same here.
Y'all the elders, you know what I'm saying? And that's where I like, to be around, you know what I'm saying? Salute to you, Vaughn. You've been on fire the last few times I've been seeing you, Vaughn. You ain't cutting no shorts.
Man.
You ain't taking no breaks.
Man.
You full-fledged, just head on. We can talk about it. You know what I mean? So salute to you, Vaughn. I'm glad you out here going hard, man. And OG Patrice, you already know, man. You a factor. New growth, you know what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? You come with that good wisdom, you know what I'm saying? And this is what they need to hear, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like all that other stuff, man, and all that jive talk and everything else, that's kind of for the birds, man. I like when New Growth kind of spoke kind of like on the kind of in the home, you know, kind of with the work thing and everything and the 14 kids and all that, you know, like they on YouTube they kind of took that whole thing out of like the equation, man. Like that's not a real thing, you know what I'm saying? And it's like I don't like hearing all that just kind of new stuff, man. It just sounds kind of fake, man. I ain't used to it. That ain't how I grew up. That ain't even my friends and people I know. They didn't grow up like that. So I mean, I could be missing something. I'm not saying I'm against it, but I'm just saying don't preach it all like that. Like that's what it is, man. Because that ain't what it is, man. And that's why I like these conversations over here because you get a real perspective on stuff, man. Not just a crazy, just outlandish type, you know, something being thrown at you, you know what I'm saying, from life to financial and everything, you know what I'm saying. So I just really appreciate y'all, man. And you know, with that, man, you can catch me, you know, Tuesday nights on Knowledge and Relationships, you know, easily rigged, you feel me? And that's what it is, man. Big Rig Slaps on Instagram, you know what I'm saying. I also got my car page on Instagram, Ragtop Delta. Give it a follow. You know what I'm saying? If you like cars and the whole little situations with cars and shows and stuff like that, come holler at me, man. That's what the page is all about, man. I'm really into it. So, and I got a mob myself, you know what I'm saying? So I don't just talk about it, I be about it, you know what I mean? So
and that's your production of music that you be making?
Yeah.
That's
nice. I'm a producer. So I appreciate that, bro. So yeah, all with right, that, man, I appreciate y'all, man, and y'all have a great night and repeat tomorrow. You feel me?
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, Big Rig. I'm gonna pull you down, brother. That is a good brother right there, man. Big Riggs, that's a good dude, man.
Yes, sir.
And you know, he represents the Bay, man, because most of the cats in the Bay, man, they laid back like that, man. They just real cool brothers, man. They real laid back.
He does a good job of it too. Definitely, he does.
But don't get it twisted.
He'll get you when you need to get got.
And Big Rig got them hands on standby waiting for you, man. If you try to trip,
exactly.
Be easy too, man. But shout out to Big Rigs, Be Easy, man. Easily Rigged over there on Knowledge and Relationships. If you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships, get on over to Knowledge and Relationships and subscribe to them. And he got another brother got he got a page. New Growth, man. New Growth has a page. If you haven't already subscribed to New Growth in his page, get your butt over there and subscribe to the brother.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's get him. Let's put him in a position.
Wait,
he got a whole bunch
of page. I didn't know New Growth had a page.
New Growth got a page. So let's get his subscriptions up. Let's get his subs up. Let's get him up. Let's get him doing some live streams so then he can be the one trying to manage the time and manage the people and manage all this.
But y'all thank you for mentioning that. Check me out tomorrow. I know it's been a happy new year to everybody.
I just put your channel in the chat so everybody could see it and subscribe.
I'm gonna upload a video that I worked on. It's called The Invisible Bullies, right? First thing, y'all work with me. I'm getting it together. I'm trying to just let me know what y'all think and give me suggestions. But
now you're not gonna have one on the polite bullies, are you?
No.
You're gonna have a show on the polite bullies.
That's what I thought he was talking about, man. I thought he was lightweight talking about that.
I'm just messing with you, man. I'm messing with you, bro. Go ahead. Man.
But yeah, great conversation, man. And I've been checking in all year, man. Just been busy with the family and working on my book and the page and trying to edit. So, you know, I've been checking in y'all out, man. Great seeing y'all again. Hope everybody New Year's going great. But so forth is this. I'm not in no ways necessary am I trying to hop on the women, right? And I'm not trying to take any of the responsibility off us as men. But I always look at it as, you know, the big thing to me is the that's the man, woman, and child. So I hear what you're saying, Brother Vaughn, about you know, a place where we can just talk as men, but what we talking about, right? We talking about our women, we talking about our babies. If that ain't the conversation, right? It's void to me, right? So a lot of times it's not to discredit the women, but it's to just hold them accountable in the same way. Because if we talk about the men's responsibility, a lot of these men won't get it because they like, I got a lot of hurt from this female, and we just got to explain that they're not. 90% of them aren't bad people. 90% of the black men aren't bad people. It's just we misled. We're not guided in the right direction. So we can't ignore that division. And so forth as the passport bros. I mean, I guess I can respect that, but you know, there's so many beautiful black women here that need structure. Our community, illusion of a community, whatever, needs structure. It needs guidance. We got daughters. Brother Clarence, you got a grandchild coming up. Vaughn, you got a son coming up. I mean, I don't want us to lose what we fought for, right? I don't want to lose the struggle, the stories, the culture, right? That it just dissipates, that it erases. Like there's been plenty of people that erased all. I don't want us to go extinct. So I feel like if we give our kids, if we give these guys and these women the proper tools to fight, right, and to understand that some things we're gonna have to give up on both sides. We're not gonna be able to go out to the club. We ain't gonna be able to go to the club, man. We're gonna have to stay home because the kids got Girl Scouts in the morning, right? Or we ain't gonna be able to go and shoot ball with the fellas today. Little man got a science project to do. Those are the things that will create a strong community. My grandmother didn't have no education. My grandfather didn't have an education, but they had structure and they had discipline. So until we get the discipline from both sides, these conversations are kind of like void. You know, I'm Brother Clarence. I know you mean good, but ain't no 19-year-old boy who grew up like we couldn't see videos back then. We had to have, man, you get on YouTube, you can see Cardi B, you got all of these porno sites and all this and hormones, and nobody's controlling, nobody's addressing it. It's gonna be very hard to get them to vet. Right?
I mean, you know, it's gonna get to a point where where it already is at that point. If you don't vet properly, you costing yourself hundreds of thousands of dollars. You really throwing your life in a tailspin if you don't vet properly, man. So,
and maybe, and that's another thing. Maybe we can start looking at it from a positive point of view. Hey, man, get that girl because you about to create a legacy. You about to create your your immortality, your child. Hey, get these things and start getting it as a positive to say, hey, like you said in the African village, I want to work harder so I can be ready to have a family, to do this, to proceed, right? Because a lot of times that's what they want. They just don't know how to achieve it. They credit card scheme and they taking drugs. They doing all these things.
They're getting in a wicked world like this, brother. You know, Elijah Muhammad said anybody could turn hypocrite in a world like this, man. Where that means anybody could get tempted and flip out. You can have all the good information, everything. You could have all that, all the desire to make change and do it, but you just sick. You're consumed with the whatever it is that they can tempt you with, and they pull you off the road. Remember, I told y'all we're right up here on Figueroa, man. There's a dude out there right now. His wife sent him up the street to go get some bread, but he passed by Figueroa, saw the little girl, and got caught up. Right?
I would love to have a conversation about that, because a lot of that is his lack of power, his lack of, I don't fit in this world. I don't have anything. You know, a lot of these addictions come from different places. But let me put it like this, give you an example, and I'm out of here.
Okay.
Remember when Africa was having all the starvation and we would see them on TV, right?
Which time?
Pick one. The 80s, right? I don't know if it was Ethiopia, and they were just showing with flies around their belly and stuff like that. What did they always have? They had a kid. And I remember a lot of people would say, why don't they just stop having sex? Why don't they stop doing this? Why don't they stop doing that? That's not realistic. Why don't we fix the fucking problem, right? And why don't we get it to a point? Why don't we fight for ability for our people? Because like my grandparents got married at 17, 18, right? We don't wait no 30 to get married. We're going to let the world change us. We're going to let the world become that invisible bully that take away our culture, right? You know, we can still do that. We can still hold Indians. I got plenty of Indian homeboys. They got it set up. They ain't got no fear at 18, 19. We trying to keep our babies in the house to 28. But anyway, I digress. Come check me out tomorrow, y'all. And
yeah, man, we got to do that, man.
We're gonna have a gang. We're gonna have a gang with gonna be over there tomorrow. You know, any rounding up the gang is gonna be me.
You guys got the van packed already?
We got
the van packed.
Right. Hey, man.
All right, Brother New Growth, man. Check out, go over there, man. Subscribe to Brother New Growth, man. Let's get his subs up, and let's
all right, Brother New Growth. Salute to you, young man.
Yeah.
No more excuses for not doing a live stream. We're gonna get this brother to run his own
live streaming, man. No live streaming. I'm just sitting on my soapbox.
I remember somebody else telling me that too. I mean, I remember 2 other people telling me that. Oh no, I'm not gonna have a channel. I'm not gonna do any live streaming like that. Both of those 2 people got shows, and you're gonna have one too, brother.
All right, y'all. Y'all be easy.
All right, brother. Thank you, Brother New Growth. All right, man. Shout out to Brother New Growth. All right, y'all. All right. And then there was 3. Holy smokes. Then it was 3. All right, whichever one of y'all want to go first, and then we'll see.
3 the hard way. 3 the hard way. I'll go. As the only female up here on the panel tonight, I will definitely.
You did a wonderful job. I mean, hey.
Because I stop the show when you stop talking.
But we all know that you have heart, But Patrice has that heart, She's got heart. Listen, she's from Chicago. Come on, she's not scared. She's not scared.
And I believe that Black men and Black women could actually have intellectual, stimulating conversations without all the bashing of each other, right? Listen, I heard your cries, man. I heard your cries. I know your sorrow, right? But it has to be both ways. It has to be reciprocated as well. So black woman is the one that understands the plight of the Black man. The Black man has to understand the plight of the Black woman.
Agreed.
If we want to continue to have the Black nuclear family, keep it intact, to deal with our traumas and our toxicity and our dysfunction, and to heal, that reflection has to start with us first. Again, I keep going back to self. See, I'm not up here talking about the doggy dog Black men, because my concentration is on the Black man that I want in my life.
Right.
The man that I know that is there for me. So my concentration is not about the doggy dog. And I've had some not so good men. But see, I'm not on a tantrum to go out here and just doggy dog, my Black men, because I also have had damn good men in my life, Black men in my life, my husband being one. So I know that there's both sides of that spectrum. So I'm not gonna just lean on one side all the time. And thank you, bro, Clarence, because you go hard for us. So as a Black woman, I appreciate that, because you do, and Vaughn do. Y'all see the value. Y'all know that there are good sisters out here.
Oh man.
You know it, like I know it. It's men out here. So I'm not gonna throw tantrum on because 1 or 2 did me wrong. I'm not gonna dog out all Black men because 1 or 2 did me bad, because I know that that's not the truth.
Right.
There are good Black men out here.
Yeah.
So what should my thought process, what I speak out my mouth, off my tongue, what rolls off, should be that of good, if what I want to bring to me. See, you got more of the men on the panels talking about the bad. It just baffles me. They talk more about what they don't want than what they do want. And that's where the problem comes in. If you are speaking nothing but the negative rolling off your tongue all the time, then what are you going to get? Where's your mindset? Where's your heart? If I'm speaking on the man that I want God to have for me and bring to me in my life, I'm going to speak on that good man. I'm gonna think my thought process is gonna be on that. My lifestyle, what rolls off my tongue, my mind process, everything how I'm carrying myself, my energy is gonna be to bring that right man to me in my space, in my aura, in my zen, in whatever you want to call it spiritually.
I might just clip you up. I don't think I'm gonna clip you up, Patrice. I don't know.
Yes, so, it's about what do you want? What do you really want? Because like I tell my niece, I said, y'all and the young ones that I'm out here trying to have these same conversations with about being a lady, because that was taught to me from my mother and my grandmother and even my father, because I have some things. So you guys are right. The father is prominent in the daughter's life. I remember my father telling me things like, don't never walk out this door as a woman broke. If you can't buy your own self a drink, and if you can't have your own car fare in your pocket, you don't need to be out there sitting up in no club or in no lounge at no bar begging or want some man thinking because you look good that he's supposed to spend his money on you. My father said those things to me.
That's good teaching right there.
You understand? So it was definitely good things that, I got from my father, that male perspective. Carry myself like a lady at all times. Know how to conduct myself. Be a lady first and foremost. All those things I got from my father. And then there were things, the molding of me becoming a young woman and wanting to be a wife, watching my mother be one with my dad and things like that came from my mother. Yes, learning how to cook, clean, proper. It taught me proper hygiene and how to carry myself, how to speak and different things. And then it was a time I was in my 20s, yes, and I was out there, honey, and I just had this little cute little mini dress on, and I'm just listen, and I'm just pulling down on it and pulling down on. And my mama said, look, if you gotta keep pulling down on the dress, guess what that means? The damn dress is too small and it's too short for you. So lessons, it's all about lessons, right? It's all
Shout
about
out to mom. Shout out to moms.
Absolutely. So if you got to keep pulling down on that dress, daughter.
A lot of truth.
Thank God for mamas like. So I'm saying this to say, listen, we know it's on both ends of the spectrum. We all got faults and flaws as Black men and Black women. I'm out here in these streets. I just accepted another board membership to help the Black community, the inner city, my kids. I love them. And it's through music, something I love. I just accepted a position.
All right.
And I'm going to interview the guy that offered me this. Listen, I know there is a community because I'm out there in it. I'm out there giving of myself to people. Because it was given unto me and I was raised that way. So we have to realize, yes, it's on both sides of the spectrum. There can't be too much beating up on the Black woman. Black women, it's our place to be that mentor, to inspire the Black women. Black men, it's your responsibility to mentor those Black young boys. Not saying that men and women can't do it with the opposite sex, but when it comes to the leading of that's why I'm always fussing and fighting and talking with my nieces. Yeah, they don't listen to me half the time, but I ain't gonna stop talking to them. The ones that do listen. The ones that don't, I still talk to them because that's my responsibility to keep instilling it in them. Keep instilling it in them. And one day, maybe they'll wake up, it'll click, and they'll say, he was right. And I say, if you don't listen, it's okay, because life gonna teach you, baby.
There you go.
There's a thing called life and the life experience. It'll teach you.
Yeah.
And either way, you'll come back and I'll be here. You know what I mean? So on both sides of those spectrums, we got to know that we are both equally at fault with a lot of things when it comes to flaws and faults, when it comes to how we should be with each other. But the concentration should first be on self. Self-preservation is the first law of nature. Work on self. And I digress.
All right, sis. Do we need to talk? You gonna hang out, or are you gone? You gonna go to work?
I thought you said you gotta go.
Yeah, I do. But you
Okay,
know,
then I'm gonna let you go, brother.
Yeah, we need to talk. We need to talk.
We need to talk. Okay, well then I'll hang around.
Vaughn, you need to talk. We need to talk, Vaughn.
Yeah.
Which I'll hang around. I got my brothers. I got my brothers back.
It doesn't have to
I'm
be.
my brother.
You're in trouble.
I got my brothers back.
I'm always good. It's you and
No,
Vaughn
you're
that are the
good.
ones
You're
that's
good.
not
It's
good.
nothing. It's nothing
I'm good.
negative.
I'm good. Hey, everybody. I'm
It's
good.
nothing negative,
It's me.
man. Nothing
I'm
negative,
good.
no.
That's be Vaughn and Patrice getting in trouble. That's not me.
Oh, wow.
I'm good.
Really, bro, Clarence?
You see, he's throwing us under the bus, Patrice. Wow. We're trying to uplift and edify.
Oh,
And
that
here
was
we
good. I
go.
needed that, man. It's the first time I'm laughing without all that phlegm in my throat. Man, God, I needed to laugh.
It's a good
man.
feeling, right?
Oh, wow.
And listen, my singing voice even came back, so I'm so excited about that. So
that's wonderful.
You may hear me humming a tune a lot. You know,
Hey.
you never miss something till God take it from you. Then you be like, "Oh God, you gave it back. Okay, I'm gonna use it."
That's beautiful.
All right, let me put Patrice down. Patrice, you gonna hang out?
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out.
All right. Well, put Patrice down. All right, I got to put Patrice down, boy. And it was 2.
Wow. Yes, sir. 2. But yeah, man, great conversation, man.
Great conversation.
Looking at the thumbnail, you started out talking about, do women in the Black community, have greater power than the men? And I know we talked about that briefly, but we didn't really hit on it that much. Do you think we hit on that part a lot, or we kind of went somewhere else a little bit? But it was good where we went, where we did go, right?
It was a loaded question.
It was a loaded question.
It's absurd.
But
I put it up there anyway to discuss it. But nobody who held that position had nowhere to go. So don't worry about it.
Yeah. But anyway, man, conversation was great. I was excited to see all the brethren that graced the stage tonight. The dialogue that we had between each other, it was great, although some points were agreed upon and some were not. You know what I'm saying? But we weren't at each other's throats.
No.
It was no need to be in the club and have a fight.
Right.
See what I'm saying? So,
right.
And that showed a lot of maturity on our parts, because, when you go back and you look at it, people could look at this and say, wow, that they're going to get little snippets and different gems out of the conversation. You see, it's going to spark other conversations, because it wasn't so convoluted to the point to where it didn't make any sense. And we see a lot of that in these spaces, Brother Clarence, where the conversations just go all willy-nilly. And now you're wondering, where are we at in the conversation? You see what I'm saying? But hey, listen, I didn't expect to get so passionate, though, during the process.
Come on, Juan, stop. You always get passionate.
Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? And just the whole community aspect, that kind of struck a nerve with me, because please don't be that pretentious, to say that there is no Black community.
Some of them feel like that would.
It's like are you so separated from the Black community to where you can hold that opinion? Because see what I'm saying? If you're going on 63rd and Halstead in Chicago, there's a community there. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Even in LA, Crenshaw and Slauson, there's a community there.
There's a community there.
You see what I'm saying? So now, nevertheless, let's not negate the fact that we have become dysfunctional. The community is not how it has been in the past, right, Brother Clarence?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I'm closing. But you remember there was a time where there was the community was more close-knit.
Bro, I remember it was a time where you could be a kid walking down the street.
Tell the truth.
And you could just knock on somebody's door and say, I'm hungry. They'll put you right in the house, sit you right at the table.
I'm thirsty.
I'm thirsty.
I could do that all day on the blocks that I lived on.
I remember
because all the parents knew each other.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And while your mother was at work, Miss Jones was watching you, or whoever.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
You know your mama told you not to go down there, Vaughn. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. So let's not say that there is no community anymore, but the community has become
fragmented.
Fragmented. Yes, great word for it. You see what I'm saying? So what can we do about it? And I was so grateful that you posted and put the footage up of how we were able to give back to the community when that
Yeah, see,
conversation came
they
up.
can talk to us, Vaughn. See, they can refute us all they want, but when you put it on the screen,
Exactly.
they can't say nothing.
So who were coming to get the backpacks? The people in the community. That part right there. But nevertheless, I'm going to digress because I know I'm going to talk to you in the back, and I know you got to do all of your spiel that you do after the show is done. But man, great job today, brother. Great job today.
Thank you.
God bless everybody that was on the. I'll let you do the rundown,
definitely.
but everybody had excellent points. Even Scam Likely, he was doing his thing. But it was so good. Even Black Man Unfiltered. It was it was such an honor to be on the platform with all of these brothers, and we're trying to decipher through things and work things out. Yeah. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to the next time.
What's
yeah,
Thursday,
man.
probably Sunday.
Sunday.
Oh,
right?
well, tomorrow night.
Oh, tomorrow night. That's right. You're going to be on Black Man Unfiltered.
You coming too, brother. You coming?
Oh, I'm supposed to come too.
They're gonna put me in a coffin by myself.
I don't know. He never sends me an invite, but I be in there moderating. But if he sends me an invite, hey, by all means, I'll get up there and chop it up with y'all for a minute. But
I think they
man.
want to.
But great show today, man. And God is opening up doors. You're doing a great job over here.
All of us.
You're creating a space where people feel comfortable to come and share their thoughts and opinions. Even in the chat, we had some new people in the chat that I haven't seen.
Yeah, shout out to Abel's journey.
Yeah, Abel's journey. He was coming with the scriptures, and he was definitely coming with some very good, legitimate points. And that's what we're looking for: people to engage. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, brother, because I can go on and on. I digress, but I'll be waiting for you in the back now.
Okay, brother. All right. That's Von Bryant, y'all. That is Von Bryant, y'all. Vaughn or Patrice, either one of them, they could talk your head off, right? Clarence, you back to your old silly self. Yeah, a little bit, y'all. A little bit. Coming back there. All right, y'all. What y'all think about the show today? I think everybody did a great job. And like Vaughn was saying, I'm glad we creating a space where we can talk about some of these issues. And even though it gets a little passionate, respect is always the baseline of whatever we're doing. Respect is always going to be at the base of whatever we're doing. Okay, we want to respect each other. I don't mind nobody disagreeing with me. Y'all see, I don't care if you disagree with me, but present your position, present it intelligently and respectfully, and then we can have a dialogue about it, right? We can't talk if everybody's hollering and screaming over each other. And I don't like that situation. And I told Brother Black Man, I said, you know what, check this out. I said, I'll be there as long as respect is in the room. I said, but if the once the respect to leave, I'm leaving right behind the respect. If respect leaves, I'm leaving. So, but he said, okay, we're gonna work it out. I said, okay. So we'll see. But like I say, that's the away game, y'all. That's the away game tomorrow. But everybody did great. And a shout out to it's a testimony to all of us and how we treat people and how we try to treat people right when they're up here and make sure they feel hospitable. And then I'm gonna say it again, like I always say, you have to have a sniper. You have to have a sniper in the chat. You have to have somebody that you got to have an enforcer out there. See, people don't come in here with that drama when they know there's an enforcer over there. I got thrown out of there. Right? Y'all hear them people, hey, I'm glad you let me up. Why you think they're telling me they're glad they letting you up? Because guess what? They got sniped out of here, right? They got sniped out of here, right? But for playing games in the chat. Shout out to Risa Neal. Shout out to Sister Annie. Shout out to everybody in the chat. But we got Sister Risa Neal, man. She don't play. You start walking sideways, pew, you in the Twilight Zone before you even know it, right? but you have to have an enforcer. Just like we enforce the thing on the stage, you got to have people enforcing on the stage. You got to have somebody like Sister Annie and Sister Jill that invite you in and say, hi, how you doing at the front door? And you got to have somebody like Risa standing right behind him with the shotgun. Sit right here, brother. Don't move funny. I don't want to have to spin these shell cases on you. Right? So either they get up out of here, right? We had a whole bunch of people in the chat when we first started. They got up out of here, right? Because they know what's going to happen. They're going to get bounced. They don't even want to come on the stage, right? Because they know, man, if they get wild loose, it's gonna be bye-bye time, right? But shout out to you, shout out to you, Abel's Journey, man. Glad to have you, man. Hope you can hang around and catch us on Sunday, man. That's when we're gonna do the big show, man. All right, everybody in the chat did a great job. Shout out to the chat. Chat is where it's at, and the chat is where it's at. Very, very strong performance for the chat. Very strong. Shout out. I already know, Risa. I already know. But one day you know what I'm gonna do one day, Risa? I'm gonna bring up some of them emails I got about a certain individual up here that'll bust them down in a heartbeat, right? Yeah, man. Thank you, Abel's Johnny. Appreciate you, man. We like the way you engage, man. It was all good, man. Yeah, man. But the chat, strong performance. Very, very strong. Very, very, very solid performance. All right, y'all. Let's move on. Let's move on to who's on the stage today. Who is all on the stage today? Well, let me start from the top. Black Man Unfiltered. What do y'all think about Black Man Unfiltered? He came on the stage today. What do y'all think about him? I think he made some okay points. He made some pretty good points. You know what I'm saying? But what I really liked about his performance today was I think they more and more showing more and more respect, you know what I'm saying, to our platform and to the way we do things. And, you know, this ain't the place to come and be hollering and screaming and jumping up and down at everybody. We're not going to allow that to happen over here. You're going to get bounced up out of here. So I think they're developing a lot of respect for us because we said we was going to raise some money. We raised the money. We said we was going to buy the backpacks. We bought the backpacks. And we said we was going to give them away, and we gave them away. How you going to point it? Don't put us in the category of people that don't do nothing. Don't put us in that category. We did it. We still got a laptop to buy and give away. We still got that to do, right? So don't trip. But this is a place we ain't gonna do. But shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. He came in. He was on good behavior, and he said he made some points. I give him a strong performance today. Very strong, very solid performance. He managed to not get bounced out. I guess he said, I ain't even going in the chat. If they got Risa over there, I'm not even going in the chat. I ain't gonna get bounced out of here again, right? Man, but shout out to Risa, man. You gotta have an enforcer, man. You gotta have an enforcer. All right, who else was in it? Shout out to Black Man. I give him a strong performance, very solid. What about John, brother? What about brother John Dejan? What about brother John from the Dominican root? Shout out to the Dominican root, by the way. What about brother John? Did he do a good job? I think he did an excellent job. Excellent job, man. Excellent job, man. You know what I mean? He didn't even agree with me. Oh no, he didn't agree with me. Now I can't be friends with him no more. Come on, man. Stop. He agreed. Some of these guys agree with me, some of them didn't, right? But that's the thing about here, man. I'm not worried about our relationship because that's not even a part of what we're doing here, is our personal relationships. What we're doing here is we giving information to try to help somebody. Now, I don't know everything. So sometimes Vaughn knows it. Sometimes Patrice knows it. Sometimes Rico knows it. Sometimes somebody knows it, right? One of y'all know it in the chat. I don't know everything. Like tonight, Brother Abel brought some information that a lot of us didn't know about, right? Or certainly didn't remember, right? But shout out to Brother John, man. He's got the Dominican route. If you haven't already subscribed to the Dominican route, go on over there and subscribe, man. He's got a lot of funny videos, but what he's got a lot of is a lot of information. If you want to go to he ain't saying, y'all got to come over here to the Dominican. No, if you want to go to the Dominican, he can put you on how to get around and how to get things done down there. He ain't saying, come down here, spend all your money on all these young girls, and then go back to States. It's the move, right? No, he's just saying, hey, if you're thinking about coming down here and living your life down here, and I can help you, give you some information on how to do that. Shout out to the Dominican round. Shout out to Brother John, man. I'm gonna give him a very strong performance, very strong, very, very solid performance tonight. Shout out to Brother John, man. Go over there and check him out if you got the chance. What about Brother New Growth? What about Brother New Growth, the youngster? He came in. I mean, he come in his hands like this. You're already pushing back already when he comes to the stage, right? Shout out to Brother New Growth, man. He got a new channel. Go check out Brother New Growth. I think I already subscribed, but we got to go over there, man. We got to support our young brother, man, because he's got a lot of good ideas. He's got a lot of good, things, and so we want to support the brother, man. We want to support the brother and give him the encouragement to go forward, right? Even though he comes over here and bangs on our head, bangs on my head, bangs on Rico's head, bangs on Vaughn's head, right? For some reason, he got sense enough to not mess with Patrice. But the three of us, man, he bunks on our head. But shout out, man. Shout out to New Growth, man. Go there and check him out, man. That is a good young brother, man. We got to support these good young brothers, man. All right, very strong performance, very solid, very solid, very, very solid, very solid from New Growth. What about Dr. Hood? Dr. Hood came in, and the doc didn't even really get a lot off, because you know what? Doc is kind of a listener and chiller. He's kind of reminding me of Big Riggs. He just will sit there and wait until he hears something that moves him enough to actually get in the fray. You know what I'm saying? But he always got that wisdom, man. Doc always got that wisdom. He always got that. He got the timing. You know what I'm saying? And he'd be the first one to admit, hey, Clarence, I didn't come the traditional way into where I'm at now, but I'm here and it's working for me. You know what I'm saying? So I like to get a mix of different kind of brothers, man, in the mix, man. But shout out to Dr. Hood. Dr. Hood has a channel too. If you haven't already subscribed to Dr. Hood, get on over there and subscribe to Dr. Hood, man. And let's support the brother too, man. You know what I'm saying? Because we might be coming at it from different directions, man, but we all want the same thing for our people, right? We want our people to do better, right? Oh, I forgot I got people backstage. I got to hurry up. All right, let's see. What about Jay Takashi? Wait a minute. Shout out to Dr. Hood. Strong performance. Very solid. What about Jay Takashi? Jay Takashi came in, right? He dropped a little knowledge, man. But shout out to Jay Takashi, man. What I like about Jay Takashi is Jay Takashi is not afraid to say, hey, man, I needed some help at this point, at that point, and I got it, and it worked for me, right? May not work for you, but it worked for me. Shout out to Jay Takashi. Very strong performance, very solid performance. What about Von Bryant? Von Bryant, not so good. Von Bryant, man. Shout out to Von Bryant, man. Very strong performance. Very, very solid as always, man. As always, Von Bryant. You guys hear Von say, oh, bro, I really don't usually get that passionate. Come on, Von, please stop it, man. What about Von Bryant? Very strong performance. Very solid as always. As always. What about Scam Likely? Scam Likely came in the building, right? Scam Likely did okay, man. Got some good points. What I would want from Scam Likely and Black Men Unfiltered is to be able to articulate their points and give them some validity theoretically. But what they do is they take instances of malfeasance and they exponentialize that, right? And I'm saying, no, don't take one little thing, bad thing to happen, and say all Black women do this. Why don't you, if you're going to say that, okay, then structure a defense that allows us to see structurally what you're talking about. But of course, that's not available. I'm supposed to just run with the program. All Black women don't do. Ain't no Black women. Okay, well then, if ain't no Black women out here, what you gonna do? Tell your son to marry a white woman? Come on, we gotta think about what we're talking about. But anyway, Scam Likely came through, man. He was strong. I gotta give Scam his props. He had a good presentation. Not too strong of a scaffolding for what he was doing, but very strong. Very strong. I give him a strong performance. Very solid. Very solid. What about Big Riggs? What about Big Riggs? Big Riggs was in the house. Shout out to Big Riggs. Shout out to the Bay. One of the things I like about Big Riggs, man, Big Riggs got that laid back personality, man. You know what I'm saying? And but what I like is he always trying to rest on the good. And so that's the way we was taught in the Nation of Islam is don't rest on the bad in a person, rest on the good in them. Even if it's a bum in the street, you see him laying in the street, try to rest on the good. Well, at least his shoes are clean, right? Or whatever, right? Try to rest on the good in him, right? And so that's why we are, and that's how I got to the point where I'm at, where sometimes I will, well, let me say this after Big Riggs. Big Riggs, what y'all think about his performance, man? Big Riggs is always solid. You can catch Big Riggs and the brother Beezy, that dude over there on Nigerian Relationships, on Easily Rigged, one of the hottest shows over there. And we got another hot show, but my sister Patrice called Ochi Patrice No Chaser. Ochi Patrice No Chaser. Yeah. We got it. She got it. I don't know, man. They got them shows neck and neck over there, but we'll see. They're building a powerhouse with Big Riggs and Patrice. Who else came up here? Okay. What about Patrice? Did Patrice come up here today? Yeah, she did, right? I should have just ended the show and Patrice stopped talking, man, because she hit every nail on the head. But anyway, Patrice came up. What do you think about Patrice's performance today? Very solid, very strong, as always, very, very strong, very, very strong. Came in, took over the room, and then handed the mic back to us with smoke on it, right? Very solid performance from Patrice. And last but not least, what about Bolo TV, man? Bolo TV came over here, man. I was just going to text him and say, hey, man, come on over here. And because we getting hit up with some scriptures over here. And I know Black Man Unfiltered, shout out to Black Man Unfiltered, but that ain't my man if I'm going to get some scriptures. I'm going to Bolo TV, man. I'm going to Bolo TV, man. If I'm going to get some scriptures, I'm going to Bolo TV, man. I was just about to text him, but he you know what I'm saying? That's his God working between the two of us, man. But he already knew some kind of way. God let him know, hey, that brother wants you over there, man. Go on over there and hit the link up there. But shout out to Bolo TV, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, go subscribe to him as soon as possible. All right, Bolo came in. He did his thing, man. He broke down scripture. He broke down. He got a little passionate. You know you're doing something when you got Bolo getting passionate, right? But shout out to Bolo, man. Very strong performance. Very solid as always. Glad to have a brother like that come through here, man, and drop a little dose on us here and there. All right, y'all. That is it. That's everybody. Now, let me explain something before I go. One of the things I want to explain is, why do you always hit the men? Because I come from the Nation of Islam. When we have a meeting called the FOI class, that is a men's meeting. There's only men in that class. Well, let's put it like this: there's only males in that class, because we can have young men as old as like 4 or 5 years old in that class, right? And we're doing all kind of things in their class, but what we mainly do is teaching men the art of being a man. We teaching men the art of being a man, right? So when I talk as a person coming from the Nation of Islam, where the females have their own class called the MGT class, where there ain't no men in that class. It's just women. It's women teaching women, and in the FOI class, is the men teaching the men, right? So if that's the way, if that's why I'm always separating the two, because I got that mentality. Like, we never went to go teach the MGT class. We never was in that class. The only one man ever been in that class was Minister Farrakhan. No other man ever even been in that class. We don't know what they teaching. They teaching women how to be women and how to be wives, and how to deal with husbands and different issues dealing with husbands, right? I guess I don't know what they teaching in there. But we as the FOI class, we was told, don't worry about what they teaching in there. You worry about what we teaching in here. Are you an MGT? No, you're not an MGT. Okay, why are you worried about what they getting taught? Worry about what we get. You a FOI. You the fruit, right? You the best part of the tree. Then you should know the best way to have this tree grow and survive and have a whole bunch of trees out here. So that's why I'm always separating the men from the women. I need to explain that more. But anyway, y'all, we're going to meet back here. Everybody that wants to go on a road trip tomorrow, we're going to be on Black Man Unfiltered at 6 p.m. Pacific time, right? I think he said 8 p.m. Central time. So I believe that's 6 p.m. my time here, right? So if you're going to go on a road trip with us, get the van, pack your bag, get the blankets, get your beach balls, whatever. We're going to go on the road. We're gonna go over there and see what they're talking about. Okay. I'm sure I'm not getting invited over there to be for them to tell me how great of a guy I am or how great of a perspective I got, right? I'm sure I'm the fatted calf going over there, but that's okay, man. God's with us. We'll go over there, we see what they're talking about, right? All right, y'all. Love all of y'all. Appreciate all of y'all. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Abel's Journey, for dropping the dose on us today. We appreciate you, man. And everybody in the chat, everybody, we appreciate all of y'all. And let's meet back here on Sunday. Sunday morning we'll meet back here. But until then, tomorrow night, that's the road trip. That's the away game. We'll see how we do it in somebody else's gym. We'll see how it goes. Okay. All right, y'all. Until then, we'll see y'all later. Peace.